Void Stranger! I recently finished a playthrough of this game on the channel, but between the difficulty of the puzzles and the difficulty of understanding the quite extensive story, I wanted to come back and do a second playthrough where it's going to be a lot more comprehensive. And much like I did with Tunic, instead of just, playing through the game 17 parts again, we're going to do one massive video where I try to show off everything possible. In that game, of course, I did the entire cipher, translated everything that I could, and found every secret that was feasible at the time. There was one super secret that I didn't quite get. And in addition to that, I have also played through the previous game by this developer, ZeroRanger, so I'll be able to point out a lot of the callbacks and references and all that appear in this game as well. And to start immediately, show how many more secrets I know. Oh, look at that. Lotus flowers. Very meaningful in terms of ZeroRanger as well. But let's start it up. Started in English, although you can play this in Finnish, and there is one reason why I might want to at a point in time, but we'll get there when we get there. Don't really need to change the settings, and as opposed to last time, I could not be more ready for this. So to begin, you got to engrave a brand. Can be whatever you want it to be. The only thing that it can't be is nothing. Of course. And to begin here, since it doesn't make too much of a difference, at least at this point in time, I'm going to fill out the entire thing because that lets you see this picture a little bit better. Interesting. So we begin. Always a good sign when the first thing that happens in the game is that the entire world gets destroyed. And then I take cutscene damage. That's 3/10 of my HP gone. Void Stranger does not mess around. Okay, it doesn't really matter. You'll see that pretty quickly, but still. So before we even begin here, let's take a look at the pause screen. Get some interesting images. But also, since you can see that this is very much a Game Boy inspired game, you can also go into the settings menu and make that, speaking of interesting images, make that even more of a comparison. If you go into graphics, I got palettes here. Got it currently on gray, but you can also have it on red and 3 asterisks, orange 3 asterisks. Yes, this is a thematic thing that also appeared back in ZeroRanger, where that game was entirely in shades of orange and green. So they couldn't say any other colors, or, well, they censored any other colors that appeared. So a song called Sky Blue Days, for example, was just sky, the letter X 4 times days. And it's not quite Game Boy accurate, but pretty close. Still, I am going to play this in classic gray because that's, one, what I'm used to, and two, I feel like it's thematically appropriate. This is Void Stranger gray and everything like that. It can move around here, can interact with stuff, finding very strange murals that well, it might be a futile effort at this point to try and decipher them, unless you've already played this game for 150 hours and know exactly what it says. But we'll get to that when we get to that. Really, the real beginning here is taking this cool gift from a big statue here. And now I no longer have free movement, but I'm limited to this grid. This is a Sokoban game, and although it's a little bit different than your usual Sokoban game, instead of pushing around blocks, you can pick up the floor and put down the floor. And the way that you do that is limited by the direction that you're facing. So if I were to, say, want to pick up the block to the left of me, I need to make a motion like this. Can't just turn around like that. Still very similar to your classic Sokoban games in that way, and there are some pretty difficult puzzles that come about because of that. You might also notice that this is very similar to an item that you get in Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past, the Cane of Samaria, which creates blocks, but you don't need to pick up blocks for that. Very clearly supposed to be a reference to that. And speaking of Zelda references here, yeah, the whole turning around and holding it above your head whenever you open up something in a chest. And this Locust Idol is going to be, well, very important even in the short run, because those are my lives. If I die for whatever reason, get revived right at the start of the level, although you only get one per chest. So preserving those is going to be important going forward. And you might also notice that the name Locust Idols, L-I, lives. There you go. And also see a lot of the locusts flying around in the very opening cutscene there too. It's a meaningful part of the game, certainly. And I am going to be trying to get every single, in addition to just getting to the staircase, which is the goal for pretty much every one of the levels, I am also going to be trying to get each one of the Locust Idols and any other bonuses that might happen to be coming up here. Because this is going to be, like I said, a comprehensive playthrough. I want to do everything. And speaking of that opening cutscene, one other thing that did happen was that I got an achievement. I got the only achievement for this game. Pendant. An important wedding gift. So what does that mean? Well, you can see the character, Gray, her name is called, so we'll figure out pretty quickly. She has a pendant on in pretty much every cutscene, and that's an important wedding gift, I suppose. Starting out with a strength puzzle, because of course, the Sokoban, the major part of the Sokoban gameplay is going to be moving around tiles and everything like that, but we still do get boxes, or boulders, as they may be, to push around in the same way that you would do in a classic Sokoban game. Although we'll also find out eventually that these are actually eggs and not actually boulders. Well, anyway, already getting a lot of mysteries being introduced immediately. But due to the fact that I have played this game, 150 hours, we will be figuring them out eventually, but hopefully a little bit quicker than I did the first time. I guess also get some ornate statues. They work pretty much the exact same way as the eggs. Now, the real question becomes, how do I get that chest? Can't cross over the gap. By the way, you can just press backwards if you start falling into a pit to save yourself. That's something I would have liked to have known when I first played this game. But as it turns out, the rod here is a lot more comprehensive in its ability to pick up things than you might assume. Because, yep, even the staircase, your way to leave the level can be picked up as well. And throw that statue off there for no particular reason. That is going to be important for many a puzzle coming up here. All right, and then this just becomes a very classic sort of Sokoban puzzle. From here, all I really need to do is just... Well, with the Void Rod, you even get the ability to get rid of a few of these eggs, but... I want to get both of these bonuses. That bonus on top, though, is the really important one. That's the one that I want to get maybe more than anything else. So even if I am going to do a pretty bad job, whatever. Let's just look. I want to go get that one. Okay. I'm going to try and do everything, but sometimes it's going to be one or the other, right? And by sometimes, I mean just for this level alone. If only I knew what the solution was a little bit better, but yeah. Ah, well. Look, the memory crystal. You might have seen that I have a memories in the pause menu here. Is going to be the major difference from the first playthrough, because I'm going to be getting all of these, and I'm going to be getting them immediately. All you got to do is look for that shining spot on the ground, and when you pick it up, you get the crystal, but you also have to get to the staircase to get it, to have it saved. So if I didn't get to the staircase or died before I could do that, I would not get it here. Then you use that to unlock these, requiring increasingly more over time. And I'll unlock those as I get them, though I'm not going to promise anything because I'll probably forget how many crystals I have most of the time. Hey, there's the first enemy of the game, called the Strange Leech. Just moves horizontally, and then when it hits a wall, it takes a turn to turn around. But it is still limited to the whole turn-based thing that I am doing otherwise here. And what happens when you get hit by it? Yeah, I told you 7 HP is not going to make that much of a difference. And in fact, as soon as you get revived, you always get revived to 7 HP. So, wow. So what does HP even matter then in this game? That might be answered eventually. There's a second enemy of the game, the Strange Maggot, which does the exact same thing as the Strange Leech, except vertically. Yeah, simple as that. And indeed, because of the whole takes a turn to turn around, I can actually just go up here and do this if I want to just pass the level. But, of course, I am here to get all of the bonuses too, at least the best of my ability. We'll see. I have practiced this game quite a bit, so I should know most of the solutions to this. No promises that I will remember every one of them, but, you know, we'll deal with that in time. That's what video editing is for, right? All right, so same basic thing here. And in fact, to make absolutely sure that I have as much room as possible, and to set up the ability to exit here, I am just going to make a very long path for the maggot here. All right, and you can see there that there is no ability to just pass turns. If you want to pass a turn, you either have to use the staff, or you gotta like punch the wall, for example, which I, of course, am going to be using a lot over the course of this game. In fact, this is probably a good time to start talking about some of the basic strategies that I'm going to be using for doing the entirety of Void Stranger. If you have a 1x3 set of blocks, then you can just pick them up and put them, you know, left or right, and you can pretty much go horizontal or vertical across the entire level, walls permitting, if you have that. Call that the 1x3. It's not a very original name, but it's going to be very useful for getting around everywhere. The other one that is going to be shown an awful lot is this sort of structure. Actually, I don't even need to have the full 2x3. Just a 2x2 plus 1 on the side will let you go anywhere in the level, vertical or horizontal, walls and enemies and whatnot permitting. Call that structure the raft. And it might not be super useful for a lot of stuff right now, but it will be extraordinarily useful for some of the more difficult puzzles in the game. I will be saying, okay, and now the first thing you want to do is create a 1x3 or a raft, just immediately. But here, if you did not know about the whole takes a turn to turn around thing, this level will definitely teach you about that. And similarly, you can't just walk by enemies, so gotta do something like that instead. Here, another one of the many statues that appear in the game. But since they work the exact same as the eggs, and this is also a prime opportunity to show this, push something into an enemy, it defeats it, which is extremely helpful. And something that you'll be learning pretty quickly if you didn't know about it there. Okay, start out, grab you. And this is that 2x3 raft that I was talking about earlier. It is, if you end up playing this game, and I would highly recommend it. By the way, there's going to be full spoilers for this game. I'm not going to be talking about them immediately. We'll be talking about them as we get there. But you should, by the end of this, be no stranger to the void. I stare directly at the camera for an unsettling amount of time. Just kidding, I don't have a camera. But anyway, it is, you'll be seeing everything. And in addition to that, I should probably also mention that I will be talking a lot of spoilers about ZeroRanger as well, as that sort of thing comes up in the game here. So, although I would highly recommend playing it yourself, like really, you're going to have a lot of time here. If at any point you're like, hey, maybe I should check out this game myself, do it. Do it, really. Also go play ZeroRanger. They're both really good. But, yeah, it's, you could also use this as a walkthrough, I suppose, if you really wanted to. I don't know. I'm not really planning for it to be like that, but it is something certainly possible to do. All right. Grab memory crystal here. Of course, this is just an absolutely trivial level if you don't want to grab the memory crystal, and even if you do, but that is one thing that really sets Void Stranger apart from a lot of other games that I've played. Puzzle games, Sokoban games especially, like Patrick's Parabox or Baba Is You, where there are just a bunch of rest levels, and there's also a lot of red herrings in these levels. Not every element, for example, this egg here, is going to be used. And in fact, that setup of the maggots over there, that's actually a trick. You cannot get through that. You think you might be able to because the way everything's set up, it's like, well, all I gotta do is just, press left here, right? No, you act before enemies, so enemies do not make their movements in the same turn as you. And that means that you will just walk into an enemy if that's what you would, because they do not move as you do. It is important to know. Here, like I said, just restrooms. The restrooms actually does have a meaning that isn't just a room where you rest in. Whatever. Anyway, hey, here's a free Lokes title. Here's a free exit. Now here, the whole thing that I was talking about with you gotta manipulate. Actually, what I should do is I should circle around here instead. Yeah, the whole thing that I was saying about you gotta learn how to manipulate enemies pretty well. Very much going to be relevant here, I'm sure, as you can easily see. Enemies will not cross over pits, which is unfortunate when it comes to trying to defeat them, but it's not too bad. Here, let's also just real quick go get you, for example, and then I should just be able to sneak right over there. Easy as that. And this is another major part of the game. NPCs. That's right, I'm not the only person, I'm not the only stranger in this dungeon. Though make sure you think fast when it comes, well, think fast, it's a turn-based game. But make sure that you use your turns very smart if you want to be able to talk to them. And of course I do. I'm going to be talking to, and hopefully, well, you can see that she's in a position where she very easily could be pushed into a pit. And the first time I played this game, well, what happens if you push an NPC into a pit? They die. And I'm going to be trying to avoid that as much as possible. Ugh. Look, you can't just turn towards an enemy. If you want to turn towards them, you punch them, is the thing. And if they're right next to a pit, you punch them into it. Yeah. Yeah? It's a pinch. Hey, first ZeroRanger reference. Well, if you don't count the whole censoring colors. It's a monochrome game. You can't say any other colors. Such things are forbidden. Anyway, compared to where that line appears in ZeroRanger, it's a very different circumstance. But also, one of the other things with NPCs is that when you pause after talking to them, you get a portrait of them on the pause menu. Between that and what's shown when they're talking gives you a much better idea of what they look like. Oh, also, now that I'm thinking about it, I do have some memory crystals here, so we can at least see the first one. Shouldn't be getting distracted. We should be talking to the NPC. But that is an interesting picture. It also does tie into something else with the game. Although it says in my taskbar that this game is called Void Stranger, if I right-click on it, the window is apparently called Do You Remember Why You're Here? These memories might shed a little bit of light on that. All right, anyway. Yeah, it's right over in the corner. Oh, you mean of the dungeon entirely. Hey! Did you see the cool magic staff that I just randomly found? Oh yeah, you're talking about the human-sized leeches. They're not actually snakes, they're leeches. I'm going off of what the Steam trading cards call them, by the way. Yeah, there's one directly behind me right now. They do 999 damage. Quite powerful. Did see that at the beginning of the game as well, where Gray jumped into it. I guess other people it just kind of appears randomly, and the Void Dungeon here captures them? Oh, and make sure that you keep talking to NPCs, because they usually have quite a few things to say. Well, they have the Okami style. Put a little triangle or something above the head. Ah. Let you know they have more stuff to say. Do you believe in censored? Some of the two things that we have now in the game that are censored are colors, which do not exist. Well, they exist in universe, but they don't exist for the sake of the game. And names of the divine. A stylistic thing, really. I don't think it makes too much of a difference in terms of the story. Well, we'll see about that. But I do believe that is the last thing that she has to say. So there is one NPC saved now. Presumably she can go and get over to the exit from there, I hope. Oh, I also forgot. So if I were to have restarted that level by, say, either exiting out of the game or by jumping into a pit there, using the Locust Idol, there's also she would have been gone, I guess, on to the next level, and there would have been a memory crystal underneath her. I have to go get that later, I suppose. In the meantime, though, a single tree. Yeah, it is a lone birch tree stands in the void. Lone trees, much at the beginning of ZeroRanger, are kind of a thing. It's been like 20 minutes. But absolutely I want to rest. This is where you're going to be getting most of the story of the game, taking a nap underneath these trees. And also, on doing that, the game closes. The game's going to be closing a lot. That is something that's a part of the gameplay that appears pretty often. But opening back up the game here, find ourselves in a place that is very much unlike the void. And I do have free movement again, so you definitely know that I'm outside of the void. Hey, that's me. Void Stranger Gray, they call me. Yeah, no. Okay, fine. What about you over here? All right, well, let's get in there. The air might be full of menace, but I'm sure I can do something. I mean, it's going to be a lot less menacing when I do this, for example. And then... That's right, you thought it was just a Sokoban game? Well, here's turn-based RPG time. Yeah, did not see that coming, right? Okay, well, it works exactly in the same way that you expect any turn-based RPG to. Of course. You get boss fight music and everything, too. Oh, by the way, randomized taunts, so you have to play this multiple times if you want to see all of them. But let's get to attacking. 9,999, what are like good 10 hits from the void monsters there. And there are actual strategies to be using in this fight against all odds, despite the fact that this is definitely not an RPG otherwise. You see I get like attack boosts when I attack multiple times in a row. That's really going to be the only way that I've managed to fight through this mountain of HP. But let's see how we go here. It's not bad, but still not... Okay, and then when you get the all-out attack, I'm going to have to actually defend here. Which, you know... This is what's happening. You know, real tough hit there with that sort of line. And indeed, I do have 10 HP, much like in the dungeon itself. See, it's all internally consistent. Come on. Good. That means I should be able to do some more damage, though without the Octopath Traveler style boost, and it's not going to be as much as I want. Still, though, should be easy enough to get a win here. By the way, actually possible to lose this fight. I will add that in at the end of this cutscene. Uh-huh. Anyway, I did not even know that to one of the previous times I was trying to record this. Hey, I've tried to record this multiple times, which is why I've gotten a lot of practice on these puzzles. It's for the best. The problem is that what happened is after I get 6-7 hours into the run, I start to get really exhausted, and the commentary just goes into okay, gotta like make a raft here. Okay, there's a raft. I got the exit. We're good. Okay, now next level, and this is what you gotta do. So I'm going to try to avoid that. Maybe take a... Well, since you know that the game closes after each one of these cutscenes, maybe I'll be taking a lot more breaks just to make sure that it doesn't quite devolve into that. There are also a lot of puzzles that I have to go retry and everything, too. But anyway, hey, that just means that I got a lot of extra footage, right? So you can see some alternate dialogues and stuff like that. That's the way I'm going to look at it, at least. Yeah, I did get some kind of rare events in some of the previous playthroughs, so that's fun. Yeah, there are weird rare events in this game. There's a lot of weird stuff in this game. But thanks to being a few months after it's come out, yeah, like a good 6 months or so after the game came out, I do have... People have found most of the secrets or data mined them, thankfully. So I do know about most of the stuff. In fact, since the last time that I was playing this, there has actually been a new entire super difficult non-canon campaign, EX mode, added to it. So we're going to have to show that off, right? I've already done a few of those puzzles, and they're rough. But of course, that'll be after the regular game is over. In the meantime, come on, I got 2 HP left. Gray, please. Okay, one more hit. One more hit should do it. What is that? Is that a Bravely Default, I think, reference? I never played that game. I did play Octopath Traveler, which is why I got a comparison there. I actually really like the boost mechanic in that game. It made the fights a lot more interesting than, you know, your standard sort of turn-based RPG. By the way, I tried to figure out if there was an RPG release for the Game Boy that was in that style. First thing that I was thinking of was the Saga games, localized as Final Fantasy Legend over here in the US. And no, they just look like standard, well, like the older RPGs in the same style as, say, Dragon Quest. So there's a specific one being referenced there. I'm not familiar with it. Yeah. Might seem a bit familiar. Certainly it's pretty distinct hair. Okay, look, Gray, I know you're not going to leave, but I'm out of here. By the way, if you press down escape or just hold down escape for a couple seconds, you do just force close the game. Great for restarting cutscenes and also resetting puzzles. Resetting puzzles, if you don't mind the consequences for save scumming. There are indeed consequences. Yes, the royal version of it, as you would expect. Might have to show those off at some point. But for right now, the plan is to be going through. We'll save all of the secrets and Easter eggs and weird stuff, and oh, there's so many of them for later. There's still a lot of Sokoban puzzles to do. And I do like Sokoban puzzles. I already said that I played a couple other games of this style and channel, the Baba and Parabox. But of course, I also like showing off the entire game. They never get that hair. They never clean up that hair at all. It's always going to look like that for the rest of the game. It's an iconic part of the character. Ow. Huh, I thought you couldn't actually die in that section. Oh, gotta get the full content, right? And here's... you start to get a little bit more of the story, right? We've already seen in the memories. And so Gray slept so hard that the tree has withered and died. Wow. Well, let's get going. So that is the first section. You could even call it like the first world of the game in some way. Now we're moving on to the second one, which you might see this room looks a lot like the previous one that had an inscription mural in it. However, it's not quite as nice looking. It is certainly not. And this one, I actually do not know what it says. There's just way too many. There's way too many inscriptions missing on it. Could really only speculate. Hi. So, how you doing? Hey, Tail. Nope. Came here with some sort of purpose. And we don't know what that is. You can take a quick guess. I think first time I was playing this, the phrase lost soul really jumped out at me. And I was like, am I in hell? Is this hell? Are we doing an Orpheus story right now? And are we? That's to be seen. Yes. It's a creature of chaos, like a Castlevania. Okay, I don't think I think it's just called Dracula's Castle in Castlevania, but that's the phrase they use in Symphony of the Night. And there's where you get the reveal. They're eggs. They look like boulders, but they're not. They're eggs. Yeah, certainly probably doesn't have anything to do with me pushing them into pits or anything like that, I'm sure. You can. I'm not hearing anything. But also you might be wondering, no, you do not get a pause portrait. It seems like they mostly reserve the pause portraits for people that are captured by the dungeon, I guess as you could say. And not people that live in the dungeon, the denizens here, like Tail. Void Lords. Well, I guess somebody has to run this place, right? And indeed, I will. Well, we'll be hearing a lot about the Void Lords over the course of this. Much like in your Darkened Souls and whatnot, you might have a specific story that you're going for, but you learn a lot about the world around you just through talking to NPCs and sort of like, for example, those inscriptions and whatnot that I've seen already. Sure, like I said, comprehensive, right? Let me just put on the music. All 8 Void Lords. Ruled over this particular realm. So, like I said, I finished up the first section there. And as such, there are 8 realms, 1 for each of the Void Lords. So if you're wondering how the basic structure of the game is going to go, that's pretty much it. Judge of the Lost Souls. See, that sounded a lot like hell, right? Committed sin themselves. And this explains a bit why that inscription was so busted up in the previous room. There are not just 8 Void Lords, there are also traitorous Void Lords. Alright. And will any of those questions ever be answered? Maybe. There's still a lot of things that even I don't really understand about the game, so... But I can at least speculate. Speculation is fun. Me too. Great. Not to say that it's any more in disarray than, say, the first one there. I still have to solve puzzles. What do you mean? I've only met one Lost Soul so far, and she seemed pretty nice. I'm sure it's fine. Okay, and then also, you can make this area unwinnable if you feel like it for some extra dialogue. Hey, thanks. So, yeah, that doesn't really make too much of a difference, but hey, it's a thing you can do. And indeed, Tail's tail goes entirely throughout this entire realm. Sort of a nice thematic change up. But hey, we also get the third type of enemy in the game, I think? The Strange Smile. So this one does not just move back and forth like the other two that we've seen. This one actually is aggressive. If you get within cardinal directions of it, and that includes line of sight, even across pits and whatnot, it will charge at you. And as you saw there, it will charge at you in the same turn. So the immediate squares around it are still pretty dangerous. But unlike the Leech and Maggot, it will run into pits trying to get at you. So that at least can clear them out easily enough. And the other new thing that's introduced in here, glass blocks. Glass blocks get broken when you walk on them, well, after you walk off of them, but you can stay on top of one for as long as you want. It's only after you move off of the block that it becomes a problem. All right, now here's a good example of that whole 1x3 thing that I was talking about there. Lets me get the locust easily, and then one extra to get to the exit. That's another type of puzzle type that appears pretty regularly in Void Stranger. By the way, look at those caged up smiles. The off by one puzzle, where you got to figure out some way to pick up just one extra tile to be able to get to the exit. I wouldn't really say it's nearly as common as stuff that can be solved by the 1x3 or the raft, but yeah, here's another off by one type of thing. So you just got to grab one tile, and I can get over here easy. And then using the 1x3, go right back. So there you go. Yep, we are going to be learning a lot about the Void Lords here. Only got the name of one of them, Aeus. But eventually, the hierarchy of the Void will be laid bare. And it's pretty wacky. Let's just go with that right now. Okay, so if you just want to solve the level, easy. If you want to go and get all the prizes here, and I do, one, I want to grab this, so I can throw that down, and then there's the 1x3 that I crave. But that will be able to get me over here, and also just conveniently make a raft as well to be able to get anywhere else in the level. So, hey, here's like, yeah, I don't. With the chest there, it makes it a little bit difficult to do the whole 2x2 plus 1 and show what that kind of looks like. And really, you're gonna see it plenty of times later on. Don't worry, it's gonna happen. But I guess figuring out the exact motions that you gotta make there. Because that's the thing. By going around in a 2x2, you can hit, if you're going clockwise or anti-clockwise, you can hit any one of the outer edges to grab tiles. With the whole constraints of how everything works here. All right, number one thing, don't fall into the pit. But also, let's get over here. Use that one turn that it takes to turn around. And that will cover at least one more Locust title here. 14! Doing good, doing good. You can certainly start to run out of these things pretty quick. And what happens when you do run out of them? Well, hopefully we won't have to figure out for a while. But don't worry, you don't immediately get forced out of the game, forced to do everything over, unless you want to. But it is something that I want to avoid, specifically because one of the things it does is prevent you from getting memory crystals, or at least getting them as easily. So, since I want to continue doing that, since I want to continue getting that, I will eventually show what happens. But that'll probably be a bit near the end of the run here than anything else. Let's just go trap you over here. Can set that down. And the big thing, of course, that I wanted to do with this is get enough space to go out into the void and grab you. You continue facing the same direction after you push an object, whether that's a statue or anything else. Then I preserved all these glass blocks up here to be able to loop back around and actually get to the staircase. And that worked out pretty well. So hey, you remember how the Strange Smile works? It immediately lunges after you after you get within line of sight. Well, at least that makes it pretty easy when you have a big floor. Not going to be true other places. One of the more difficult puzzles that appears a few times in the game is making it so everybody is on glass floors, and you got to figure out a way to get rid of strange smiles and that, like that. That means that you got to walk around and you got to circle around in specific ways so that they follow you, and then as soon as the floor disappears, they will, trying to follow you, they'll immediately fall into the abyss. Yeah, just stuff like that. This one, not too bad, as long as you realize that you really only need to double back once. Although I just realized that we are looking at an off by one problem, and I just failed it. Whoops. Well, hey. It was going too well up until this point anyway, right? Anyway, I just want to make sure I got that down. And then now I just need to grab one more here so that I can do this. And from this point, grab you. That's going to be a common type of thing. There's one block, glass block, and then two other blocks, or I can just double back, then I can make this, and that will be a nice starter for a 1x3. Any of these blocks that I'm going to call temporary blocks, not be confused with a specific type of block that I will also call temporary blocks. Yeah. Can start to do that sort of thing too, but not really necessary right now to solve the puzzle. that was a different puzzle that I was thinking of when I was doing that there. Oh no, I'm already starting to confuse these because I've been playing this game way too much lately. All right, get out of there, you, and that makes it very easy, of course, to get back to the staircase. All right, but then, yeah, this could also be an off by one sort of problem too, just because that extra little... Oh, hey, here we go. Yeah, just because of that extra egg, but wasn't even really that big of a deal. So, like I was saying, glass blocks plus strange smile. Well, if you get them to follow you, the block's just going to disappear as soon as I walk past it, and that makes that pretty easy. And this is also a perfect time to talk about the fact that you don't actually have to pick up the blocks that there are memory crystals on. They can also just be broken. Ah, sorry, I need to cough there. So just by breaking them, you also get the crystal. And that's pretty handy. Here, on the other hand, this is another one of those off by one type of problems. Slam that down there. Solve it easy. And here, actually a very similar sort of thing again, but shouldn't be too much of a problem. You get just enough blocks to be able to circle around there. There was only one glass block left by the end of that, and by the way, they are glass blocks. Despite the fact that you might think they're ice, there is an NPC that refers to them as glass blocks eventually, so that's what I'm going with. Good start. Well, let's pick up one extra block just to make sure I can get out of here. Another one of these areas that's more of a restroom than anything else. Again, that's not what that means. That's a synonymous word with bathroom, but whatever. You get a free locust idol, and I appreciate that. So let's start out here with you, because all I really need to do is just go one forward, go back. Then I will probably, I can also just circle around here like this. Set something down. And then indeed go through the remaining path that exists here and right past that other strange smile. Yes, every one of the enemies in the game has the name Strange something. Hey, there's another good example of just automatically having a raft built for you, which sort of solves the puzzle just by itself. I'm fine with that. Also, something else you might notice, I do like to go and grab the farthest block from me possible, to preserve the amount of blocks that I have around here. It's not necessary to do that. I just do that anyway for no particular reason. Here you go. Here's like the 2x2 plus 1. So you do stuff like this. And that lets you move around wherever. Because just that 2x2 lets you look around to any particular edge of the square. Easy like. Okay, just get you out here. And then that strange smile will just run barreling off of the edge there, which is exactly what I'm looking for. And that sets everything else up nice and easy for me to get that 1x3. You know it. You love it. It's the 1x3. Another pretty simple, easy level. Simple, easy level. Oh, and then this. Yeah, this is... Okay. There is an entire explanation for what this is. That it's like... I said we'll save secrets and Easter eggs and weird stuff for later. Let's just say for right now, hey, what's going on? Let's just call it a strange light, I suppose. People dressed in white, talking about riddles. And it's gone. So that is, let's just call it a random event. And I'll cover all of those way later on. It's just that sort of randomly happened there for now. Well, here, let's go. Let's solve the puzzle here first to start with. And then, remember, you can always pick up the staircase. Also, buttons. When you have a staircase closed by a button, it looks a lot like the back of the memories here, doesn't it? Is that meaningful? I think so. Yep, that's Kirby. That is just Kirby. Kirby. Okay, everybody, be cool. Don't tell Nintendo. They're very litigious. Anyway, I get another picture of the princess there, too. Okay. What is going on with you? Do not walk into that staircase. I'm Gray. And this is my tale of being a stranger. Nah, don't worry. There's no monsters on this level. Nope. In fact, I did with the pit there and the staircase right next to you, you should be totally fine. Yeah, and she did say that she eats people. Though not as much anymore. And those things are just extremely dangerous. You talking about the strange smiles? They're like little blobs that just have smiles on them? Yeah. 999 damage. Also, before I forget, get the portrait there, too. It is a fancy dress. A lot? Hey, come on. I got like a cool cape and everything. And check out this pendant. It's an important wedding gift. Right next to me. Oh, you mean out of the dungeon entirely. All right, then, fine. But hey, that's 2 for 2 NPCs saved so far, so I'm doing a pretty good job. And then we get another cutscene here, so let's get some sleep and see what's going on back at the castle. Back in the sort of, well, hey, you know, RPG, pseudo-medieval times, they go together so well, don't they? Gotta make sure that I remember that it takes a second for OBS to recapture the game after I open it back up. So if you missed the first line of dialogue, that is my fault. Usually it's nothing super important, though. Are you telling me that some people are not big fans of the princess who beats up people at random? Nah, that can't be true. Hey, went extra Midwestern there. I think he might be being sarcastic. This place is very similar to the one where you find the Master Sword back in Link to the Past. Got the God Rays, the trees, everything like that. That means we are on to the third realm of the Void Lords. Level 57. And unlike last inscription room, this one is much nicer. You can actually read what it says. Well, you can't read what it says, but it doesn't have a gigantic hole in the middle of it. Alright, and then down here, get another statue. When I was first playing this game, I thought that the very demonic statues here were going to be representing the princess in some form of torture. You see how she's missing her stomach there. But no, I found out later, these are supposed to represent the Void Lords that are the rulers of each one of these realms. So the first one back at the very start of the game, and it seems like any one of the traitorous Void Lords are going to have theirs destroyed. But we also get new enemies. So this is the Strange Beaver. And you might think, that does not look like a beaver. Trust me, it's a beaver. We'll even have an NPC saying later on that it's definitely a beaver, okay? It's also going by the Steam trading card and everything. It is certainly a beaver. So just trust me on this one. Anyway, the basic deal with it is that it works a lot like the Strange Smile, where it will immediately start charging at you in the same turn that you move into line of sight. Includes over pits, but does not include if there's any walls in the way or stuff like another enemy or egg or whatever. But it will also stop at pits this time. Though, it will continue charging the entire time here until it hits a wall or a pit or something. It also takes a turn to reset its position, which is something that I'm going to use very often to solve a lot of these puzzles. And here, you can already get a pretty good example of exactly how they're going to work. So, get them. So as you can see, the turn that I get into their line of sight is the same turn that they start charging at me. I'm going to get you actually really close because you can also get them to run into each other. And that actually applies to every enemy. Although enemies will stop if they try to run into an already occupied square, they will, if two enemies try to occupy the same square in the same turn, then you actually are able to get them both killed. And that is going to be used for a number of puzzles. But here, really what I'm going to be doing is just trying to make sure that the beaver here is getting in a perfect position to have to reset while I kind of walk around it. Same thing right here, because by getting you over into this section, all I need to do is do that. Because, of course, this section's going to be a lot about buttons. Buttons, unlike the enemies in the game, do still work, do not have you go first. So you can't have a button right next to a door and then walk right into the staircase while it's still seemingly open. However, that means that it's a lot more difficult to try and get down the staircase in any one of the areas that has a button around here. Really, the only way you can do it is by trying to get an enemy to do that. Because although you really can't ever push down a button, enemies certainly can. And with the way that it's very easy to get the beavers to do exactly what you want to, as long as you know how they work, of course, you are going to be expected to try and get them to be the ones pressing that most of the time. Alright, so covers the two major type of gimmicks in this area. I don't think there's a third one. They had to get a little bit of a preview of the button at the end of the previous area when I was talking to that one NPC, but that was just as simple as getting an egg. Beavers are an entirely different thing. Oh, and this is also a good example of will not run over pits. That includes freshly created pits, like the ones that you get with glass blocks, but it also shows you that going down the staircase is a free action. You do not get immediately killed, even though you normally would there, trying to make that sort of movement around. Alright, so major type of puzzle we're going to see here. Trying to get the beaver to run onto the button. And as long as I line it up really nice, I'll also go grab this first, of course, it should be totally fine. The other thing is that as soon as I put this block down, it's going to start charging at me. But I had that in plan. I had that planned so that it would do that. One of the easiest ways to solve a level is just to have an enemy run onto a button that is just right next to a staircase. And one enemy that's going to be introduced later on will be a great example of that. So, this guy. Hungry Guy, as I like calling him. Third NPC we're seeing here. Asking for food. And, well, there's only one thing that I have that was described as being tasty looking. I have a locust idol. And this seems important, right? There's going to be something that happens if I give this guy enough locust idols. No. I did that so much. I purposely died in the dungeon just to go all the way back to the start to go and get more locust idols to try and feed this guy as much as possible. It does not do anything. It's not really supposed to be a trick or anything. In fact, if you pause the menu right now, this guy does not even get a portrait, which means that they are more of a denizen of the void than being like the other NPCs that I've met. So, although I could continue giving them a bunch more locust idols, there's no real point to doing so. Nah, I'm just going to go walk around him here. Could also push him into a pit, but we are saving all the NPCs, even if they're not quite NPCs. At least that's the plan here. And this is the perfect example of what I was talking about, where button right next to a staircase, then you just walk right onto it. Solves the puzzle immediately. And of course, there's no way that you can prevent yourself from going down a staircase or anything like that, so keep that in mind if you don't want to solve a level too quickly, which will come up. I do know there's at least one example of that. But here, this again is just the entirety. In fact, getting the memory crystal is almost the same as solving the puzzle just by itself, because this lines the beaver up perfectly for me to instead just kind of circle around, finish it up. And this is a super easy puzzle if all you want to do is just solve is just get to the exit, because all you got to do is just put the button right there and then walk right over to the staircase. You're done. But I can't quite do that really, because of course I am here to get all the locust idols. Not that it's too much more difficult, but still. Yeah, when you when you choose to try and feed the hungry guy a lot, like me, it's so suspicious, right? It really seems like something should happen, and no. In fact, there's even more reason. Oh, I forgot to grab the... No, wait, no, I would have been totally fine if I just circled around and grabbed the other block that was to my bottom right. Do this. Yeah. Well, anyway, we'll also see later on that there's even less reason that you want to give too much stuff to Hungry Guy. Now, don't get me wrong. This is the sort of game where there is reasons why that guy isn't just there to try and trick you into giving up Locust Tiles. No. There is a reason why that dude exists. However, it is not going to be coming up for some time, which is true for a lot of things. A lot of weird little mechanics here and there that are certainly not obvious when you first see them, but and you really got to search out to be able to figure out what they're even supposed to mean. Get a handy little loop-de-loop right here to solve that puzzle trivially. And my favorite type of bonuses, the ones where you solve one puzzle and you get both. Makes that nice and simple. So I do believe this is another one of those off by one puzzles. So I want to do something like this to make sure that I just have an extra tile here. And then as I go around here, first off, get you to start running. Like I said, all it takes is line of sight. As long as they can see you, even across pits, it does not matter. Then from here, it looks really close, but as long as you have one tile when you try to walk past the beavers, you'll be okay. And that gives me just enough space to run right out with my prize. Okay, so here. Going to definitely want to be quite careful with the beaver. All I really should need to do... Well, first off, let's actually put this over here just to be absolutely sure that I am not about to be making any mistakes. But all I really need to do is just have you follow me. And because it takes that one turn to reset, I have plenty of room to get down here. And as long as you got one tile, you'll be fine. One tile and an escape route, of course. Same thing. And then I can just go run right over here, grab this, do that, and staircase is right there. Don't even need to run in front of the beaver anymore. All right, and this is another perfect opportunity to show line of sight and how that entire thing goes. Because all I really need to do is just this. And solves that easy. Which is great, because it's not like I had a whole lot of other opportunities to be able to put down blocks anywhere. When you get a full floor like that, it's kind of hard to use the Void Rod to see that one turn reset. It's that important. Indeed. Here is a 2x3, which is perfect for tricking the beaver to run around me here. And to that end, similarly, I'm going to do a little bit of this, a little bit of that, because what I want to do is I want to really start expanding the amount of space the beaver has, specifically so that I can add even one more block in here. With even just a single extra block, and then to make sure that I can get out of here easily enough. With even just like a single extra block like that, that is perfect for running around. And I want to be a little bit careful, but that one is tricky. I think that might be one of the first really difficult levels to figure out. At least if you're trying to get the memory crystal. If you're just trying to solve it, of course, it's trivial, but, you know. We are trying to go for 100% here, right? So this is that 2x3, which is perfect for being able to trick the beaver and still go and get that locust tile. Of course, if all you want to do is just go finish the level, you don't even need to grab that locust tile. You just kind of walk around it and it's done. Same thing with that one, actually. Oh, this one. This also shows you that you do have a period right at the start of a level where enemies don't immediately start attacking you. So, for example, that one beaver down there didn't even really get a chance. From here, there's a raft, and then I can just use that to sneak right over here. Otherwise, I suppose there's other ways that you could do this level, but that one is so easy that... why not? Why do anything else? Lone birch tree, you know what that means. I'm going right back into pseudo-RPG medieval times. Seeing what's up at the castle. Although I think this one not actually in the castle. And remember to wait. You know, I am looking at the post-game summary right now for Void Stranger. I just have the pendant. 6 times here, the pendant achievement. Did you know that Steam can take away your achievements? If you were to, say, reset your save file or something? So, funny enough, 100% of people have the pendant achievement because people like me have gotten it 20 times. Yep, not even in the kingdom right now. And Gray is apparently pretending to sleep, which I understand. Trying to sleep while standing up is probably pretty uncomfortable. Not like she has a lying down sprite. Or not like she has a lying down sprite that isn't having been killed by an enemy in the Void Dungeon or having fallen into there after the first cutscene. Or that one where she was lying on her back after being defeated by Lily. None of these are very good lying down sprites, is what I'm trying to say. Other than that, as with all pseudo-medieval RPGs, we're going into the frozen area. Had no luck back in the Desert Kingdom or the World 3 Water Kingdom. Really, I can't wait until we get into the World 7 Pipe Maze Kingdom or the world with all the really big enemies. Even though that didn't make too much of a difference in terms of gameplay, as a spectacle, it was pretty cool. Wait, was that the Pipe Maze? I don't know, I'm forgetting my Mario 3 at this point. Just make sure the kings get their scepter back first. And no, that does not mean that we are talking about Mario here. That would be ridiculous. Mario used to own a castle back in Mario Land 2, which is appropriate for this game, you know, Game Boy themed and everything. But I don't think he was ever really declared a king. He just had a big house. I owned all the Mario Land games, and I played them a lot. Yeah, it is quite the nickname, isn't it? It's very Final Fantasy VI sprites when they get surprised. At least maybe that might just be general Super Nintendo Final Fantasy. I played Final Fantasy VI, well, in the last couple years. I should remember this better. Does Glasses Guy just do everything around here? Well, it is a pretty fancy stagecoach? Wagon? What are these things called? I can't remember. Which is unfortunate, because that would have really helped out in the Void Dungeon. Although that might be a little bit too powerful if you could just defeat enemies like that. And some Live Alive music here. Yeah, so, Gray. Maybe she doesn't actually need a weapon. I guess the dungeon enemies are just that tough. Yeah, I would say. Look at how big that sprite is. Look, I got like 2 guys around here, right? Oh, good. Well, fine. We'll go for the attack. Why am I playing as this guy anyway? Also, good job. It's funny that you're even on the left side of the screen, too. Anything? Great. And the other guy there, despite not even getting hit by Gray, died anyway, just from the shock of how powerful that strike was. That tea leaf? No, I know it was a very exciting fight. She did 99 damage in 1 hit, but this is not the time. And as it turns out, they were totally fine. Or not. Wow. You get that name there, which is also why I thought that the princess might have been related to the statues, but nah, I figure out pretty quick that they all look pretty different. So no, that's not what that's supposed to be. I was going for all the wacky twists. They keep trying desperately every single time that there's a big twist in a video game to guess it as soon as possible. Did not get the one in this. Or did not get that one this time. That's more what I wanted to say. But this mural is also interesting looking, considering there's monitor flickering back there with zeros and ones, and you can see like a button, a screw or something on the left side. Yeah, that's all you can see. In fact, for these broken inscriptions, you can actually do this. What? Full of a bunch of spaghetti and a computer monitor. So what does that mean? And obviously you can't do anything else with it, and I don't think you can ever do anything with that, aside from just break away the inscription if it's already busted up a little bit. But still, that's interesting. So another one of the traitors, Void Lords, so do not get any statue for them. Instead, just get a bunch of eggs and a really busted up floor. But new area means new gimmicks and new stuff like that. So let's get right on to it. So starting out, we are still going to be adding on every one of the gimmicks we've seen in each of the floor to the next ones. As you might expect, really. Actually, wait, I do want to go grab that chest first. Before I get too far into this here. Very nice. Alright, this is simple enough. Just gotta, don't walk directly down, because otherwise I gotta do this puzzle in a lot less clean way. That is something that I'd like to do for this particular video, if nothing else, is it's not gonna be the most optimized type of solutions for each one of the puzzles, but I'd at least like to get them mostly done in a reasonable amount of turns, right? Now this one is pretty funny because it's just, it will instantly solve the puzzle if you... Will instantly solve the puzzle, of course, if you are to just... Let's get over here and do that. If you are to just go through it normally. So getting the Locust Idol is really the only challenge there. Hey, new NPC. And although this looks pretty scary to go around right here, I can also just do this because I played this game a lot. And I know all of the cool strats. Speaking of getting things done a little bit easier, and unlike the other NPCs, this NPC is on the move and making these puzzles more annoying for me to have to complete. It's not that bad, really. But still, I'm going to definitely have to be careful. You know, I got that 2x3. That's really all I need to be able to deal with a beaver like that, right? And down here, oh, just some empty chests. And I'm starting to see just empty chests now. I guess it's a way for the developers to create a one-tile wall around here. They never contain anything, and I look all over at them, and it just never happens. You never get anything there. I've seen a couple people. Nope, got it on the second level of the dungeon. You didn't get one? You sound extremely trustworthy, but also before we do that, get the character portrait here. All right, yeah, take a look. And not so much introducing a bunch of new enemies or tiles to work with here. This one is just taking away the Void Rod to be able to do a lot more traditional Sokoban puzzles right now, which is an interesting way to do that. Although you might wonder, can you just not talk to that NPC and then instead just go and just push her right off the edge? And yeah, absolutely you can. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. You gotta get it when the leech is facing left, of course. And then not on this one because you see how the bottom ones are bumping together. They're gonna bump together a lot closer to me on the next pass through. So as long as I don't completely screw this up, like that, there we go. Get through here a lot easier. There we go. Yeah, but I am saving every one of the NPCs. Plus, you know, this is obviously the way that these... No, wait, I didn't actually want to do it like that. This is obviously the way that these particular puzzles are designed in the first place, to start with. And then, on top of that, we do get unique music track and everything like that. By the way, if you just want to, say, end this particular section quickly, the first time I played the game, I just walked right in front of the beaver there, and since that NPC is right about to walk into that space as well, they will both die, and she'll just drop the staff. But I'm trying to avoid killing NPCs, so we're not gonna do that. Alright, one turn to reset, as usual, because that makes that a lot easier. And now I do want to go up here so that I can get you out of the way, and I can make a sprint right over to the staircase. Oh, and here's a great example of how exactly NPCs work in Void Stranger, where, like I said, enemies will stop if the space they're trying to go into is already occupied. And surprisingly enough, they won't kill NPCs. What about that very first person that I saw that was about to have a leech run into them? I have never actually had the leech run into her. I don't really know what would happen if she would die or not. Here, I'm actually trying to make room for the NPC to run through so she doesn't break all those glass blocks down there. You're welcome, by the way. And she waits until I get on the button to go into the next area. It's pretty great. Even if you are at a pretty clear disadvantage right now, you are still helping her solve these puzzles anyway. Oh, I didn't mean to do it like that. One left from the center there. Here we are. And then this will give me just enough room to dash down there and have the strange smile deal with that instead. So from here, all I really need to do is get all of you to start chasing after me because, well, that even gets rid of two of them right there too. But that allows me to get through no issue at all. This room actually has bonuses if I had the void rod, but I don't. Wait, we haven't found out if it's called the void rod yet. Whatever. Look, that's the official name for it. It'll come up at some point. Hey, in the meantime, still got to make sure that I am helping out the NPC an awful lot by getting the beaver out of the way and whatnot. She is certainly not helping me, but what are you gonna do? So this one, getting the line of sight to work for me. And don't push that egg to my left down because I need this glass block to walk on. That gets rid of them easy enough, and timing with enemies again. Although I think that all I should need to do, what I really need to do is I need to make sure that, here we are. Yeah, this is perfectly lined up to get me through here without accidentally running into the leech, of course. There I would run into the leech. Yeah, I think I need to, like, knock the wall once to line things up properly. Indeed. There we go. And this is, well, look, like I said, not every puzzle, especially in a game with a life system like Void Stranger, not every puzzle is going to be the trickiest thing. This one is just a go through and push a bunch of eggs around. Well, still don't really get to take the short route the NPC did. And then that brings us here. Can't use the Void Rod, can ya? I don't know, you gotta like swing it in front of a block first to pick it up. Then you gotta maneuver around on the grid to put it back down. It's weird, but that's how the puzzles work, of course. Do you know that you're trapped in the dungeon here? Because all the other NPCs are trying to desperately look for a way out. I guess she also came here to, well, for treasure hunting, but still. It's not a very good place to do treasure hunting, I'll tell you that right now. It does appear to be hell. We do appear to be in hell. And then, of course, since I did the whole Zelda thing, if I pressed right now, I would push her into the pit. But we're not going to do that. Yeah, it's pretty good. Same thing again. That if you just try to turn to face her, you will instead punch her right into a hole. Like, probably. As it is, I've mostly just seen a bunch of locust idols and this one cool staff. No, it might only seem like that as long as you are willing to go back a little bit. It's actually quite easy to get around her. Though given that she did just steal from you, I can understand that it's like, okay, let's just finish up this section already. especially if you died a bunch of times in those previous levels, which I know I certainly did on my first go through here. Oh, it takes a while to really get used to the style of this game. And some ones that I just blow through, no issue at all at this point. Did take me some time the first time I saw them. But this is just the same as creating that raft type of structure that I keep talking about all the time, and then we're pretty much done. Here, you know what? Let's fill it out entirely. Make it nice and safe to go through here, except for the next person. It's pretty cool. Not to say that there's too much use in terms of excavating the actual tiles. It just does seem to be an endless abyss underneath you every time. Okay, well, that covers that. Like I said, no real... Okay, well, I guess there's one new enemy. The strange eye. That's what it does. It's pretty much a single tile that if you walk into it, you'll die. Doesn't move, doesn't attack you unless you run directly into it. It's not the most threatening of things. Oh, I suppose that unlike a wall or something, you can defeat it by pushing a boulder into it, so there is that. But hey, that covers, yeah, half the dungeon. That was section 4, and we got 8 Void Lords, so halfway there. But of course, first, gotta know what's going on back at, well, I say, you know, back at the castle, but they're dreams. This is clearly happening. These are clearly just past events. Not really too much in terms of getting locust idols or getting a bunch of the memory crystals there because I was missing the void rod. Just before zapping him with lightning. Which, yeah, that is pretty cool. That's all it takes to impress the princess, knowing lightning magic. Which that would be all it would take to impress me as well. Then otherwise we open up to the end of Undertale. Gonna have Sans coming right up from behind the pillar there. Would not surprise me at all if that was actually that was actually the inspiration the developers took for this, considering that back in ZeroRanger they put a very, very explicit Undertale reference into the game. And there is a mini boss near the end of the game, which after you finish it is just a skeleton that tells jokes, and the battle system is changed. The shmup section is changed to being very similar to Undertale in that way as well. One of the things that I do like is that even though they don't have voice acting in this game, you do still get a good idea of exactly what the characters sound like, just from the pitch of the sound effect, the pitch of the sound effect when they're talking. Very similar to Celeste in that way. Or Animal Crossing, I suppose. Everybody probably knows about that. Everybody probably knows that reference a bit better. Yeah, most people in court don't have nicknames like that. Or maybe they do? Maybe if you serve tea really well, you can become Jeff the Destroyer. I don't know. I don't know how royalty works. Oh, maybe. Just a little bit. And that leads us to the 5th realm of the Void Lords. Let's go take a look right now. This one, not a traitorous one, because the inscription room is pretty clean. I still know exactly what that says, and we'll get there eventually. Oh, the inscriptions, they are like a game-wide quest that you are supposed to be figuring out slowly over time, but I'm just going to save it for its entire, a section just by itself. And here we get the next Void Lord. Which, as you can see, I kept thinking that it's like, she's the demon princess, right? Is that supposed to be Lily? Like I said, being tortured in hell or something? It's like, no, it looks very different from the last statue we saw. But here, we started up and we got the new theme of this area. Enemies. A lot of them. Like, just a really huge amount of enemies all over the place. Which is, we've seen enemies other parts of the game, but let me tell you, not nearly as packed in here as we're going to see in this section. And I hope you have been paying attention as to how you should be manipulating them, because that is how you're going to be solving all of these puzzles now. And really, that first one, not too bad, because, hey, due to the whole Void Rod, I just could put down an extra tile there, and that made that pretty easy. You can see sneaking around enemies, trying to understand exactly how they're not bulls, they're beavers. They are beavers. I'm not kidding about that. And that leads us here. Which, sure, I can just go push the egg onto the button, of course. But, yeah, I do have a new statue in here. And this one is not just a, hanging around for decoration. After you defeat all of the enemies in the area, you're able to destroy them. And that is kind of the major theme here. Not just really packing them in. And if you didn't understand that in the last area, they give you this nice tutorial room to really show off exactly how it works. Funny thing is that all of the statues in the game do something. It's just what that something is not really clear immediately. Some of them, like that, very obvious. But we'll get to that later. In the meantime, this is a great example of the whole remember that you can put a block, or that you're still facing the block that an egg or statue or whatever was on after you push it. And that gives me the ability to set up a nice floor here like that. Because, of course, if you don't do that, then it's pretty easy to get the strange eyes on the side. Not so easy to get the strange eye in the middle, which is what makes that pretty difficult. Oh, and, you know, just thinking right now, I have not looked at the memories for a while. We got 16 here. Can go and get the next two of the pictures. Of which this is a really interesting one. Not the princess being on the swing. I mean, that's, but they're just kind of in line with everything else. 6/7/1995. And you go back and look at some of the other pictures. Yeah, this is some pretty modern clothing they're wearing, and also that is Kirby, so you know there's that too. These are not as tied to the story that we've been seeing so far as you might expect. Well, this one is a bit more, but those are also very modern looking stairs and everything. It's also the symbol that appeared on the gravestone back in the second cutscene. At this point in time, when I had unlocked that, I was wondering, what is this? Between the dungeon apparently having some sort of technological aspect to it, although what that actually means is still unknown. But also, in addition to that, you have stuff like these pictures, which are showing modern day images. What is happening, right? What is this supposed to mean? And we will eventually figure that out. Oh, here, let's just get this out of the way, because that's all I really need to do. And we'll just have to keep that in mind until it actually comes up in the story. My thought, I got a 13 Sentinel scenario. That, or everything that is supposed to be happening is supposed to be metaphorical. They are actually literal dreams representing actual events. You know, that's a pretty common video game trope, seeing something like that. Look at your Silent Hills and all that, for example. But as of right now, that's definitely something to remember. Well, anyway, pretty easy to get rid of all of them. It's just really testing your knowledge on trying to figure out how to get rid of enemies here, which is fine by me. Because I definitely know how to get rid of them. At this point in time, oh man, I know how to take out these enemies if you give me enough space and everything to do so. Alright, but still. Yeah, a lot of mysteries still yet unsolved in the game. You can start to make some guesses, speculation. I do love a good speculation when it comes to doing, well, pretty much any game. There's a good example of the enemies slamming into each other, but if I want to go get that Locust Idol, I do want to make sure that I grab one extra block so that I can get back there. But also, it's really all it takes. Especially the whole techno dungeon part, right? Does seem to be otherwise demonic in nature, as we've seen from the various Void Lords and how they're represented so far, but still. Throw in some binary code shining behind one of those inscriptions is very weird. Well, let's just keep going. As it is, I don't actually want to kill that enemy. Yeah, this is going to be testing your Sokoban abilities in addition to actually beating enemies too, because as I continue to utterly fail at that, because as soon as you push this statue up here, it's stuck. You are not getting that one back. Well, you're not getting that one to go and defeat any of the other enemies. And the problem is that that maggot over there, same thing if you were to push a statue there too. However, due to the whole enemies trying to occupy the same space, we'll defeat both of them. There we are. Provides a pretty simple solution. And then just remember you got the Void Rod. First time I was doing this puzzle, that was the thing that I got stuck on there, where it's just like, how am I supposed to get that statue over to the button now? It's like, right, I don't need to. I just move the button over to the place where I want it to be. Same sort of deal here. The quick kill, as it were, of course, is just immediately picking up. Yeah, not quite. It's just immediately picking up the block right in front of you there, so that the enemies will run into each other. The second one's not as easy, but should be able Should be able to get it right now. One of the big issues when you're trying to do these puzzles here are things like this circle here, because you just cannot get easily into that middle part. That's why you need to have the full floor that you can, so that you can get to each one of the edges, whether that is, and that is of course any square. Oh, hey, I told you this was going to be coming up more. And what better place than in the enemy defeating realm? So best way to start this, grab you, get you to follow me, and then this is another off by one type of problem, but if I grab one of the more permanent blocks around here, that also makes grabbing that real easy. Then just go over here, punch the wall, get the strange smile to follow me. No issue at all. This point though, a lot more classic Sokoban type of stuff, which is not that bad really. It is, of course, something that you can also even get rid of some extra statues to clear up space a bit with the Void Rod, but I don't need to. This should, that should work out just fine, just like that. And sometimes I just like throwing a classic Sokoban in here. Well, of course, that was the entire thing. Oh, I also want to grab this, because I'm going to... The big thing is that I do not want to have that leech and the grub die at the same time. That would be bad for me. However, if I just get rid of the leech myself, that's fine. Then here, remember, stay facing the same direction after you push a statue. I could not figure that out the first time. I remember getting out of this level and being like, well, I don't know how to get that chest. Now I realize it's actually surprisingly easy. So here, I feel like I might be doing something wrong with this puzzle, because that's the solution. I don't even really need to interact with the statue or the other beaver over there at all. It's quite simple. This one, make sure that you don't have these an odd number of blocks in between them, or if you do, make sure that before the other one finishes its charging, that you get the other one to charge back at him. Otherwise, well, gonna make the puzzle unwinnable. A very fitting puzzle for the enemy defeat area, right? All right. So, here is what we are looking at here. I need to make sure that I get rid of that strange smile first. And that means get over here, get you right in the corner so that you're not going to be in the way. Then I can remove this block, because walking in front of it should be able to defeat the strange smile easily. The other thing, though, is that I have to make sure that I think this will time out well. Yes, and then I can get past here, no issue at all, without running into the leech like that. And then, when the leech turns back around, bam! That nets me... Well, okay, it doesn't net me that yet. I need to put down the thing. Let's get rid of you. Set that back down. Grab me a new crystal. And then I just need to clear out this bottom row. Don't even need to worry too much about the maggot up there, or of course the many, many strange eyes that are around, because I don't really need to get rid of this statue, especially if I can just push it into a hole. It's still a statue. It's still like a physical object. Remember, and he's facing in the same direction. And the faster way to do that, of course, would have been to pick up a block first, but all right, so actually even more than that, let's just go get the permanent block. Why not? It's right there. I always feel better having a permanent block than a temporary one. Want to keep this strange smile alive, because of course I am going to need it to keep that statue on there. And more than that, let's also just go grab one block, because the thing is, I don't want that strange smile breaking this block either. That's where I want it to be when I'm ending this puzzle. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pick that up to get the memory crystal. All right, and hey, NPC. So before that, I'm going to go solve the puzzle here, just because it's fairly easy to do so. We'll get an odd number of blocks, which will have them run into each other over here, and that's pretty much that. However, that does reveal another another aspect, I suppose, of the enemy defeat statues, which I guess is what I'm going to call them. NPCs count as well. There can only be one person in the room before those get destroyed, which is not good for this NPC. And if I pause here, get the portrait. So, how you doing? What, the giant beavers? No. And, well, the problem is that it's her or it's me. And so I got Loke's titles. It's going to be her. And I'll be honest, I do not know if that is considered a good end for that NPC. She didn't die, and presumably the puzzle would have been solved, so she just would have left down the staircase, right? I want to say that's a good end. There is another way that you can technically leave this room, which might also count as saving the NPC, sort of. We'll figure out that a little bit later, though. First, do this. Also, there's a reason why I wouldn't want to use it anyway. Absolutely. We're going for an all cutscene run, after all. I'm going to destroy every one of these trees by sleeping so hard. There will be no trees left in the Void Dungeon. Which, I don't even know why there's trees in the Void Dungeon to begin with. So, that's really... You would expect it to happen sooner than later anyway. They're not getting any light. It's growing out of the infinite abyss. Yeah, it looks fine. I'm no expert. You know, I did say that never actually tame that hair, but I guess when she puts it in a ponytail. But as soon as she takes that ponytail off, it goes right back to looking like it always does. So yeah, it definitely doesn't... Okay. This definitely doesn't seem to be secretly taking place in the modern day. Still very weird, isn't it? And that's why, certainly at this point, I was thinking, metaphorical, symbolism, all that. Then get free movement, and there's something kind of suspicious over here. Yeah, I probably shouldn't read it. Although... Nah, you're right, I definitely shouldn't read it. Although... I did not get this the first time that I played the game. Just walked right out. So this is new content if you're watching this video after watching the original series. Not that it's super important or anything. Yep, well, already done. What are you gonna say, really? Of course, of course. Get to see that apparently the princess lives in a big old tower over here, which I think is very similar to Castle Figaro in Final Fantasy VI. I played that, okay, relatively recently. I should know that a little bit better. Of course, of course. By the way, it could just be any number of other castles that appear in RPGs, I suppose, right? What? What could it be? We'll figure out next time. In the meantime, though, we are on, what is this? Realm 6 now. Another of the traitorous Void Lords, though. As you can tell from the very busted up inscription over there. So, let's first off get you over here. Second off, I'm going to just immediately start by taking that out. Really, as long as I just say make sure that get you to instead run over on top of the staircase, I should be totally fine. Yeah, that'll work out nice. Grab that and take a look. You can also see the monitor pretty well back there too. I also know at some point, I remember, I don't know what exactly I did, but it also showed the other half of the inscription, and I do not remember what the deal with that is. And maybe at some point in time in this playthrough, I'll figure it out. Can also punch this, but this one's not even on. Still very strange, right? Okay, and then we'll go just get you out of here. As long as I run to the staircase fast enough, it's not really going to be a problem. So, over here, since the traitorous Void Lord, we don't get to see what they look like. Statue's just completely destroyed. Well, okay, there is a statue there, but that's not a Void Lord statue. You've seen what those look like. And no indication this time. Or is there? It sure is. Hi? Just saying hi. Also, you gotta move out of the way. I need to get to the staircase. Okay. Also, you can see on the side there that there are a couple more hungry guys just hanging around. I told you they weren't that special. You're just gonna see two of them later on anyway. Yep, see that right there. Yeah, and as Tails said, the Void Lords know how to get around the dungeon, so I guess this is a Void Lord. Yeah. I gotta say, given the build-up that the Void Lords got in this game so far, I was kind of expecting... It's a big magic dungeon. I was expecting some sort of omnipotent super beings, not a big head being like, quit bothering me. Sort of disappointing in that way, right? Well, certainly impressive in size, but, hey, okay, it's a traitorous Void Lord. Maybe the idea is supposed to be that... Maybe it's supposed to be that the non-traitorous Void Lords are way cooler and neater and... This is not setting a good precedent. Now that you think about it, you know the other NPCs that appeared in here? If what Tails said was true, and this is supposed to be a place where people judge the souls of sinners and stuff like that, they didn't even know that they were here because they were sinners. Or something. I'm starting to question the entirety of the Void at this point. No, I've been good about that. I haven't killed any NPCs at all. I guess I'm going to have to do so now, but we'll see. They're but fuel for Dees. Another one of the Void Lords? But yeah, if you're maybe just capturing people with the idea that they're supposed to be sinners and sucking the life force out of them, well, that maybe would explain a bit more. Well, as it is, the problem with using the smiling statues is that they do take all of your locusts, which is not a problem really, but they also send you down that many floors. So I would be going down 39 floors if I jumped into that pit right now. And I really don't want to do that. We are doing, comprehensive playthrough, right? So I am instead going to be nice and give them all to this guy. And that is all of the Locust titles I have. So at this point, nope. And just ignores me. But if I wait around, well, it collapses to start with. Then if I wait roughly 1 more minute. It was an egg the entire time. So I guess that's the life cycle of people around here. Random pit opens up, captures them, they get the life sucked out of them, and then turning them into the hungry guys here, and then once those hungry guys go hungry for too long, they turn into the eggs, which I guess hatch into monsters. How about that? Something that might not be immediately clear. Because it does take a while to happen, but that does keep my not killing any NPCs streak going. Right? Right? That still counts. Yeah, that still counts. Anyway. So, it doesn't even really matter how much you've sinned or not. You're just here as fuel for Dees. Not even really getting tortured all that much. You just kind of wander around until you either get killed by one of the monsters or just sort of starve to death. Yeah, they also maybe have given away all of my locusts. Not a great idea, but hey, thanks. So you get 1 free one here if you didn't happen to have any otherwise, which is good because otherwise that would just be, soft lock. Well, jumping then in front of the statue, that reveals the purpose of the smiling statues. You remember earlier when I said that the girl NPC, you could get out of that room in a different way. And I could have, but also jumped down 40 floors. Well, on the next floor here, do get another new enemy introduced. The Strange Mimic. As you can see, they move opposite horizontally, but the same vertically. And also, you can talk to them. No. I refuse. So this is... The thing with this is that you want to use the Void Rod to try and get rid of them. Because if you run into them, they will still kill you like any other enemy. And here's a great example of that whole turning around and raising the Locust Idol to the camera is not just something for show. No. It also spins your character around so that she's facing down, which is perfect for this. There we go, and I can go grab you. That's kind of a tricky one to get because that's a very weird, very specific mechanic that is not entirely obvious from the start of the game. But it is used in more and more puzzles as you continue on. Here, the inverted mimic, on the other hand, goes the opposite, both horizontal and vertical. And then there's also a third type of mimic that opposite vertical, but the same horizontal. They're all used in the exact way that you would expect them to be. Of course, you don't always want to defeat every one of them because, well, buttons and forcing you to have them way down buttons is going to become a more and more common type of gimmick going on here soon enough. Also, you can get them what I like to call desynchronized from you if you're pushing around statues or if you've got uneven walls that you can push them against, and that is very handy for solving a lot of puzzles too. So for example, yeah, there might be an egg there that they clearly want me to use to solve the puzzle, but I got the Void Rod. Why not, right? And despite the fact that you cannot step on a button that's right next to a staircase and go into the staircase, because you act before enemies, that means all you gotta do is just have the button, is have the mimic on the button and the cardinal, and one tile any cardinal direction from you with a staircase that's already open, and, well, you just walk right into it, no problem at all. So stuff like this, for example. Well, not like that, but stuff like the last one, for example. Okay. Fortunately, due to the big head Void Lord, I am kind of without... let's let you go here. Without too many Locust Idols. And one of the fun things about Strange Mimics is that they don't really have any protection against dying. And if they try to enter the same square as an enemy, well, it's the same thing as any other enemy that exists, for example. Which means that, for example, if I pressed up there, it would have immediately ran into that leech and died. And if I don't have that mimic, then I lose. And that's bad. But as long as I play this careful, it should be okay. That also counts for pits because the strange mimics don't have that recovery time for doing pits, which means that if you accidentally have them fall into a pit, well, you're done. Right? It's very frustrating in that way. Let's make sure that you are kind of out of the way because I need to be very careful with how I did. Ah! I already did it. I knew I was gonna do it too. It's like it was right there. It was right there, and I was so close, and yet here we are. I knew I was going to accidentally do that. Well, don't have a whole lot of Locust Idols left. Let's make this one good. Honestly, though, I could also just... yeah, of course, desync you like that. And get you, like, vertically desynced, too. Which would really help for this sort of thing. Having to pay attention to two characters, make sure that I don't just run directly into the... actually, no, I don't want it like this. What I want is I want you to do a little bit of this sort of stuff. Yeah, there we go. That'll do. No point in picking up the Locust Idol then either. All right. So, from here, just gotta make the circle around. I gotta do that in a way where I am not going to die. And maybe more importantly than that, this is also another one of those off by one problems, so that I need to get just one tile, and that should do it to solve this puzzle here. Hey. All right. Here's where it is kind of scary to try and go and get that memory crystal. But again, this is an off by one problem for the most part. Well, sort of. Sort of? Okay, it's not really. But here, despite being a symmetrical room, as long as I got rid of the glass blocks right to the left and right of those statues, can get rid of you immediately, which is pretty handy. So from here, it's not so much that I need to have the 1x3 vertically, but here what I can do is grab that. Now I can make a 1x3 horizontal, grab you, and still get back to the staircase pretty easy. Now, the only really difficult part of that... Oh, hey, and there's the one that moves opposite vertically, but the same horizontally. I am not. I know exactly what I'm doing. Well, anyway, it's the Void Rod. Yeah, the only real reason that one puzzle in the previous room was scary was because, well, I, of course, was very low on locust idols, and do not want to have to restart a whole lot of these rooms. Big deal with this one is that you do not want to accidentally do that. Do exactly what I just did right there. Either push something in front of the staircase, which will, of course, lead to me making this an unwinnable puzzle, or push something in front of the memory crystal so I can't get that. It's otherwise really very simple, because you just gotta resync up here and do that. I'm gonna tell you. How's it going? Nope, not at all. In fact, I think that at this point, I should probably be getting two more. We're slowly starting to unravel the mysteries of the memories. And by unravel, I mean it's actually causing a lot more mysteries to happen right now, but, well, what are you gonna do, right? Would love to be able to solve some of this stuff, but if anything, just more confusing. Done. Okay, that gets rid of that. This room is specifically set up so that you will hit the back of this chest 3 times. Now, they do explicitly tell you about this trick later, but they also created this room to try and get you to do this. Now, here's the thing. What you have to do is after you hit the back of the chest 3 times, you also have to wait. But, you know, since I know about that already, how many people are actually going to figure out this trick in this room? I don't know. But they did try to the developers tried to set it up. So this is the ideal way that you would learn about this in-game, except for the very explicit hint of that later. And that really solves my locust idol problem here otherwise. Which is great, but you know, I don't think anyone figured out that way. But there's no other way that would be set up like that otherwise, right? Well, anyway, now we're back up to 6 locust idols, and I am looking good. So yeah, you can do that with any chest. Just hit the back of it 3 times. It's not just that one, but of course it's not possible to hit the back of the chest every single time, all that sort of stuff, so it's not something that is extremely useful in every circumstance, but that's where you're maybe supposed to learn it. So many secrets and hidden little things in this game. But okay, right here, remember, you move first. And that includes pushing statues into people. Not that I think that mimics can push statues into me anyway. It would be pretty hard to line that up regardless. As it is though, let's go make sure that the mimic is okay. And then really all I need to do is just get it, like about here should do just fine if I go and grab the staircase. Because all it has to be is just next to me when the mimic, of course, steps on the button. And because you act first, that's the act first thing is so important for these mimics. That is an essential part. Well, yeah, but I'm not gonna go into that hole. You are. I'm out of here. All right. Yeah, it's an essential part to the mimic experience, knowing about you acting first, because otherwise Oh, you got to be so much more particular with how you're putting down staircases and whatnot. Right, do that. But then I don't want to immediately go up there because it'll also just push the statue right off of that. I also want to make sure that I don't move too much because otherwise I will destroy the floor for the third mimic. This second mimic, the mimic in the middle there, they're gone. They cannot survive. However, that third one, you might notice, is actually in the middle of their arena. So if I just do this, that makes everything a lot safer. These mimics, they are something. And here, it's completely impossible. This is just an unwinnable puzzle. Actually, technically, I believe that if you do some really weird, very much unintended sort of glitches because of the whole you move first thing, like do this. There's something, and if you like tap really fast or something, you can actually get it desynchronized, but that's clearly not intended. I've just seen that in some like speed run videos before. Or, well, not speed run videos, but weird secret things you might not know videos. Nope. Unless you cheat. I'm not going to cheat. Just thought that was interesting knowledge to say anyway. Well, I did in the sense that I played this game before. I'm doing pretty good. Sure, I had to give up a lot of locust titles. A lot of them. Several dozen, but it's fine. Think we got a pretty good idea of who that is. I believe in you. Explodes. But that leads us right to the end of this section. 2 more realms remain, but first, we got a cutscene. Feels safe when the two edges on the side here are absolutely going right into the void. Well, whatever. You don't accidentally roll over in your sleep. Don't worry, it's fine. You know, now that I think about it, they do. Gray does actually have a sleeping animation whenever you open it back up. Whenever you finish one of the cutscenes, they could have just used that. No, that would look stupid in the carriage. I think this is the first time that we've seen the symbol for the kingdom. The 6 wings? Leaves? I don't know. That comes up a few points in the game. Nothing particularly important, but still an interesting background detail. Well, there's also the slightly smaller ballroom, if you want to go to that one. And, of course, the slightly larger ballroom. No wonder this kingdom is having issues right now. Well, we'll see if you even get a chance. Because, oh boy, here it comes. So, I have gotten quite a bit of practice on this. Because it's a rhythm minigame. That's right, outside of the Void Dungeon might have Sokoban, but outside of the Void Dungeon, we have everything else. Come on. No wisecracking when I do this perfectly, right? Not that I'm particularly good at these sort of games. Rhythm games not really too bad, but games that require sound cues, on the other hand, terrible at. Hate them. Could not play Crypt of the Necrodancer because of that. Come on, doing good. Just want to make sure that I don't hit it too early. I always do that. Gotta impress 99 nobles and the queen to be able to get the Moonstone, right? Final Fantasy IX references. Good. I didn't even like that game that much. But that Moonstone is extremely valuable, you know? There's only like 2 in the entire game. I screwed up that first part of Final Fantasy IX so bad the first time I played it too, because I think I just had my fingers on the wrong buttons like the entire time. Doing good. Come on. Don't get perfects or anything. Only okay. It's a mini game. It's not really intended to be an entire thing. Yeah. Doing good. Oh, it's going on so much longer than I thought. Hey, perfect. Nailed that one. I know everybody's very impressed that I got the rhythm mini game in Void Stranger done perfectly. Yeah. Slightly alternate dialogue too. Normally she's like, good for a first time. Like that matters. I don't know, maybe there will be something way later in the game or whatever. It's like, hey, you got perfect on the dancing mini game. That means here's I don't know, 10 Locust Idols. Who knows? Certainly the fact that I've done it like 10 times at this point did help. Could probably also just go grab out the alternate dialogue for failing it a few times. Also probably something, I'm sure, for doing every single one incorrectly. Look, I'm going to put mostly in the title. Mostly the entire game. I think that should cover anything like that. No, do I need to do it again? Because I did it so well the first time. What does it matter? Okay. Section 7. This is when things start getting pretty rough. Well, not at the very beginning. Of course, you had the inscription room and the statue. For now... Here we got the Void Lord, this upcoming section, and here's where we get the introduction into the first new gimmick here. Well, the first new enemy. I suppose not really a gimmick. You can consider enemies to be gimmicks, I suppose. But I'm going to get you nice and close because the strange octahedron... Yeah, that's right, we're going from strange beavers and whatnot to just geometric shapes. I don't know. Is pretty difficult to deal with. If there is a path that it can get to you, it will go towards you until it kills you. Now, when you're very close to it, you can just sort of have it follow you around, which for this puzzle is pretty helpful. But it also will stop if it does not have a path to you. So unlike the strange smiles and everything, it will not just run off a ledge. everything up until this point, and this is another good example of the turning around while... Yep. Turning around after opening up a chest here. Every other enemy up until this point either had a set pattern or was based on line of sight. This is notably more difficult to deal with. So we're just going to grab that here to start with. What I really want to do is I just want to make sure that... get you really nice and up here. I mean, it is easy to do this sort of thing to make sure that they only advance one singular block at a time, but that's not always possible if, for example, there are multiple loops that it can use to go and get around to you. Still, though, that will work out just fine. Got it trapped over in that corner. Just giving myself just enough space, because you do have to make a lot of moves to be able to double back and grab another tile sometimes. But as long as you have enough space, it is very much possible to just make sure that you can get them out of the way, which is pretty handy. Stuff like that. Of course, there are other puzzles which are not nearly as nice when it comes to being able to let you have enough room to make the strange octahedron pretty trivial. However, here, funny thing is that the strange octahedron and the fact that it will follow directly behind you is going to be pretty useful for getting onto buttons, because, of course, buttons require you to have enemies on there, and this is a very predictable enemy as long as, you know, I don't have to do anything more specific than follow a path. Get you way over here. Same thing, because of course I had to spend many turns going up there and getting that Locust idol, but that is fine. Oh, I should be using the knock on the back 3 times at this point, now that I know about that. But also, it's fine. I'm doing fine. So, other new gimmick, and this one is the big one that will haunt you for the rest of the game. These guys I like to call vengeance statues. What do? Well, when you use the Void Rod, that is at all, picking up blocks, putting down blocks, whatever, they will activate. And what happens if they all activate? So, there have been a few different ways in this game that have prevented you from using the Void Rod, whether that's just from the level design or whatever. But these ones are the hard Void Rod usage prevention. I don't know what you call it. And because of that, they're using an awful lot of puzzles just purely to prevent you from creating like a raft structure and whatnot, like I like doing. This next one, though, you get a new type of block. These are what I like to call temporary blocks. You can walk over them once. They got like the alchemical symbol for the sun, gold on them. You can walk over them once and they change to that symbol then. And if you were to walk over it a second time, yeah, it's like a glass block that still stays there, so it doesn't create a hole that you can put another block into. And that is difficult to deal with. However, enemies still count them as floors. So even strange octahedrons will consider there to still be a path to you, for example in this level. And you can kill them that way. Which, while handy, another good example of that, which while handy is still, it still requires a lot more than just having an enemy follow you if it's not a strange octahedron. These ones are, like I said, by the way, think fast. Or, once again, you don't, it's a turn-based game, but you know what I mean. There we are. They're just a more difficult to deal with glass block. Because they still remain a hazard. And they still hang out there. And for example, here I don't want to kill the enemy. So they actually provide an extra hazard there too when you got buttons in play. Hey. Yeah, well, if you didn't know how the vengeance statues work, now you do. Well, you will after this level, certainly. Alright. Now we're starting to combine them. Yeah, we're getting pretty late into the game, so it's no surprise that, of course... Yeah, get over here, you. No surprise that we are getting the really tough enemies in here. And as long as I only have to go down a straight line, it's totally okay. But hey, one of the handy things is that if you get rid of all the vengeance statues, you don't have to deal with the whole gimmick anymore, which makes something like this extremely easy. However, oh yes, there's even more little tidbits about this. You see how there's the statue activated right next to me? Well, you might think, oh, I'll just get rid of it. Nope, another one of the statue takes over. And yeah. So as long as they're not activated, or you can get rid of all of them at the same time. For example, they're all on temporary blocks, and then temporary blocks, as long as they're contiguous, will all activate at once. But, well, you know. Easier said than done, I suppose, right? You get so many statues in here that it doesn't really matter as far as Void Rod usage goes. And this is one that you're going to be seeing an awful lot. Just the single Vengeance statue in a way where I cannot get rid of it. So this is just, don't use Void Rod doll. You're doing classic Sokoban here. All the most difficult things. Okay, and here if I just try running in front of the beaver will activate the blocks, and there's no way that I can't be standing on one of the temporary blocks, which is what I like to call them, even though you could really consider glass blocks to be temporary blocks too. Whatever. But yeah, there's no way that I can't be standing on that, so, well, kind of forced to go down here instead. But if I do so, I can go and grab this, circle around, get the strange smile to get rid of all of those blocks, because like I said, contiguous. As long as they are contiguous, they will be gotten rid of. Which is great for clearing out a huge mass of them if they, say, are clogging up the floor in one way or another, right? But it's easier said than done, of course. So here is actually pretty similar to just a glass floor puzzle, because you just can't walk on them more than once, right? But still, as long as I do it like that, easy. Okay. Here's just don't use the Void Rod, and use the fact that you can only step over these once to get rid of everything. Not too bad at all. So thankfully, these are pretty easy puzzles to start out with. Really ease you into it. Although something like this may be a bit less so. Although there's very few moves, and this is going to be for a lot of later puzzles. When you only have so many moves that you can make, you can kind of plan things out easily. Easily enough. I don't know if I would quite say easily. Well, that makes that easy. But I also want to get rid of you two as well. And since there's already a statue on one of the blocks, it's already used. It's already the four-pointed circle type of thing. I don't know what that one is. I know that the circle with a circle around it is the sun or gold. Thank you, Noita. Oh, this is a good example of you don't want to try and get rid of every one of the statues each time. Sometimes you just want to deal with the fact that you only have so many moves you can make with the Void Rod here. There's 4 chests. That is a good amount of chests. I think it goes without saying. Okay. So, for example, we can go and take a little bit of that. I did it. Okay, come on. Stop. I gotta stop embarrassing myself here. This is just getting ridiculous. So, we do it like this. Hey. And then I can take one more block and put it here to get rid of all of them at once. And that does not activate their effect, thankfully. I don't know why I screwed that up twice there. Once you know what you're doing, it's not a difficult puzzle, but somehow I still decided throwing around blocks kind of at random was a great idea. Anyway, 4 locust idols. That is, you don't see that very often. Or pretty much at all. But that covers that section. Can be pretty difficult, but hey, at least they give you the 4 Locust titles if you're willing to solve the puzzle at the end of it. So there's at least a bonus there, I guess. 196, and one more section to go before we hit the bottom of the dungeon. How are they gonna mix things up this time? Oh boy, maybe the most difficult mechanic in the entire game. But first, what's going on back at the castle? Got any more mini games for me to ace? Got the OBS taking a long time to recapture the game. Some points I'm just cutting out when it's taken like 30 seconds or so to be able to recapture the game. So it just sort of looks like you suddenly go to the next scene because it takes so long. Well, that's what happens if you have a game that closes very often. Not a usual occurrence, but it does happen. That's Kingdom of the Symbol. The symbol of the kingdom there. There you go. I think it's a nice dress, but as I've said before, I'm also no expert. No, my achievement. No, I still have the achievement. For now. So many plots and ploys on all sides. Continuing on, though. Can't even look at this inscription. Just block it right off here. Why? What does it say? I actually have no idea what it says. And I guess I'll never be able to find out unless I do some sort of, I don't know, editing of the game files or something. And even then it probably just says, hey, you cheated. Well, that's the last Void Lord. And here, well, we really start to get into the true void now. For the rest of the levels, I'm gonna have no walls. It is all just happening purely in the void. And my favorite mechanic, this block. So what is this block? Well, that is the alchemical symbol for the Philosopher's Stone. I think it's called the Squared Circle. Thank you, Noita, yet again. And when you walk on it, you get a cool black lightning effect. But then it spawns this. There's an enemy called the Shade. The Shade will follow whatever movements you make. Can't use the Void Rod, though. It just follows your moving around. It's still an enemy, so if you try to walk into it, it will kill you. But if it dies, for example, falling into the abyss after you walk on a glass block or a temporary block, or after you, here to start with, after you, for example, try to an enemy kills it. Okay, that's what I was trying to think of. Well, then you'll also die, making this very difficult to deal with. But as long as you know, if you have that raft type of structure that I talk about a lot, it's not too bad, because of course the Shade always has to trail behind you, so you might not be able to just go backwards at any point in time, but then you usually have, for example here, enough floor to be able to get anywhere that you need to anyway. This does prevent you from doing the 2x2 plus 1, but 2x3 still works out just fine. So first off, let me just try and get you trapped down here to start with. But to get to any one of the edges, you just got to change the direction that you're going. So here we got clockwise, and then if I just go like that, now we got anti-clockwise, and that'll hit all of the other edges of the rectangle here. Still, though, you have to be very Still, though, you have to be very careful not to accidentally, for example, walk backwards at any point in time. And also that you have enough space so that the Shade can move around. Having 2 shades, surprisingly enough, is pretty much the same as having 1 shade, due to the fact that you do need at least 4 blocks to be able to turn around entirely. However, 3 shades is where things start getting difficult. Oh, and I suppose this is a great example of just... yeah. It is rough to deal with, and for the most part when I was playing the game, I did not want to have to deal with shades at all, because they are so difficult to do. You'll get one of the easier puzzle solutions when it comes to buttons, though, as long as you have the staircase directly next to the Shade. You just walk right onto it. That'll be used for a few things here. And I'm sure, as you've already seen, you create multiple shades by walking onto the squared circle, or alchemy block, as I will also call it a bunch of times. Yeah, if you're keeping track of what I call things, glass blocks are glass blocks. But then the circle blocks are temporary blocks, and these are alchemy blocks. And I will interchange, and I will use... look at how minimalistic these levels get with what I was talking about there. And I will use all of these terms interchangeably, randomly, whenever I feel like it. I don't know why, I just do. But anyway, you can pretty easily create a raft here. And this is actually the perfect time to learn how to create a raft, really. Because there's not a whole lot else you're going to be able to do in this particular level. Pretty much the one thing I would say with using the shade blocks is that... oh, that's also another one that I'll call them, I guess. But don't create a shade unless you are, 1, forced to, which some levels do. and you are absolutely sure that you have the puzzles pretty much solved. For example, here. Because they are difficult to deal with otherwise. So here's, like I was talking about, 2 shades is effectively the same as having 1 shade due to just the... actually, I don't want to do it like that. What I want to do is flip directions and grab this instead so I can put it down there. Now we just kind of do that until I am able to get to that sweet memory crystal. So again, got to make sure that not clockwise, I want to go anti-clockwise. So that just means passing through the middle, and that will get me going in opposite direction. And I can still make rafts and everything, it's just they have to be slightly bigger, and then increasingly bigger as you get more shades. But it still all works out just fine due to the way that the game, well, functions. The big thing, though, is that you know how you have to be facing a specific direction, even in the first place, to get blocks and whatnot? Well, this just kind of limits that in an interesting way, I think. Though, of course, a very frustrating way, too, at the same time. Because at any point, I could accidentally just, press the wrong button and walk directly into the shade. You can't recover from a shade in the same way that you recover from a pit, for example. Just gotta get, like, 1 more over there, and this should be fine. But yeah. I guess the rule of thumb, generally, that you want to do is, and here, on the point of not creating shades if you don't have to, the rule of thumb is make a circle. Or as I like calling it, a circuit. So that you can run around creating as many shades as you might need to do stuff and all that sort of thing. And that is going to be the way that you solve a lot of problems that include the blocks here. And you can just I can make one right now. Well, I want to make sure it's not attacked by Well, I want to make sure that it's not being attacked by the leech. That's not really that much of a problem. They're very predictable, of course. Then let's go... See, using circles like that, and like this, because this will create that second shade that I'm looking for, and let me get to the exit pretty trivially. So you do have to make sure that you have blocks also in very particular places, so that you can make sure you can even pick them up in the first place. That means that if you have a big straight line of blocks that you're going to be going down, that you have the block that you want to be there at the end of it. So, for example, if I want to pick back up the staircase, I have to make sure that this is a big circle that goes clockwise, not anti-clockwise, because otherwise, as soon as I start going up here, I'm facing this direction. I'm not facing the actual staircase there. Hopefully this isn't making any sense. It's kind of a tough one to explain, I feel like. Unless you played the game for a very long time. Get rid of you first. I could have probably knocked the back of that. But we are actually getting to a specific point in the game. Like I said, this is the final section. And, well, I'm kind of committed, right? So, even though I don't want to do that, they give you the exit right there on this giant lung structure, I guess. But, this is actually a place where I don't really want to be getting a lot of locust idols because, well, there are 2 endings here. First ending is just beating the game normally, as you would expect, I assume. Second one, though, is using all of your locust idols. So I am going to, although it's not, necessary, we can just continue on with the game. For the sake of doing comprehensive content and everything like that, I am going to probably run into a pit 19 times here soon enough. Because I think it's important to show. It's a pretty good bit. This is why I want to do that. Alright, we can just go grab... Well, although I do have a bunch of shades here, I don't necessarily need to put a... Just do it like this, too. I have more than big enough floor to make that work. Oh, this puzzle needs to be dealing with strange octahedron and also shades. Just kidding, it's already solved. Anyway. Yeah, not every one of the puzzles is... Just because you're given a shade block doesn't mean that you need to create a shade every single time. Sometimes it is very much just easier to not do that. That's why you really want to look at the puzzle and see, okay, when am I absolutely forced to create shades? For example, to push down 6 buttons here. Oh, and similarly, this is that whole simplest puzzle solution. Bam, 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 done. But of course, that might not be immediately obvious as you're playing the game here. This is also, we're bringing back the strange octahedron to show off that shades block line of sight. Now, that's not going to stop a lot of other enemies that will charge at you or whatever. The beavers, for example. I walked backwards. I told you that I was going to do that accidentally. It's not going to stop beavers. Well, it might stop their initial charge, but it won't stop them after they start charging, and then they will kill the shade and consequently kill you. But since the strange octahedrons need to have line of sight, that's good for dealing with them. Oh, there's a nice quick way that you can just get through here, but I suppose I can't really do that this time exactly. That's fine. Here, I have a large enough circle, can just do that sort of thing. And I just need to make sure that we get right up here, get the thing, and... Well, no, I shouldn't do that. I don't really want to... The thing is, I don't want to move around the buttons too much, because I'm going to have to go and undo all of that to solve the puzzle, but let's just do it already. Okay. Past here, we can just go and unsolve the puzzle, like I was saying. And then the quick strat, if you don't care too much about getting the... Oh, wait, yeah, I also do need to walk on this, too. The quick strat, if you don't care about getting the crystal, is just... Well, you just grab the staircase, put it on the top part. Well, you walk around all of the shade blocks, put the staircase on the top part there, walk around on the buttons, and you're done. It's very simple. I'm sure I'll get another opportunity to show that off at some point. So, what we are looking at here, need to have... Yeah, this'll work. Or, no, that would have worked. If I did it right. But anyway, all I need to do here is just have a 1x3, which is actually as easy as doing this. I don't even know why I did that before. Are we finally getting to the point where I'm starting to forget some of the strategies when it comes to doing this? Although, you know what? Let's even restart that one more time, just because I want to be able to... It'll be a lot easier. I can still do this once I create a raft, which will be in about 5 seconds, but it's way easier if I push the statue right there to start with. And then I do not want to create shades. And you might be like, why not? Well, obviously you never want to create shades. But even more than that, there is another reason at this point in time. The kill all enemies statues that you see over there. Yeah, those ones, you know. They actually do not disappear. They still count shades as enemies, along with NPCs and whatnot. So, that's extra reason why you do not want to create shades in this level in particular. But with that, got staircase down, and again, an extremely minimalistic sort of puzzle. Well, hey, if you didn't get the 1x3 before, you're certainly going to get it past this point, because that's kind of the entire thing. You're just going to be using all of the blocks that exist to form this structure, maneuver around and although it might not be obvious at the very beginning here, this is pretty much the only way you can move around the level. Would highly recommend not creating a shade here, given just the absolutely minimal amount of things you can even do in the first place. But what we can do is go over here. Even like pick this up. And all you need is that button right next to a staircase to make this work. And as soon as I get back to the shade block, might have taken a little bit in this room, but hey, there you go. it is a pretty easy solution. Okay, so we got a shade block, which can block line of sight on the strange octahedron. The octahedron, obviously. But we are also in a circle, which makes that pretty difficult just by itself, because the octahedron will always have a way to come at me. So what do you do here? And it might not be immediately obvious, is the problem. No, I'm just kidding. It's a very easy puzzle. But still, okay. Well, here immediately you can go and create that rafty raft sort of structure. Can even just kind of go over here. Although I do need to be able to get back as well, of course. From here, I can just do this sort of thing so I can grab the rest of the required nonsense. I can do it like that. I can do that. As long as I have a circle, we can just kind of 1, 2, and simple as that. Okay, and now this is I think this is actually the last normal level. So this is actually a good time for me to dump all of my locust idols, because we want to get the no locust idols ending here first. Well, the dying ending. I can finally show off what that looks like 221 floors into the video. But anyway, just kind of, thankfully the shade does make that pretty easy, since I just, left, up, right, left. It's not like there's a particularly easy way that you can get rid of all your locust idols after all. They're your lives. And trust me when I say that the game very much intends for you to be getting this ending first as well. So getting it right now, I think, is... It also does unlock stuff and things like that. So there's a number of reasons why you'd want to do this, even if you happen to be playing this exceptionally well on your first go. Well, let's start here. Got 0, so... You've fallen. Much like in the RPG cutscenes, still remains here when you run out of HP. And then we get this friendly character. Hi. Fuzzball, Fuzzball, I like to call him. Yep, haven't been here before. Well, okay, yes, I have, but I haven't been here in this playthrough. Absolutely, as we saw in the opening cutscene there. So were you watching me run into that shade 19 times and we're like, what are they doing? You're right here. You're not even trying to solve this puzzle. Whatever. I do, absolutely. It would be kind of ridiculous. If you can say no. You can say no, and that will send you all the way back to the brand screen. You'll be forced to then choose a new brand, or I guess the same brand if you want to, and do the entire dungeon over again. Yeah. However, that is, well, it's not like you'd rather continue. Thankfully, Fuzzball here has the exact thing for that. So thankfully, even if you run out of lives, it's not the worst thing. You can still get to do the puzzles. Absolutely. Good sprite. So Fuzzball throws down a fruit here. This fruit is an orange. It's an orange. Oranges are a big thing back in ZeroRanger. They represent all of humanity. Every one of the loading screens after you lose a run has some sort of fun orange fact, like orange peels are edible. They're not. They try to convince you of that, including in this game alone. Because Gray eats not only just the peel, but the stem and the leaves and everything too. It's, Yeah, so this is another callback to ZeroRanger in particular. And hey, that then puts you in a new mode, Void mode. My health is now replaced with Void. And on dying, you get a different death animation here. Okay, this is actually not the death animation that I wanted to have. This is a thing that happens if you die too many times in a row. And get out. Or die too many times in a short period of time. If you just press the interact button once, but then stop pressing it, Gray turns into an egg, and then you go all the way back to the beginning again. Because as of right now, you can't actually die, and Locus Idols, you can still collect them, but you can't use them. They don't. They're pretty much only used for the smirking statues or the hungry guys or whatever you want to do with them. But if you really wanted to get out of Void mode, you can just die a bunch of times in a row in a very short succession. And then, like I said, hit the interact once. If you hit the interact multiple times, then she gets up like that. If you hit the interact once, she then just falls right back down. And egg. Always with egg. Okay, but anyway. Now, the reason why I didn't want to do this earlier is because I think it might prevent some NPCs from appearing. I'm not entirely sure on that. But more importantly, it also prevents you from being able to get memory crystals. You need to be in normal mode to get memory crystals, and because of that, I kind of was like, let's save that. Let's save that for the very end here, so I don't need to go all the way back. So I don't need to show levels multiple times, doing it normally and then getting memory crystals here. Nice thematic end to this. And then on 224, get one more tree. Is that the first time that we actually got the princess's name? It might be. Then things get a little bit different from here. Because that was, of course, the last Void Lord in the last section. But going down here, we still get an inscription. Because it's my brand. Because now I'm a part of the Void. No statue, though, of course. So, chests at this point give me nothing. I can still try and collect them, but it doesn't really do much of anything. Still, though, start to get a bit of a remix of a lot of different things that we have seen thus far in the game. But yeah, I could go over there. Doesn't really matter. And from here, just... easiest way to probably do this is like this.
There's a safety locker inside of me, out of your reach, and I hold the key. It's sealed with layers and layers of irony. What's within, I refuse to see. I hold on, I hold on, I hold on, 'cause that's the only thing, the one thing that I can control. My grievance is mine, my sadness is mine, my loss is mine. One toss and I'll forever be blind. Toss the key of peace behind. In this state of oblivion, silence goes on. My bearing stays low. My walls stay strong. I hold on, I hold on, I hold on. 'Cause that's
And that brings you right back to the start of the dungeon. Don't even have the Void Rod anymore. But see, I told you that was worth watching. So, let's start unpacking that ending there. All right. I told you that every one of the statues has its own unique gimmick. Well, the Dark Idol, if it's above a staircase like that, you might have seen that a few times in the music video that until before I actually did that too. That will send you all the way back to the start and also clear void mode. So if you ever get into void mode, you can always just do that, provided that you can get a staircase underneath one of those idols like that. There's also mention of the Envious One, which Johan accused Gray of being envious. But, I mean, so seems like it's probably him. But, I mean, who else would it be? Glasses guy? Lily? And there was also very clearly a brand. A brand that looks very familiar, observes the screen right now. But that's a big hint for game-wide quest sort of stuff that we're not going to do right now. Until that point, what I'm going to do is go start getting right up to that point and right back to the point that I left at, and maybe try and get a couple extra things at the same time, too. I realized that I did not actually turn down the volume from when I was doing the ending, so instead, here's a little bit of ZeroRanger. If you were wondering what this game was supposed to be, and here, the entire reason why I want to do that. That little opening there for this boss, Pandamunion. There we go, get that bonus. That opening for the boss, Pandamunion, very similar to the ending that you get when you... come on now. When you go into the staircase that's below one of the Dark Idol statues. Simple memory, only it remains here. Written in the Daikon script. Pandamunion here, of course, representing of the 6 paths, Naraka, demons. Why is it an onion, you might ask? Well, in ZeroRanger here, oranges are sort of representative of humanity, and so the demonic equivalent of an orange is an onion. Look, I didn't make the game, all right? Yeah, but if you had not been watching ZeroRangers or weren't familiar with it at all, yeah, this is what the game is. This is the precursor to Void Stranger. Now, there might be a question here of what exactly does, say, demonic onions have to do with the characters in Void Stranger? I don't know. I just thought it was sort of an interesting comparison, right? Anyway, I fixed the volume pretty quickly here, so don't worry. Starting out here again, now that I know about the knocking on the back of the chest 3 times, I can start to get a lot more locusts. Though the real reason I want to do this is not because I just want to be able to, skip more levels or anything, but because on the very next floor, I get a new NPC with their own theme. Their own theme that includes a falling metal pipe sound effect as an instrument, I guess. Anyway, hey. And the first thing they do is make a boner joke. So I take it that you're one of the Void Lords? I mean, it's pretty obvious the piece of paper on their forehead does have the same symbol as the one for the 4th realm. But yeah, absolutely. So this NPC only shows up if you reach a certain threshold of Locust Idols. And given that 3 is the absolute maximum that I can get at this point, I think you can guess what the threshold for this is. If they're supposed to be punishing sinners, it doesn't really seem like a great idea to be trading for shortcut secrets, but I wonder what the Void was like when it was actually functional. Because right now, nobody seems to be doing a particularly good job at its upkeep. 7th room. Well, you did tell me it was on the 7th floor. It's pretty easy to find. No, these are actual shortcuts that you can use, and let's go check it out right now. Here's floor 7. So actually getting to that shortcut is pretty easy. The only thing I need to do is pick up the staircase and then put one more block down here, and that is right past the exit. Sends me down to this area. The old spaghetti crawl space. Looks an awful lot, actually does look an awful lot like the broken inscription murals. Those gigantic wires, I suppose, around the monitors that we saw there. I suppose it's not too surprising that outside of the main part of the dungeon that this is what it would look like. Also do get memory crystals here, so it is worth taking the shortcuts. And by the way, if you know about the shortcuts, you can just take them. I was doing that even for some of the other playthroughs, just because, well, I already know about them, right? You also get a bonus here in the form of these nonograms, which is pretty obvious to recognize if you've ever seen a nonogram or P-cross, picture crossword before. This is the solution to it. And it shows in the upper left corner a memory crystal, so if I find a floor, and I know which floor it is, if I find a floor that has that particular setup to it, well, in order to get an extra memory crystal then. Oh, another thing of note is that in Void mode, any one of the NPCs that you talked to before, whether it's that pushing them into a pit or exhausting their dialogue, don't appear after you use the Dark Idol. So, for example, the nun is no longer here, and I can get that memory crystal that I was talking about earlier. The rest of the NPCs may be gone, but Tail is still here. Hi. By who, though? B? Another one of the Void Lords? Of course. Down on 44, I encounter the merchant again, who now is in the perfect spot to prevent me from solving the puzzle in the same way that I did last time. But, hey, you know, get a new shortcut hint here, right? Sure have. I already know about all of them, but of course, for the sake of getting the content, right? Hot piece of info. Fall behind the chest, and that is back up on floor 37, so gonna have to go make another trip to the Dark Idol to be able to get to that one. Yeah. Time is convoluted and everything like that. Favorite phrase from Dark Souls, which is just the one that they use to be like, hey, doesn't matter if things don't make sense at time and whatever. All right, well, go do that then. But here's also the solution to the puzzle, of course, because it is a little bit different from last time. All I really got to do from here is just do that old 1x3 technique. And that gets me right over to the exit. Easy as that. All the way back to floor 37. You can see the 3 leeches, one trapped over there, and there is the chest that I am looking for. So I just need to fall behind it, but I can still grab more of the locust idols regardless. So I'll go over here, do that. And now, jump right in. Very similar sort of format, though obviously a completely different floor. And that does mean another one of the memory crystals, but also an anagram. A very simple one this time. This is kind of a difficult one to find just because of that. But at the same time, I am just going to save until I see all of them. Jumps down about 20 levels though. It's not bad. I'm going to wait until I get all of them before I start collecting those particular memory crystals though, because I don't remember which one is which for the most part. And the dubious merchant appears yet again right at the start of their own domain. And I want to make sure that I don't push them around, just in case, I don't know, they won't do business with me after that. Something I've never actually tried out. Yep. I'm going to be seeing you a bunch of times over the course of this, as you might expect. And unfortunately, like the last one, it is going to be on one of the previous floors, but that's not that big of a deal. Look, I've already played through this game plenty of times before. I can do it a couple more. Empty chest surrounded by nothing. Inspect it one too many times. That is 4 or so levels before it. It's the one with all the glass blocks and the strange beavers there. But I should be able to. Those smirking statues. Yeah, no. I want to give them to you for the shortcuts that I don't have to pay for. Well, past the first one. And if you already know about them, of course. Or are they modeled after? Okay, let me get up to that right now. 83, and there it is, the lone chest. All I need to do now is figure out a way to get over there. Which certainly the terrain that I'm at doesn't make that particularly easy, but as soon as I get over here, I can start to grab a lot more of the blocks. And as long as, well, for the most part, I'm just able to get all of the beavers sort of quarantined over here, shouldn't really be a problem. So to start with, I have all these glass blocks, so why not just throw one right here, and that will definitely make sure that the beaver won't be doing much of anything else past this point, right? There we go. So examine it one too many times. Still empty. Still empty. There we go. So this goes from 83 now, and I think these shortcuts start to get a lot more. But of course, for my efforts, still get a memory crystal and another nonogram. There's the solution. I will be doing that one later. So dumps me out at 109. That's not bad. But I thought it was going to be even more. I thought I was going to go down to like 130 or something. You know, I haven't checked this for a while. Oh, yeah, I got like 23. We almost can get the most expensive one at this point. Yeesh. Really been slacking. But yeah, football. Of course, the modern day thing is something that we've already kind of known about. And that just confirms it even more. Still can't believe they put Kirby in the game. Well, anyway. And the merchant is back. But I still need to, of course, solve the puzzle first. Even though the statues will not go away, they still count NPCs, of course, so I need to do this sort of thing. Not as bad as some of the other appearances, but still something to think about, certainly. So, put this out of the way. Yeah, this should work just fine. Hey! Yep, we've been seeing you a few times over the course of this run here. Well, multiple runs, but you know what I mean. As we've seen with Tail, this is still kind of canonically the same run. You know how it works. Absolutely. Break all the floors of glass. And this is where we finally get it confirmed that yes, it is glass. I told you that there was going to be at least one NPC that will confirm that. This is also one that I can actually do, although the execution is a little bit more difficult than the others. Having to break every glass block. All right. I'm gonna go get down to that floor. 131, and with 0 locusts, because I didn't pick up any more. Maybe that was a mistake on my part. But the way that I got the memory crystal earlier should also serve me pretty well here, too. Although maybe I even want to do it more like this, so I'm breaking the maximum amount of glass blocks to start with. So this, of course, does give me a very... Be careful. Very easy way to move around here. All I should really need to do is start doing something like this, too, to make this really easy. Well, really easy might be an overstatement, but at least it's something. Okay. Well, I can just break that right now. Right, now is there any... I mean, yeah, there is a pretty easy way. All I gotta do is just go grab one glass block. And then this should allow me to start... Yep, there we go. Make a nice raft right here. Now I can get all around the level and break glass blocks. No issue at all. With the amount of floors here, even if they're just temporary, building that sort of structure is pretty simple. And I thought I know I had enough blocks to be able to do that. So let me just go get the last one here, and that should send me into the shortcut. For one more hard-earned memory crystal, and also a nonogram to be solved later, because I really do not remember. I can't solve these that quickly. I don't remember which one is which. I'll do that. Complex one here as well. Right. And sends me down to 167. Okay. Down on 196, we get the merchant one more time. Hey. Sure have been. Got quite a few of them on this one. Which is good, because you need a lot of them for this last shortcut. And unlike last time, this one is also located behind me here, so one more time through the dungeon, right? But a straight row, take the fall before your reflection. That's that one room with just a bunch of horizontal blocks with only a single mimic. Gotta just remove the staircase, then fall. Maybe I will. Well, that covers all the shortcuts. Now I just gotta go do it. 163. Here's the room. And just say hi. Okay. Fall before the mimic. This is the last shortcut. Which, while pretty handy, I don't think it's even possible to use all of the shortcuts on a single run. But certainly some of the later levels. You can skip some of the more difficult later levels just by doing this. So I have no idea which one that is, but it's not going to matter. I know where each one of the secret memory gems are. I just got to go get them all at once later on. Back at 224 for the second ending, and I'll know I'm on the right track when I get a nifty new background. Still works the exact same as any other part of the game, but look at it. Also, the mural now completely blank because I'm no longer part of the void, so I don't have my brand there. No statue down here because we've seen all of the realms that the Void Lords lord over. So I guess nobody is the boss of this place. I think it's supposed to... I think it might be some sort of... astronomy like a map of the solar system or something in the background. It's kind of hard to say. It looks sort of like a sun and stars back there. But the more important thing is that this section is all about showing you the cipher. So we got the letter on the left side, and on the right side we got the 8 dots that represent what they're supposed to be on each one of the inscription murals. And this is, I would call it more of a victory lap as you're going through it, because as you can tell, the puzzles here are not extremely difficult or anything like that. Sort of going through, enjoying the ambiance, figuring out how to translate stuff. Though nothing is going to be pointing me in the direction of any major puzzles when it comes to translation. It's really more for a flavor text type of thing. But if you're wondering what the entire alphabet looks like, got it right here. Yes, in the exact same format as I did the Daikon script for ZeroRanger in that pandemonium fight you saw earlier. What can I say? The very first cipher that I did on this channel, and I've done a few ciphers at this point, was for Environmental Station Alpha, and I never changed the format past that point. The very first sentence that I translated was in the artwork, which might explain the in the R walk there. Yeah, ciphers, usually they are as simple as what I like to call the junior jumble. Just look at the whatever symbol you're given and try to compare it to some alphabet letter. Though I have had one game that was a lot more complicated than that. Tunic. Oh, that one took me more than halfway through the series before I really started to understand what I was supposed to be doing with that. Overall, Tunic had some pretty difficult puzzles, especially way at the end game where the final puzzle that I encountered, I still have no idea how to solve. So that game and Noita have been the most inexplicable. Although Fez does, of course, have the Devil Cube puzzle, which I don't think anybody has ever solved. It just brute force the solution to be able to just get it out there. Aside from that, the proper solution, who knows? That's how it works sometimes with video games. As it is, though, I do have an entire pile of these ciphers. Maybe I'll go compile them someday and create some sort of super cipher that will be completely impossible to understand for some sort of video game if I ever work on one or get asked to contribute to one. Then we get all the way to 254 and one more tree. I did have one more tree in the void ending, but that was an inverted tree. I don't know if that is meaningful in any way. Probably knowing this game, but this is a regular cutscene. That was a sound effect. That was a sound effect straight out of Donkey Kong 93. No surprise, a Game Boy game. And Glasses Guy. Glasses Guy really does do everything around here, it seems. The cape? Wait, no, she throws the cape off at the start of battle. If I remember correctly, I don't think her attire changes too much in the later part of this cutscene. Thank you, Glasses Guy. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten. Because you know that as soon as they find out that that he was actually helping her, that he's dead. He's going to die. No question on that. And if you're wondering, no, I'm not controlling this, because otherwise I would definitely go back to investigate the prison cell a little bit more. We got to get all of that dialogue, right? He really is just glasses guy, eh? All right. Thank you, knights. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten, because you know they're also dead. They're all class like 2-1 there. I think that's a representation of the Lotus Jewel in the background as well. There was nothing that came prior to this story that would have prepared me for just a wholesale Berserk reference. It's so explicit. Yeah, every part of it. I can't believe that's the end of this story. Well, okay, it's not the end of the story, but that was the direction the story was going the entire time. Our antagonists, everybody. Well, at least they're not making boner jokes. I guess we can say that. Oh, it's not that complicated. It's certainly pretty weird, but it's not that complicated. Start up the little live music and let's do this. Okay, well, as much as I'll insult the Void Lords, I don't think I actually want to go fight one right now, right? D's. Still. Hi. All right. Well, this is not going to go well. Oh, yeah, no, this is not going to go well. Well, we got Void 2, who is, of course, the Void Lord of the third realm. You might say, why is she Void 2 then? Because it starts at 0, of course. So we get Void 0 through 7, I suppose. All right, well, yeah, even in the same position as the statue and everything like that. All right, what do we got? Cool. Well, all right, yeah. Didn't even miss. It just did nothing. Still not really working. Well, at least I'm getting my boost up, even if I'm not seemingly doing any damage at all. Okay, look, I can only do this 2 more times. Well, I can only do this 1 more time, really. Come on. There we go. A nice thematic number, too. A minimal amount of damage, evidently. And of course, as a Void Lord, does even more damage than your average monster in the Void. Well, I tried. Will you quit doing that? Fair enough. That's going to be true for pretty much this entire game. Including for me as well. I only have a slight bit more idea of what's going on. Johan, you really overestimate the Void Lords. Yeah, it seems like it. It seems like all your contract is that they wanted more souls to put into the dungeon. It's supposed to be like judging sinners and whatnot, but also, you know, occasionally we contract out people to zap them into the dungeon. So, this is a character. This is a character that looks exactly like another character, or, well, the boss, the new boss added in White Vanilla in ZeroRanger, as seen here. What's connection? I don't know. Maybe they just reused the design, but still. Interesting to see him come back. I told you you were really overestimating them. More about Dees. So that would confirm that that person is not Dees, despite the very imposing presence and reference to other games. All you gotta do is out-devote the devotee. Also, not actually metaphorical. Although, yes, it is hell. So I got that one right. Lily didn't die. Her soul is not trapped in hell or anything like that. Well, her soul is trapped in hell, but so is her entire body. Because they just physically took her there. That really surprised me when I first saw it, because I really thought it was going to be one of those sort of stories, right? Hey, she did it. She said the thing. Hey, I get it. Also, hey, the stupid contracts that these demons make sometimes work in my favor, it seems. Yeah, thanks, B. I guess. You're still the worst, by the way. Oh, those demons always making contracts. I blame the devil and Daniel Webster. Although, if what I've learned from streaming is any indication, people don't know what that story is anymore. Here we are on 255, of course. You know, along with having a number start at 0 and now 255, they're really leaning on that whole technology bit now, aren't they? Anyway, no other way to get down farther, right? 255 being the maximum number of an 8-bit register. Yeah. Sure have 255 levels, and also I had to do it again because the ending, you know. I had to get the first ending. They're not endless. Now who's being melodramatic? Congratulations, Shinji. Cool stands, by the way. Hey, and Gray is no longer a semi-silent protagonist. Don't really know why she was in the first place, but, well, here we are. Because she was clearly talking in all the cutscenes and everything. Oh no, I can't come back to the Void Dungeon? Ah, how terrible. With a second ending, Gray now finds herself in modern-day Finland. Or 90s Finland. And my summer car is happening right down the street. Opening up the game again, it's modern day, the actual modern day, and not the 90s like I said last time. And we have a new protagonist. This is Lily. Not that Lily. Lillie, which is not supposed to be a spoiler or anything. If you restart the game from the brand screen, it'll just outright tell you her name. And we get into this RPG Maker house to start to take a look around. I cannot believe even the modern day stuff was not actually metaphorical. Thanks to time shenanigans, all of the things that we've seen in the memory section is also actually happening. And just the various pictures that I've been unlocking here are also found there. And you probably guessed that there was going to be more to the game, considering that I am still missing a couple pictures and a lot of memory crystals. Yeah, there are a few secrets here and there, but there aren't 24 more secret crystals to get. Down here, though, and no surprise that Gray would be getting into demonology after all of that. Beelzebub, Lord of the Flies. And here you might guess, with Void Lord B, that each one of the Void Lords is supposed to be named after the 8 Princes of Hell, as outlined in the Lantern of Light, I think it is? So Aeus, the other Void Lord that we know about, is Asmodeus. Asmodeus? Something like that. And you can start to guess some of the other Void Lord names based on that, too. But that is not what we are here for. In fact, Lily has absolutely no interest in that. No, what we're here for is to see that this is completely untranslated. Come on, developers, it's getting sloppy here. Somebody told me what that said at one point in time. I think it was, it should not be covered, must not be covered. I do not remember. Not that getting the Radiator lore is gonna make too much of a difference, but comprehensive, right? It's the word of this playthrough. No, I actually want to go in here, so that I can start to take a look at these sweet piles of books. Oh, also that. But look at these things. They are like twice as tall as Lily. But it's actually pretty simple to find. This is just right in the middle of the room. Lily even starts out being able to hear what she's saying and seeing her portrait. Doesn't do the whole semi-silent protagonist thing that Gray did back in her campaign. But that is everything that I need to do in here, so let's wrap it up and get on out. Yeah, it's not letting me. Okay, fine. You know what's gonna happen. Well, okay, you probably didn't know about this, but yeah, I knew it. We all knew it. We all knew it was going to happen. It's going to happen again. I can't believe you're doing this to me. Gray had to go into a desert and everything specifically to search out the dungeon. Lily just gets scared in there by presumably a Void Lord. D's? Maybe. And this is not just a return to the dungeon. This is hard mode. Oh, yes. I've been talking a lot about how the puzzles get a lot more difficult past a lot of the introductions of each one of the gimmicks, and oh boy do they. Hard mode is quite hard. It is an enormous jump up in difficulty. But first, let's take a look at the inscriptions. Now that I've seen the cipher, I can start to translate these. But still gonna wait on that, at least for now, because, well, it's still more of a game-wide thing, and hard mode's just gonna be an entire thing by itself. This is not really the time to be starting it out. But hey, I guess they took Gray's Void Rod and put it back up in the chest on the second floor here, which is good. Wouldn't be able to get too far without it. And so it begins. In fact, I'm even surprised that they did not try and make this room a hard mode version. Because look right here. Remember how for Gray, everything really ramped up slowly, introducing new floor tiles, introducing new enemies? Here's an octahedron. Have fun. Well, anyway. Oh, definitely going to be using the knock on the back of the chest 3 times thing here, because even though I have done pretty much every one of these rooms several times, I am probably going to be using every one of these. But to start with, get that maximum amount of distance. If you don't break that one pane of glass, then, well, the octahedron can catch up to you much easier. You're not going to be able to get the memory crystal. Oh yes, and since I did collect the 3 there, we got a return of this Void Lord. Now, whatever, I got all the shortcuts. I need, you know what I need? I need that Locust title. I'm sorry, but I'm sure that it's going to take more than throwing a Void Lord into a pit to be able to kill them. And here we are. We get the Vengeance statues. We get the octahedrons. It's all the most difficult enemies and gimmicks. Wait until the 6th realm to include these last time. Or was it the 7th? Yeah, that was the 7th even, wasn't it? Now we are just getting these within the first 5 floors. Oh, and speaking of shortcuts and everything, those do still work here. If you want to be using shortcuts to get through this, and I would probably recommend it, to be honest, certainly it's either that or just, well, have fun, I suppose. I like Sokoban puzzles, but I can understand if not everybody, especially with the way that these are, would feel quite the same way. I can't use those, though, because I am going to be doing every one of the puzzles, and also I might skip past the memory crystals if I do that. I'm going to still be getting them on every floor, but I do not remember specifically which floor memory crystals appear on each time. Here in the original incarnation of this room, I created a raft because I knew how to. Here, it's a bit more required. Also, really make sure that you put that button right in that spot, because otherwise you're not going to have a good time. Okay, but knowing how to manipulate enemies suddenly becomes very helpful here. There we go. Yeah, what is that, like 7 and 5? I still don't know if it's supposed to be an odd even thing, but whatever. Now, and here's a great example of never use the Void Rod immediately on entering a room, because there's probably a Vengeance statue somewhere. This is going to be true for every room in the entire game. Limiting your use of the Void Rod is going to be a big thing. Oh, here, press left immediately, otherwise you got to restart this one. And given that you just started the dungeon, you probably don't have a whole lot of Locust titles, right? Get you in a little bit better position, do that, and then can also do this too, so I can push against these 2 eggs. And that solves that one. It is ridiculous. At this point in time, I have also played through a new campaign they added, EX mode, which is not a spoiler or anything. It is something that had to be discovered by the community. It's a secret brand that you have to engrave at the very beginning of the game. And I would say that the level of difficulty that the super hard puzzles provide is roughly about the same as the pretty difficult puzzles in this mode. Which I think speaks a lot to just how hard this gets. But still, at least, you know, here, So I'm like just mixing up the staircase and the chest position, which is pretty funny by itself. It's kind of keep low, and I can get through here easy enough. This room, for example, was, hey, check out this cool leech. And what, push a single egg? But hey, as long as you know about the whole 1x3, and if you didn't, certainly this would be the room to show you about it, where you would learn it. This is fun. So, pretty easy to get through if all I wanted to do was either just get the chest or reach the exit, or really just get the chest or reach the exit. Both. But if I want to go and get the 3 locusts, that is a slight bit more difficult. So let's start out here. And it doesn't matter who knocks on the back of the chest 3 times, as long as somebody does. 2, 3. That's a tricky one. Thankfully not too bad, all things considered. You just got to make sure you know where you can end up. Especially that one, the one temporary block in the middle there. That's the real difficult part of figuring that out. But hey, 12 to start with is already pretty good. Don't move up and down too much. Which is really not too bad because the whole 1x3 dealio, but still can catch you off guard if you're not expecting it. Alright. Here, of course, originally started out... You could just loop right around that first section to get to the staircase. Here, you need to get rid of all the enemies, which is not too bad, but figuring out how you can actually get to the temporary blocks is sometimes not the most obvious thing. Oh, and also I shouldn't have done it like that because now I need to go place this block all the way over here. Well, at least it's relatively safe. As long as you plan out your moves carefully. There are plenty of other puzzles where that is not going to be the case. Things like whenever you have mimics appearing especially, because they love to fall into holes and it's hard to keep track of them. All that sort of stuff. So those puzzles, maybe more than any other, are going to be the ones that I want to have a lot of locusts for. There was one that I remember taking, a good 50 or so locusts the first time that I was playing, just because I could not figure out what I was doing with it, and the mimic just kept dying over and over, and if you make one wrong move, it's just all over for you. Make sure you push this one twice, because if you don't, then the leeches love to line up specifically in a way that will make it that will trap you in between them. I have to get rid of one. It's not too bad. Just gotta make sure that, and when these guys are on the buttons, lock them in there. Well, this one, when I was doing some of the, I guess you could call them practice runs at this point in time of the entire game, in sort of a silly twist, I actually lost all of my locusts on that level because I forgot what the solution was, which is embarrassing. Okay, here, let me just do that, and then don't go all the way over into the right side, because otherwise you will trap yourself in that area, because you can't get the mimic to move in the exact way you want them to. Oh, also. Well, as we've seen with Gray, they appear as a very specific version of the people. Here appears to be when Lily was much younger. Gray was, of course, just in fancy dress. And that should do it. As always. Oh, this one! Yes! So, first time was just run through and you're totally fine. Doesn't even really matter. Here, you gotta make sure you have the maximum amount of space between here. Then you can barely pick up the one tile to be able to get rid of that maggot. Oh, boy. 14, though. Not bad. This one, not too terrible. All things considered. Here, let's even grab you right now. Or, not like that. Grab that, because it's mostly the same thing as the first time that I went through there, aside from having to grab the button. Here, on the other hand, not so much. This is a nice early example of a... what did I want to do here with this? Well, I want to grab you first. This is a nice early example of a raft usage. Here, I actually got to get rid of the enemies. Still, though, with the way everything's set up, it's not too bad. You can still create a raft in a certain way. Okay. One, I want to grab this. Two, let's get you up here. Three, let's get you down there. And although that can't get me into the staircase, I can just pick up the staircase. Never forget that you have the Void Rod. Hey, remember when I went through here without using the Void Rod the first time? Well, there might have been a reason for that. And that was specifically... There are a lot of puzzle solutions that, I'll be honest, I was probably doing this version of specifically because I was remembering that one more than Gray's version. Silly how that works, isn't it? There we go. In fact, that is probably enough to get another one of... Yeah, just barely. And in fact, that is the picture that we just saw on the drawers there. Or on the table, whatever that was. I've been told that that is a cap that you get when you graduate high school in Finland. I don't know. Anyway, 24 remain. That one has not changed up at all, but... Okay, here. And I'm going to say this an awful lot over the course of this. Look for a way to create a 1x3 or a raft, whichever one, because that is going to be the way you get around in hard mode. So many solutions to these puzzles just end up being, can you identify where you need to find a raft and whatnot? Where you can figure out some place to be able to put a raft down. And that would solve the puzzle, but of course, I'm here to get the memory crystals. So throw that down there. Go back over here, and if you try going from the left side at the start here, you will find yourself trapped. If you try going from the right side, from the bottom over to the left side, you will also find yourself trapped. You have to do it this way. Otherwise, shades, they make things that much more difficult, right? This one still remains as pleasant as ever. But I mean, this is also one of the nonogram puzzles. So, you know, we'll get that later. I want to make sure that I have them all compiled into one place so that I can put like a video timestamp in there. All right. Don't be too hasty here. Don't need to be don't need to do everything super fast. Although maybe doing it like that was not the best idea. If anything, this one, aside from the memory crystal, is a little bit easier than the original version. Did you see it? Do you see it? Did you see what the bit is? Yeah, that's right. Hard mode has absolutely no issue sending you all the way back to the beginning. And no, I'm not going to be able to get there. No issue at all, as it turns out. Well, I did that one wrong. Yeah, like I said, you just gotta not take this one too quickly. Yeah, you can just go jump right into the... Your best way to do this is probably just like this. There, now things are desynchronized enough for me to be able to get through here easy. There we are, and now I just gotta move that staircase, really more than anything else. Oh, what a tricky... Thankfully, it's only about the first half of the dungeon that they dare to do that sort of thing. Because if you are at floor 278 or whatever, that's not even a possible floor, but you know what I mean. Getting sent all the way back is pretty bad. Still, though, keep an eye out for that one because they will do it. Here, we do this one. No NPC this time, but do get a shade. which is almost as good as an NPC. I did not mean to do that. That was the wrong one to grab on my part. Almost as good as an NPC, right? Alright, but anyway, all I need to do is just circle around anti-clockwise, and that will give me more than enough ability to grab all the blocks that I need to get out of here. Just gotta set it directly above me, circle around, and make sure that Leech gets trapped in here, which if you do it correctly is as simple as that. And then I can do the same thing over here. And this is just making sure you understand how to use shades well. And hey, we do in fact get entire new cutscenes in here and everything. It is not just merely a hard... I did not need to do that at all. Oh wait, also, the game's going to close. I need to go recollect that then. Yeah, the funny thing is that even though Gray's storyline has wrapped up, the story does continue. So let's take a rest and see what's happening back in the 90s. Grunge music was taken off. Bill Clinton was president. What other things can I remember from the 90s? I was alive during that point. You'd think I would be able to think of more things. This is the music when you're on the brand inscription screen. Very beginning of the game. Yeah, and I can't go back. It's part of my contract that I made with demons. Now I can get that memory gem. So I'll just go grab tile here. And hey, I'll even leave that. I'll even take this tile with me just so that that tree is now truly in the void. Still don't think as anything has changed up here, so let's go. Hi. How you doing, Tail? So, full disclosure, I did restart the run, went back to the brand screen and everything. By the way, here's where you get the name reveal. Yeah, restarted the run because I think that due to the fact that I came right after Gray's run, that Tail had been told by B not to talk to anybody else, and so, well, couldn't get this dialogue. There's a couple things that carry over from the first run, from what I understand. Things like the chests that you open up are still opened up in Lily's campaign. I've never really seen it myself because I was really concerned with trying to get all of the secrets the first time around, so I was restarting runs, I was using warp statues and shortcuts, jumping all over the dungeon, and I don't even remember any chests that I had previously opened being opened before. So it is going to be a little bit easier from here, but I also have less locusts to start with because I did use the shortcut to get back down. I can imagine that. I think that Gray probably talked a lot about the void, knowing that Lily would likely eventually be coming back here. I mean, we know that Gray had been researching them for a long time. Seeing the book back at the house there. Asmodeus is the demon of lust. In fact, all the demon princes have one of the 7 deadly sins associated with them. See if you can guess which is which. That's a good question. There are some more concerning things happening right now than your lack of love life. Yeah, they're really into devotion around here. Just be devoted to the lords themselves enough and you get cool lightning powers. More important than seemingly anything else. Because Johann, of course, used those lightning powers to do some pretty awful things. Alright. And then past this point, I can hit the egg back onto the staircase, but it really is just the same dialogue each time, so... this is fine. So right here, just want to push that off, and that is pretty much everything I need to be able to solve the super hard version of this puzzle, which at least the first time that I did this was kind of difficult, so shouldn't really make fun of it in that way. Just remember, anytime you push a statue, you remain facing the same direction. There we go. So here, things are changed up because now we have eggs at the end of that, so it's no longer just a simple off by one problem, and there's also just a lot more glass blocks entirely. One of the reasons why I wanted to establish the hit the back of the chest 3 times is because it really does change up a lot of the puzzles to being something a little bit more difficult, as you saw before with the Mimic and everything, as opposed to just getting a single Locust Idol there. Here, you really got to plan out how, after you open this chest, you're going to get out of this position, and that is creating Raft. So, yeah, not only am I going to be trying to solve all the puzzles, get the memory crystals, blah, 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 I'm also going to attempt to get the maximum amount of locusts from each chest, too, which only makes hard mode that much harder, but, well, here we are. Oh, this one, always look for a 1x3, right? And then from this point, it's not too bad to get the 3 locusts, but still can be a little bit tricky. Well, the really tricky thing is just trying to get down here in the first place, to be honest. So one thing you might have noticed from the birch tree cutscene is that, unlike Gray, Lily does not seem to, like Gray, for each one of her dreams, she needed to be both present and conscious for that. Probably the most notable example of that was at the end of, yeah, do it like this. At the end of one of the cutscenes, she fell unconscious, and in the start of the next cutscene, she was conscious again. Lily does not have that problem. Lily can be a literal infant. She doesn't even have to be there to be able to have dreams about stuff. Which is sort of an interesting difference between the two. Is it meaningful? Maybe? I don't know. As much as I'm trying to compile the lore for this game, there are some things that even I can't really answer too well. I say that like I'm some sort of super lore master here or something. I'll grab you immediately. A lot of the stuff I'm going to be saying is just purely speculation. Alright, there we go. Let's make sure that I get that before going back here. As always, just figuring out that 1x3 before I end up doing anything else. Because even just the 1x3 by itself can get me a lot of extra movement around here. Still going to be using some glass blocks to get different places, but nothing too advanced or weird. Yeah, I was really considering even restarting, and not even just like restarting the run, but restarting the recording and everything too, because I can't believe how badly I was doing some of those rooms there, like the maggot room, the one with the big line of enemies going up and down there. Shouldn't take me multiple tries here, and yet for some reason, let's just get rid of you first. And yet for some reason it did. Kind of embarrassing in that way, but whatever. I guess I probably shouldn't be too concerned with making sure that puzzles are solved as quickly as possible. I'm not doing a speed run here. We're just trying to do an experienced run more than anything else, right? And here, I don't want to move around the shade block because, of course, shade blocks are just very dangerous to work with entirely. So the easier way to do this is to instead grab the staircase and the button. More blocks, sure, but also... actually, I don't even want to do it like that. I want to do it like this. More blocks to be certain, but at least I'm not going to be spawning an enemy accidentally and dying. This one, 38. This, I think, is the first really difficult puzzle. I mean, not to say that the other puzzles are not difficult. By the way, pay attention to that glass block to my right. Really don't want to break that one, because that's going to set up my whole ability to create a raft later on. And get the maximum amount of time to push a statue, which also lines up that very well as well. But yeah, this one you have to make some very specific, very particular movements to be able to survive. Not only getting that vengeance statue out of there, but then getting back and starting to create a raft. This one took me a while the first time that I did it to try and figure it out. Let's replace the temporary block with something a little bit more permanent. And then you can already see right underneath me. See, I told you, that glass block. And there's the raft, which is perfect. Exactly what I need here. And we can start to get rid of the leeches. I'm going to grab as many blocks as possible then. Because there's no particular reason why I need to why I need to leave a few of those over there. Then I can start making my way back and again make some very particular, very specific pre-planned motions here with the void rod and everything to go and get one of these used blocks underneath that leech. Oh, it is ridiculous. And I'm sure that there are, even though I think in hard mode that there's a lot less freedom to figure out different solutions to stuff, you still probably get enough that I'm sure you can do this a lot more efficiently. But these are the ways that I figured out how to do it, and works for the most part. Okay, so from here, that should give me everything that I need to get out of the way. Get rid of you and get to the exit. Yeah, the first time it was just figure out how to circle around and get to the staircase. Here, it's so much more. It's so much more involved. Speaking of involved, one of the things, thankfully, that come up with doing hard mode is that you often do not have a lot of moves that are even possible to make, and that can really end up pointing you in a direction to figure out a solution here. So to start with, let's just set up this so that I can get horizontal things going. Grab you. Make sure I get that out of the way. I'll even go grab this other block just to make sure that I have a lot of room to be able to do stuff with. Set the button down there because, of course, the maggot still needs to go onto the button. Then all I should need to do to solve this is grab that staircase and get on out. So, for example, do that here, set down the staircase, and there we are. This is something of a reprieve from the pretty difficult stuff that I've been doing. Because even though, compared to the first time that I came around here, where there was only a single strange smile, an entire room of them doesn't make too much of a difference because all you need is just one hole kind of in the middle of the floor, and they are easy enough to manipulate to get over here, right? Just got to make sure that I don't decide to go for the stylish finisher on the last of the strange smiles and slam the block down on it, given that I have two vengeance statues here. So I can pick up one statue, and that is all. You know, over here, let's even grab this here. 24. Yeah, when you can multiply the value of a chest by 3, you do tend to get a lot more locusts. And if you're anything like me, you will use them all on a single level. Not this one. But, the first really difficult one is coming up here, though. So let's immediately... I shouldn't really need to preserve every one of these blocks. All I really need to do is that. Then don't use the Void Rod. Get rid of you first, and this will take out... Yeah, the temporary block there, of course, will take out the Strange Smile very easily, but you want to use that for the Octahedron, because, funny enough, the block that is introduced in their area is also their biggest weakness. 1 by 3. You want to create that 1 by 3, and that'll do it. Anytime. And as always, make sure you don't jump on the shade block as soon as you have the opportunity, because, of course... There we are. Because, of course, that will just lead to you... Shades are difficult to deal with. What can I say? This one is funny just because the immediate trap here is trying to push the statue to the right. If you do that, then you will not have enough time to get onto these glass blocks to dodge around the smile. And, of course, the strategy that I worked with the first time was that I made a hole for the smile to fall into. Not going to work here. So, first off, get rid of you, grab that. Turning around, then we can get this whole thing working for me. And if you remember the first time that I was in this room as well, I did immediately start doing this strategy, but that's because I knew that I was eventually going to be doing this. Let's grab a couple extra blocks here just to be sure. I only need a 2 by 6, but still, it's not going to hurt anything, right? So, use this glass block, create that raft. And we are good, at least for now. In the meantime, though, I could try and figure out some sort of way where I could get the smile out of the way. But you know what's way easier? Just having the smile push down the button. Like, forget about trying to. Don't get into the habit of always having a statue be the thing pushing down the button. Enemies work just as well. You will always need something to push down that button, of course. And let's set this up here like this. All I need is a strange smile to move forward once, and that will solve the puzzle. Oh, hey, I actually have enough for the shopkeeper to appear again. Fun. Not that it really matters, because I can't even do the same solution that I did last time. But hey, we get a little bit of change up in the music where, you know, falling metal pipe sound effect. But hey, here we are. Okay, so push you here, push you off of here. And then because it's no longer an egg in that one spot. Oh, the shopkeeper. Okay, that's not a problem. That is a problem. I lied there. I forgot that counts as an NPC. Okay, well, now I don't actually remember what now I don't actually know what the solution should be for this one. No, it shouldn't be a problem. Like, hey, we're actually getting new puzzles for me to figure out as I'm going. How about that? So, if I do this... I've never solved the puzzle in this way. It's kind of funny how that works out. Hey, thanks, shopkeeper. You're getting new content out of me regardless. Okay. Classic off. Well, actually, no. It's not even classic off by 1. It's like, don't fall into the trick of trying to always have the smile follow you. You can always just take out blocks right in front of them, and that makes it that much easier. Here, on the other hand, I do want the smile to follow me because, once again, the old 1 by 3 comes to the rescue, and then you will like that to finish it up. I did not even consider that, yeah, doing the 3 locust thing, I would have enough. Oh, this one took me so long first time. 1 by 3. Or not the 1 by 3, I mean. But this is, remember that this permanent block here makes it so that I can walk on it multiple times, and that gives me just enough space to do that. Okay, let's be careful. This is still really, do I, How am I gonna do this? Because now I realize it's like, oh, right. No, I want to fall down here because it's like, oh, right, I'm going for all 3 each time. I forgot. You know, now that I'm looking at it, it might just be that I want to destroy all the statues more than anything else. Because it does seem as though I could possibly get that. So from here, for example, we can go and get rid of you. Yeah, no, that is actually the solution. Huh. You know, I never even considered having to do that. I always considered this just a rest area. But no, there is, in fact, a puzzle to just try and get rid of all of them without, of course, accidentally or using the Void Rod at all. Interesting. Find entirely new ways to solve these puzzles. That's the value add that you get on this series. Would have been great if I practiced this ahead of time, though, certainly. All right, but anyway, okay, this one here, yes. So I got to make sure that I can do a loop around because I want the strange smiles to be able to follow me. But I also need to make sure that I keep a path for myself to go down. All the more permanent blocks now have been replaced by temporary ones instead. And thankfully, the memory crystal here actually does provide a good place to get a start. Because I can do that. I can then, I believe it's just do that, and that leaves one path for me to go down. Although I need to punch that statue a little bit. Does let me get out of there easy enough. Yes, okay, so. This one is... I think I want to do it like... Not like that. What I want to do is I want to get a raft created. Make sure that I put that out of the way so that I have some place that I can actually put down this block. And that should do. Which is a very small area to be creating a raft, but it is a perfectly good area to create a raft, of course. Kind of tricky in that way. And let's not get the Locust Idol until I at least grab you. That should do for creating a solution, though. Perfect. And although I'd lost a couple Locust Idols, getting the 3 on that one level doesn't really make too much of a difference. I have gotten everything back up regardless. So creating the whole 1x3, of course. And the funny thing is everything's set up here well enough just to... In fact, let's make sure I do that. Just so that I don't even need to create any sort of raft type of stuff. It all just works out well for me regardless. And here we are. This is the other really big, difficult one. And I say that as if the other ones have been so easy up until this point. But yeah, Basement Floor 52. Named an entire episode after this one. It was that tricky. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to create a vertical set of blocks. By doing it like this, what I then can do... And let's also grab you one more. Use another one of the temporary blocks to make everything vertical. So I can grab that, and there we go. That is... it's just barely enough blocks to be able to create a raft, but it is enough blocks to be able to create a raft. So, make sure that I can get everything out of here, and then I can start to move around the entirety of the level, trying to create just a little bit of a path that I can use then to get back to the... that I can use to get to the goal, but also make sure that I can get the strange smile off of there as well. Ugh. No, I don't think I'm going to be able to do it like that. So let's start here, do that, start maneuvering everything around like this. So yeah, I'm using a lot of these unused blocks to try and create, like I said, just a little extra path here. And then what I'm going to need to do is figure out some possible way for me to get the button in the correct place, which is to say directly to the right of that one statue. Once I do that, that won't be a problem, but I might have to... if you are actually good at figuring out yeah, the puzzling out some of these solutions and everything, you could probably do it from this point right here, but I am not. So what I usually do is I just end up flipping around blocks until I am able to get you out of here as well. Flipping around blocks until I'm able to get the button in that position. Hopefully it's not going to take too long. What if it were to just be right now that I could solve it? Wouldn't that be fantastic? Come on. Yeah, I mean, that's all I need, right? What if I just did it like this? Get you. No, no, no. Don't give up yet, me. You got this. Perfect. Okay, there. We don't have to do a bunch of editing. I was worried there for a second. It's just like, oh no, did I screw it up? No, no, no. You didn't screw it up yet. For as many times as I practice this and everything, it's funny how I am just still seemingly have absolutely no idea what I'm doing here. All right, but what I want to do right now, speaking of no idea what I want to do right now, I want to throw that down there, throw this up here, use this to get that sweet 1x3 that I crave. Now, on top of that, though, wait a second. Yeah, not like that. That's very close, but I forgot that I wanted to go and grab the... I wanted to go and grab the other block before I do anything else as of right now. Yeah, because you want to actually grab this to make it nice and easy, right? Because with this sort of thing, then I can use that to get back up. Yeah, I don't want to use temporary blocks really as much as I need to. Use those to get more permanent blocks, and that's really what you need to do. There you go. Perfect, just like that. All right, here. Well, with a shade block, I really don't have to concern myself too much with making sure that every one of the buttons, for example, gets pushed down by statues or eggs or whatever. I mean, I can still certainly do that. Why not, if I got the chance to? But as long as I have a big ol' circle that I can go around in, that's all I need to really make this work. Here, you know what? Even more so than that, I don't even need to really make a circle. I can just do this. There is no limitation to the amount of times I can use the Void Rod, right? That's 56. Went a bit... In some ways, went a bit smoother than I thought it was going to. In other ways, did not go nearly as smooth as I thought it was going to. Because I've committed to doing the whole 3 locusts from every... locust idols from every chest that I possibly can. I like to think it makes things more interesting. All right, flipping back to the 90s. Let's see what's happening now. First cutscene was pretty short, but that's not going to be true for every one of them. Oh, I don't even think I mentioned it, but now looking at the Steam page, one of the other things that happened when I started up the new campaign is that I lost my achievement. My only achievement. I can't believe they keep taking it away from me. Anyway, Glasses Guy, their great ancestor, remains my best friend in this world. I know there's not a whole lot of NPCs in this game, but really? Having them come back? I mean, it's not that bad. Look at the smiley face painting. Although we know by seeing the modern day version of the house that they got rid of that. A shame, really. You could have gotten a new frame for that. No, but we know they didn't. That is the theme of the final boss from ZeroRanger, or more specifically, the MIDI flute solo part of the theme. Which, let me tell you, I recognize pretty well. I had to play that game a lot. Many times, in fact. Because, here's the thing. If you die against the true final boss, not the final boss, not that boss there, but the true final boss, it erases your save file. Yeah, I had plenty of opportunities to hear that. You always know that you were about a minute into the fight. That you managed to survive about a minute into the fight if you got the MIDI flute solo. Gray, I can't believe you would have that as your ringtone. It is a good song, though. very Toho. Even aside from the MIDI format. Also, I told you, the dreams for Lily don't even have to have her here. That's how we know that, after seeing the intro cutscene where I was exploring around the house and everything, that's how we know Lily is the gamer of the family. I mean, I keep saying that I think this is supposed to be taking place in 2023 when the game came out, but I guess I can't really say that for certain because that was a cartridge console. Maybe Super Nintendo, maybe N64. They both had that same sort of style of loading up the cartridge. But then again, Lily could also just be a retro gamer. Who knows? All right, well, funny enough, this is pretty much the same solution as when I got the memory crystal, which there's a few levels that sort of share that distinction. Where, hey, if you got the memory crystal prior to this point, then you have pretty much already solved the hard mode version of it. Although this one you can also just jump right into the... By the way, this is Void Lord B. You got to see her statue there again. Should have pointed that out a little bit more now that we know exactly who that is, and now that she's kind of the major player as far as being an antagonist goes. So, first time I did this just because I could. This time, you're forced to. But if you're also going off of the whole 7 deadly sins representing the demons, her missing her stomach makes a pretty obvious comparison for her to be. Use the old line of sight. Use the whole non-contiguous tiles so that I can get rid of you. All that sort of stuff. Handy for getting rid of everybody here. And here, this is just, hey, it's the same as before, but now there's 2 buttons and 2 beavers. So, specifically, I do want to mostly start this out the same, but what I really want to do is make sure that I have one going vertical and one going horizontal, because if they're both going horizontal, they're just going to crash right into each other. So we're going to get you over here. Then this should set up things real nicely. Just need to boop, boop, and there. Easy-ish. The first time that I did this one, in the first playthrough, I came up with this really just absolutely ludicrous solution for it. But it is not nearly as difficult as it looks. So this is something of an off-by-1 problem, because if you try to use that place where the glass block was to put down the button or something like that, you will find that you do not have enough space to get out of there before the beaver kills you. However, you do a little bit of something like this. Use the whole turning around after you open up a chest, and I will have just enough time with the hole being there to instead set this up very nicely to solve the puzzle. I can't even remember exactly what the original solution was. It was very dumb. Okay, let's first off go and get you coming down here. Now, here on the other hand, since I'm going to need to cause a collision to actually... set up everything nicely. Let's get you right here. And that is perfect. Got 5 spaces, 3 in between them. That means they try to occupy the same space at the same time, and you know that never works out well for the beavers. All right. Oh, this one also a puzzle, which I tried to come up with some real wacky solution. But if I just go over here, get you real close like, cause a 3-way collision to really finish that one up nice and easy. Yeah, I was trying to cause a 2-way collision by one of them, and then I was trying to get the beaver to fall onto the temporary block. You know what's way easier? Just causing a 3-way collision. It even gets that really nice and set up there too and everything. So this, I'm sure, as you can probably tell right now, is a bit more difficult version compared to the first one. I actually do not know how to do this without dying. It's very easy to solve this puzzle is the thing, but trying to, for example, get all of the locusts is a bit more of a problem. I got that. Just gonna keep having it swing around here over and over until I'm able to get everything. I think of it like this. I'm able to use one locust to get 12. A pretty good deal, if I do say so myself. Just kind of inch my way over here then. I'm sure there's a better way you can do this, but I certainly do not know what it is. Once again, just inch you right back over here. Real easy, like. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to. But hey, 12 locusts is a lot, isn't it now? Alright, and then what are we going to do from here? Well, I'm gonna die, but hey, whatever. I can get the next one. You know, let's just say you get the bit. Okay, well, you know, I said I was gonna get 12 locusts here, but well, here we are. And that still kills me. You get the bit. I can go in, of course, maximize as many as I want, but I want to show the nice and quick solution then instead. Hey, watch this. Everything lines up really nicely just to do that. If all you're trying to do is get out of that room, it is very simple. But sorry I did not come up with the proper solution to that. I know, no one cares. Like, less than, there's probably maybe 10 people in total who are watching this right now who even got to this part of the video, but whatever, it's important to me anyway. Yeah, gotta be a little bit tricky with how you set that up. And did you see it? They're trying to get you. They're trying to get you here. This entire room is specifically set up in a way that it makes it really difficult to put down blocks after you pick them up. So what I'm going to do is pick up this one so I can manipulate the beaver to follow me over here. And I have no place that I can really put it down, but that's okay. Because what I am going to do, of course, is get you nice and up here. Not quite. And then just cause a collision, and it's really, and it's surprisingly easy. You just got to make sure that you figure out exactly where you can get the beaver where it's not going to run over that temporary block multiple times, which is easier said than done. Because you can't just pick it up, right? There we go. You can't just pick up this temporary block. You're going to freeze that beaver in place because there's no place to put down the temporary block after you do it, all that sort of stuff. It is an entire thing. It's a very simple looking level, but it's very well designed to bring out the maximum amount of frustration. But because one of the beavers started on an ice block there is some place that you can set stuff down, and that leads to me getting another sweet 3 locust idols, baby. Okay, number 1, get you to come over here because need to create a 1x3. And unless I do it like that, I am going to get immediately eaten by the strange smile there. Not a great time. But by doing that, I get everything set up to create a nice loop-de-loop here, which is what I'm looking for. And then all I really need to do is get the beaver to chase me around this. 3 spaces, and especially 3 spaces in a big circle, is all you need to be able to manipulate these guys very well. There you go. Hey, remember how there was 1 beaver before? Well, now there's 3. Ugh. This puzzle even reappears again, even more difficult in EX mode, which is kind of hilarious when you think about it. All right. I did not mean to do that. I really got to consider how I am spacing stuff. But okay. Very limited amount. Yeah, you can do it very quick like that. Very limited amount of things that you can even do to start with. And that means that it really does even do stuff like this. Make sure I got a good way to get out, though. And that means that, as I was saying, as I've said before, that means that you can kind of plan out how you're going to be doing everything because there's only so many things you can do in the first place. Okay. Let's get you right up here, right down here, and I should be able to sneak around this beaver with just enough time to be able to do that. Then want to go and grab... Well, here, let's just grab like one more thing. Because there is still one more issue that's going to come up with doing the solution here. I need to make sure that last beaver does not also try to run into me when I get to the staircase. So best way to do that is actually just to pick up the... Be careful. Is just to pick up the block right in front of it, and that can lead me right out. Oh, that's a hard one. That is a hard one, let me tell you. Okay, from here, push the statue off, then get that sweet 1x3. And although I could just get rid of the beaver now, that would kind of ruin the puzzle. So, create me a raft, and with that single pit there, that does make sure that the beaver cannot. And I think, let's be a little bit careful. I don't need to have temporary blocks here. But yeah, even just this, a 2x3 is enough to be able to get rid of the beaver like that. Ugh. This one, at least getting the 3, you immediately start out behind the chest. No particularly difficult part to that one, which is handy. Up to 45 already. Man, I am doing way better than I thought I was going to. I thought that this was going to require an awful lot of editing. Let's just say that right now. The glass blocks over here, I'm just going to get rid of because this, much like the original version of this entire part of the puzzle is not super important. And by doing that, to really use the big old circle that I got, the circuit around here, can more or less just solve the puzzle in the same way that I did last time. More or less. Okay, more mimics. All right. So instead of having to deal with a beaver this time, it's trying to deal with a mimic. Thankfully, if you plan out your stuff well enough, I remember the first time I did that, I don't even remember what sort of wacky solution I came up with, but it was totally and completely different and nonsensical. It's a very elegant solution once you realize that all you can get the mimic right next to you very easily, and just putting the staircase next to you like that, also pretty easy. So with the vengeance statue and everything, this is another one of those extremely limited amount of things I can do. So I need to get rid of the eggs to start with. Then I need to get rid of the vengeance statue. Make sure that that they're all contiguous. They're all going to be contiguous like this. And then I can get the beaver to chase after me. And by the time that it starts running at me over here, it will activate the blocks, and I will be at a safe spot. Oh, not the easiest thing. And I'm also even going to grab every one of the blocks that I can, just because, why not? Better safe than sorry, right? Do that so that I can set up a little bit more permanent vertical set of blocks. Get rid of you because I don't want to work with anything that isn't the normal blocks around here. Because they can betray me by sending me into the abyss at any point in time. Oh. No beaver on this one. No, what you do is you get one of the Dark Idol statues, because the easiest way to do this is to shuffle everything around in a way that will end up with you putting the idol above the statue. Which is one, yeah, because, you know, if I do it like this and then I circle around, push it right onto the button. Hey, wait a second. Yeah. Well, anyway, you can still do that for the most part. In fact, let's just, how exactly do I want to do this here? Thinking about it, giving it 5 seconds of thought. All I need to do is get a more permanent block here. And all I really need to do is just make sure that then I move the staircase after that point. Ugh. Although, did I... Oh, and now I realize actually what I did was I ruined it. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I can just do this. Hey, that'll work. Yeah, I didn't give myself enough room to be able to go and grab the staircase after that point, did I? It's fine. It's fine. Just make sure it's not above the staircase there. Ugh. Hey, you ready for a good old off by one puzzle again? Because we got it here. This is it. What I want to do to start with is grab this. Obviously can't get behind this chest. And then I grab that one extra block directly to my left, because that's going to be the off by one block that I'll use here. And, you know, I said that this is an off by one puzzle, but really it's even one more. Ugh, close, but still totally okay. I got my memory crystal, got everything. A little bit easier of a puzzle if you don't circle around the bottom, but honestly, you do end up solving the puzzle for the most part regardless, so it's fine. Here, I realized that I didn't actually get you over in the right position. But yes, this is... what is it? I need you one away from me, I believe. Yep, that should line up perfectly. The old causing collisions here. Barely even used at all. It was used in one level, I remember. That one with where I had to cause a leech and a mega to run into each other, but it's used so much more here. Oh, this one's so easy to start with. So remember, shades block line of sight. And that starts out good here. And then here I can go around and I'll have just enough space to get over there. Then what I want to do is I want to get you into this corner, and even though I am creating more shades, by going into the second, or the part with the staircase there, it gives me enough time to still run away from the beaver without them hitting any one of my shades. And now, from this point, I just have a nice handy little circuit to take my shades around until I create enough to solve the level. Easy as that, really. Just want to get the beaver on one so that I don't need anything more than a circle past this point. Oh, hey, roughly the same solution as last time. Well, the same solution if you're trying to get if you're, of course, trying to get the memory crystal. If you're not trying to get the memory crystal, then it doesn't really matter. Then it's a significantly more difficult. But okay, let's put this down here, and then I got that I got like the 2x3 that will be just enough to get you in the position I need to be. Same basic thing. And then here, I believe I want you... Is it here, or was it directly next to me? Nope, it was there. Perfect. Yeah, you can tell that I'm going off of some memories here about stuff more than... Okay. How was it that you need to do this? Going off some memories of the timing for stuff rather than just counting squares myself. I don't want to do math. Don't make me do math. So go forward here. Because yes, what I'm going to want to do is start setting stuff up like that. I do this. Yes, that is actually perfect for what I need. Or, no. Should have hit the wall once. Yeah, usually you just kind of circle around the beaver, and that's the entire puzzle. But here, since I'm trying to go for everything, it is, of course, a little bit trickier like that, isn't it? Okay. All right. No, this is not the solution. I know that what I need to do to start with is I need to go here. And then it is... Oh, yes, now I remember. Then we do that. Hey, that makes a lot more sense when you think about it, right? So from here, that creates that 2x3 that I needed. All right. Just need a second to remember exactly how it went. Oh, boy. I solved this puzzle in several different ways. And I did definitely come up with a better solution than the one that I eventually that I will eventually end up using here. I just don't remember what it is. With a more simple, elegant solution, but it's just... Oh, wait, no, I meant to... That was not right. I meant to go left there, not that. Oh, come on. I don't want to fail these puzzles over and over. Please, do better. Okay, so then here, and then I go down here. We push this on here, and then this is as simple as creating another 1x3 to get me to the exit. Yeah, by not going around on the right side of this, the outer right side, I give myself enough blocks to be able to get that in there then. Then thankfully, 83 rounds it off with a relatively simple puzzle, because this is just another one of those line of sight deals. So use that one turn that it takes to reset the beaver, and then run in between you here, and then do that just to annoy, just to annoy that remaining beaver, I suppose. Hey, if you want to go for the shortcut, chest is right up there, but I'm not going to concern myself with that right now. Whew, it's still going better than I expected. Hard mode is really hard. Stuff like the floor 52 there that took so long, and you could see the amount of things that I had to do to even make that work was just absolutely ridiculous. Oh, this campaign is not messing around, let me tell you. This is straight out of ZeroRanger. In fact, on the circles there, you can see letters that I think represent, what is that? Deva, Ashra. Maybe that's supposed to be an M for Manusha. Preta, Suguyoni? The animals. And then on the bottom would be N for Naraka. In fact, this is what it looked like in ZeroRanger. We've already seen one of the characters there, the one from Hell, Naraka, in the form of Pandemonium. So it's interesting. We are actually getting a concrete connection to ZeroRanger rather than just a few callbacks, references, and whatnot. as represented in the upper right corner. You do, in fact, end up fighting that stupid wheel that I showed was actually a roulette wheel that decided which mini-boss representing each of those that you were going to be fighting. Except you didn't fight Deva or Naraka, because Naraka was a completely separate fight, as seen earlier with Pandemonium, and Deva is the final boss. It was very silly. Here's where it starts to get a little bit different, though. Sort of similar to the Tower of Babel, but not quite. Of course, we also saw the Tower of Babel on the settings screen for the languages tab. Now you can very clearly see the Void Lords and the jewel that's on top of the Void Rod there in the middle. And yeah, you can see the big head in the upper left corner. Or is that the one? No, that's the upper right corner is the big head. You can see B there on the left. The middle one is the demon that scared Lily into the pit in the first place. So we've seen. Yes, that's right. The Tower of Babel is also hell and has been inverted and turned into the Void Dungeon. What a weird combination of a bunch of Christian things. But that is Void Stranger in its entirety, isn't it? We've also heard a little bit of this before, referring to the blessed stars and whatnot. But now we're getting it in the in-universe version of that. No, you need to know about the demons for when you go into the Void Dungeon. Yeah, no, they're definitely not real. And I mean, certainly if a demon like Beelzebub were to be real, she would be the worst of them all. I hate her so much, but she's not real, so don't worry. That is also a very appropriate story for this game as well, so, you know. Okay, moving on to, what is this, Realm 4? Almost halfway done. I'm surprised at the progress that I'm making right now. As always, the inscription room and the first one. Well, the first one's not quite the same. You know, the big busted up areas. All I should really need is just one extra. Yeah, as long as I can put it down a single tile, that should work. Yeah, so the busted up places that would normally have the statues here are changed up to being something trickier. And this, all I really need to do is just push all the statues onto the buttons, right? Wrong, because this will happen. Still trying to get me here. Ugh. And I did fall for it. Make no mistake on that. But no, instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of the vengeance statues and just shuffle around the buttons to be able to get in a little bit better position. See, now they're getting very clever with the whole way. We've already seen once before, and they will still push this on here. I'll just move around you. We've seen before, they're starting to get clever with how they are getting you to fall for getting onto the idol while it's on a staircase there, which is funny. But it's just getting more so as we're going on. It's a very cruel game in that way. Okay, and grab you real quick just before it gets on there. You know, now that we have a concrete ZeroRanger connection in the... Good job, me. Now that we have a concrete ZeroRanger connection in the story, now's actually a good time to talk about the plot of ZeroRanger and kind of how it may or may not relate to the plot of Void Stranger. Because we've already seen that there are some connections here, sort of. I don't want to put that down there. That would be foolish. At this point, I tried to explain ZeroRanger while also solving puzzles. This was a bad idea. That's why I'm instead going to insert an explanation here. Get comfy. It's gonna get weird. So, a long time ago, there was a cool gem called the Lotus Jewel. Gave sapience to anyone who basked in its glory. Humanity loved it so much that they took it for themselves. Everyone else in the universe didn't like that, but most of all were the Onion guys who were like, not cool, bro. That jewel was supposed to be for everyone. And that's why they launched a full-scale invasion of Earth. This could have become a problem if humanity didn't turn the jewel into a totally badass mech that shot all the Onion guys with its awesome laser beams. Yes, this is the story of the game. In fact, this worked so well that they decided to have the mech destroy all other sapient species in the universe to prevent this from happening again. The job eventually caused the badass mech so much anguish that it changed its name to Despair, and it came back to attack Earth with an alien species it befriended or created or whatever called Green Orange. Also, they took over your CO, the super intelligent AI Erasure OS, to attack you as well. Player character eventually defeats Despair, now in the form of a giant woman. Yeah. But Erasure, freed from green-orange control, tells you that everyone on Earth died in the meantime. Yeah. By pulling an R-type, the player goes back to confront the primeval mech and manages to turn the Lotus Jewel's power against itself, wiping it from existence. Also, Erasure turned into an anime girl for some reason to explain that both she and the badass mech were created from the Lotus Jewel, and that's why she turned evil. Again, this is the plot of the game. However, in the Delete All Progress screen, it showed that Erasure OS managed to survive into this new gray-orange timeline. Presumably the one Void Stranger is taking place in, with the gray and all that. And of course, this also means that I need to re-record all of this part too. So let me just get out of the way, go let the snake get past. It's not a snake, it is a leech. I think that's the first time that I've made that mistake in this playthrough. Now let's see how long it takes me to say ice block instead of glass block. Come on, I know what these things are. Right, same as usual. Just go up here, throw that down, solved. And then this one is also a pretty easy one. Yeah, there's a lot more temporary blocks here, but ultimately the same strategy that I used for the first time that I went through here should also work right now. So, do that sort of thing. Here, on the other hand, I think this might actually be... So normally there would be a memory crystal in the bottom left corner. Just keep that in mind as I'm doing this right now. Let's first off go... Well, actually, what I really want to do is I want to make sure that the mimic is not going to be in the way. So, for example, get you to run way over there and then get the mimic in the corner so that it won't be running around here. So from this point, there would be the memory crystal. There's the locust idol, of course. And then I just need to go and get this here and can solve the level. Easy as that. This one, NPC actually showing up, which that the first time? I mean, other than Tail, of course. Yeah, this one, I remember coming back here when I was doing the first look through for all of the memory crystals and being like, hey, why was this one so difficult? Well, here, I can switch back to the regular recording then at this point. Okay, now, getting back on with the actual puzzles here. So what I want to do is go and... I want to go trap the other beaver in here. I'm trying to remember desperately what exactly the thing was that I need to do. Because I want to get you here, and then I want to actually grab that, because this will line up the beavers on the side perfectly to be able to crash into each other. Because otherwise, they are an even number of spaces away and won't try to occupy the same square, which is annoying. But after I do that, can get you in there, and we are good. Sorry for anybody that is trying to use this playthrough as a walkthrough or something for the game, where I just interrupted doing this puzzle to talk about lore of a completely different game for, 30 minutes there, it felt like? What? It sort of informs you of some of the things happening in the game that way. If, like I said, we actually have a very concrete connection at this point in time to what's going on. Oh, this one is funny because it's just, as long as you push that statue off and just continue walking around that first part there, the puzzle just solves itself. Still, though, it's not quite the same as having as missing your void rod to do this, but still. So this puzzle, a lot more difficult, but also there's so few things that you can do right now that, and getting rid of that statue is one of them, that it's not too bad. Really, the only choice that you have to make there is, do you want to go up or down after the beaver runs at you? And you want to go down. Trust me on that one. It's a good idea. Grab this then too. And from here, yeah, what I want to do is pretty much go and create that classic rafty sort of thing, because with a 2x3, that's all you need to be able to get the beaver to do what you want it to. So from this point, go grab you. And then, although I can't grab the button due to just the constraints of Sokoban alone, what I can do is I can just bring the staircase over here instead. Grab you. And then with that sort of loop-the-loop, things should be that much easier to try and work with. So all I need to do from this point is go and get the staircase, and we should be good. Do that. Let's make sure that the way that I end up grabbing the staircase, though, well, there, will not end up in my untimely demise. So something like this to give the maximum amount of space for the beaver to continue to go through. Then can go throw it down here and get you to follow me. Bingo bango, you're done. This is just funny. If you didn't know about the knocking 3 times before, this one's probably a very inexplicable level. But for me, since I do know about it, it's a nice refill on all of the locusts that I've lost. Yeah, the original version of this, I think everything was just empty, right? So here now I'm sitting at 59 locusts, and maybe I overestimated the amount of locusts that I was going to need to finish this. Oh, hey, it's you. So I think I actually said this back during the first ending, where I'm just like, oh yeah, the lightning zaps you into the dungeon. Whoops, that was maybe a bit. I was maybe spoiling something that I shouldn't. We weren't supposed to know that at that point in time. But yeah, Johan's lightning does not kill you. It just sends you to the dungeon, which is, I guess, the major reason why Dees was so willing to give somebody like Johan that sort of power. Because Dees just wants more people in the dungeon. Yeah, that whole thing about judging sinners and whatnot is clearly... Well, we know that the void is kind of a mess now, right? Still looks pretty cool, but had a very clear ulterior motive to it, granting lightning powers. It's interesting, though. I think it's maybe even more than this ridiculous scene is the fact that it does show that you are indeed... That's not an abstraction. We are indeed on gigantic tiles. It's weird seeing an HD look at what the game actually looks like when you're in the Game Boy mode here. When you're in gameplay mode. Game Boy gameplay mode. Oh man, you wouldn't even believe what actually happened. The short version is that Deese is bad at sending people back to their correct timelines. Well, timelines. Time periods. That's the word I'm trying to think of. Even if it had to be during an eclipse or something like that, there's more than one eclipse that happens within a 500-year time frame. Yeah, Gray only really talked about the Void Dungeon. Oh, and as always, before I forget, well, this guy actually has a sword here, so I guess that's how he figured out how the statues work. Indeed I do. Right, yeah, it counts NPCs. What can you say? And I will indeed figure something out, because it's as simple as using the old flip around as you open up a chest thing. We'll do it like that. Get a little bit of this in here. Don't fall into the pit. That would be very silly. And then you can solve the puzzle as easy as that. Because I'm still not killing the NPCs. Pretty cool, right? You didn't get one? Yeah, it is interesting to see an NPC that we've seen otherwise in the story coming back here. Okay, and that covers that then. Relatively short area compared to the one with the bounty hunter. Or not bounty hunter, the treasure hunter. Here, let's get you up there. Actually, wait, even before I do that, because I'm going to need to use this singular statue to go and defeat all of these enemies, but that shouldn't be too much of a problem. I'm not going to say this is going to be like super easy, but remember, the fact that this is not a full 9 statues here means I can do a little bit of something like that, which opens up that much more space for me to work with. And work with that space I will. Because that's how I want to get on the other side of this statue here. Oh, getting kind of complex, but everything has been complex. I mean, I'm saying getting kind of complex as if things haven't been just absolutely wild in terms of the things they ask you to do up until this point. Well, really, I should just be thankful they give me a bunch of... Well, I can take this, I suppose. I should just be thankful they give me a bunch of walls that I can knock against to pass turns, right? Come on, let's... perfect. Now we just gotta go get that one last grubby boy, and that should cover 97 here. Still 150 levels left. Most of them will not end up taking this long, I would say, but you know. Let me just, right, I do need to like push this up or down once just to be able to set this then here. One of those things where I'm gonna make sure that I have everything lined up nicely before I do this, but this should do it. And never forget that doing stuff like pushing statues and whatnot is still a part of, okay, I remember this. It's, I think I want to wait one cycle first because this is another one of those very few things that you can even do in the first place. But if I do this, I think everything should line up nicely for what I want to do. So, from here, can go here. No, it wasn't that one. Ah. Maybe it was that I just want to do it on the first cycle here. Obviously, the strange eyes and the vengeance statue making this that much harder, right? No, this still... Okay, so I do want to wait at least one cycle. It's a good thing that I have 60 plus of these locust styles here at this point in time. Yeah, I just want everything to line up nicely. The one on the bottom, the leech on the bottom left and the leech on the upper right will not even factor into this at all, so that's kind of funny just by itself. But then what you got to do is when you actually get over there, then you want to knock against the wall like once or twice. So yeah, like this. And there you go. Then it lines up nicely. Now, as always, what I could have done was I could have just, you know, counted the tiles, but that's, oh, you're asking so much of me to do that sort of thing, right? Very similar sort of puzzle the first time that I went through here. We gotta make sure that you're using all of the stuff in the way that you need to. Let's get you over here to start with. Let's get you over here right now. Then bingo bango on the button, and I do want to make sure that you do not charge at me again and immediately die. This one, it'll go from just 3 beavers into being so much more shades and vengeance statues and all that. So this isn't too bad, because all I want to do is make sure that I get 1, a shade block, and 2, I want to make sure that I get a shade block, and then also a good circle going, so that I can do a little bit of something like this here. No, wait a second. I don't want to do it like that. That was not the place that I wanted to put it. I wanted to put it in the place where I took that 1 block out of, because that will actually create a circle, unlike the thing that I did, which created nothing. Created a worthless pile of garbage as far as... So yeah, we take this out here, push this onto here, grab you, and there's my circle. There we go. So, from here, I just need to run around until I am able to solve the level. And anytime you're working with shades, just remember, you want to be creating circles. A big circle, because that will prevent you from running into the shades that you are creating here. Okay, let me do this one again. All right, I got to get rid of some of the floor so that I can actually open up enough space to move blocks around. That's as easy as doing this. Then I need to be able to move blocks around, which is as easy as creating a raft like this. And that is a good start. Let's even grab 1 more block over here, because the more blocks the better, really. And then I need to figure... And then the last thing is much like 52. I need to figure out some way to shuffle around blocks in a way that they will be able to get the button where I need to be. So, for example, like you... If I do it like that... the problem then is, how do I get back? Well, I can do this. And that will create that structure that I need, but also free up the button to be in the right place too. So that's a good start. Now the only thing that I need to do from here is be able to hit that. Is to one, be able to hit that the button, but also be able to get back from hitting the button. Which I think I can do. I want to pick up you first. Yeah, here, even like this. That's good. And I do believe that should be enough, because then when I walk over this, I can walk over that particular square a second time. All right, not too bad. Still had to use one locus when I screwed up, well, two locus when I screwed up stuff twice, but, you know, you didn't see that. And that's the magic of video editing, of course. All right, so to start with, not here, closer. There we go. See, that's all you're looking for, right? Now if I can get you locked onto that button. This is, again, another one of those very few things that I can even do, so... Come on now. Here, if I do that even, then that should line things up a little bit better. Come on now. Well, I mean, I suppose, you know, I say that, but the reality is that... No, because I need to have you here so that I can actually... Oh, no, but wait, no, I already solved... I solved the puzzle just by doing that. Never mind, I'm stupid. It's like, wait a second, my example thing was actually just me solving the puzzle the entire time. Who could have seen it coming? All right, let's do that one again. So, I want to clear out the middle because I'm going to need to have the Mimic be walking down the middle here to start with. Make sure that you keep the Mimic desynced here. Second thing that I want to do then is clear out the top couple bits, because I want to make sure that then I can have, you know, Mimic walking around there as well. So, do that, and then from here, we can just get you to do that, and there we go. So what I need to do here is be a little bit careful, and I already lost one locus not being careful, but that shouldn't be too bad. So let's get you to follow me over here. Use that place where I first started at, because that is the one place that is completely bereft of having me get killed by a beaver. And then get everybody lined up. Perfect. And three-way collision. There you are. Simple as that, really, but kind of getting that working is high. Easier said than done. So this is the opening line to the Divine Comedy. However, Satan is replaced with Dees. So you might be wondering, what is this? Oh, you remember the orb of light, the strange light that I saw way earlier? This is actually something sort of connected. I was talking about random events and everything. Keep this in mind, but we will talk about this much later, because that is meaningful. As weird as that whole thing is, that is in fact meaningful. It's just, well, oh man, it is. Just give it some time. We'll be doing that. God, probably. I'll be talking more about that sort of thing near what, the end of the series at this rate. Oh boy. Not that. I want to get it so that it goes on the button, of course. So from here, And then a little bit of that. A little bit of having you chase me right down here. And nice simple puzzle, but I'm not going to argue with that one, right? Oh, this one. So the entire thing with this is that it's only really difficult if you want to go get the memory crystal, of course. We just want to run to the eggs, and then it's nothing. And the only reason why it was difficult for me the first time that I was doing this was because I really, really did not want to work with a shade. What can I say? Shades are really hard to work with. So first off, I'm going to get all of the beavers in a nice, good position. And then we can start this up. All right, with you, I already have a pretty simple... I already have a pretty simple raft created here. And in fact, let's first off just make sure that that one beaver up there is not going to be a problem. A little like that. And grab that right there. Okay. So from here, all I need to do is use my rafting skills to be able to go and grab the crystal. And then it's really as easy as that. But still, the reluctance to ever work with a shade does make things a lot harder anytime they really force you to use one. Which is, of course, an example right there. All right. So... okay, yeah, I want to get you up here. I want to cause collision. Which I think is... when it's going down like this, was it? Yes, perfect. In fact, that was absolutely... that was way better than I thought it was going to be. Alright, from this point, though, what I need is to go and get rid of the button. And... I think that, yeah, that should work perfectly. Because I need to also still go back and recreate the circle going around here too. But that is the entire puzzle. Yeah, I forgot that you need to have the beaver go and destroy the one maggot there. It's like you can't have it just chase you around, right? Was looking at that and I'm like, I think that it's something that I talked about a lot when I was doing Baba Is You. That the really hard puzzles, you remember the solutions to the really hard puzzles because they were just so difficult to figure out. And then the easy puzzles, you just figure out as you're doing them. You don't even need to really remember the solution because, well, they're that easy. The medium level puzzles, the ones that are just... The ones that don't have a very immediately obvious solution... what was the one here? I need to go up here, desync, and then continue to desync. And then that'll give me enough space to grab one extra block for the old off by one part of this puzzle. But yeah, it's like the medium ones. The solution's not immediately obvious, but also at the same time, you can't solve it just by looking at the puzzle. Like the really easy ones. Ah, well. As it is, I got through it easy enough. Also gave me a good time to go pee. Which is important when you're doing multi-hour recordings like this. Ugh. Though I am at least breaking it up a little bit more than I've been doing it before. Go for about two of each one of these sections before I'm like, okay, let's go and try and grab out all of the ZeroRanger footage that I need to put as B-roll here. But first off, and I think that is the first time they actually said Lily's name here. I told you it's not a spoiler. I'm obsessing so much about like all the sort of information that I want to talk about that I should know but don't already know but do know because I've already played the game before, that sort of stuff. It's a big old game. There's a lot of things to talk about. A lot of things to talk about that aren't immediately obvious. But then are obvious in retrospect, and oh, just so much of that. Reminds me of when I played Bloodborne, and I was trying to just go by the things that we actually know that were introduced in the game, and I get like a comment that's being like, "Hey, why aren't you talking about the aliens?" It's like, we haven't gotten to the aliens yet. I've been told that these are prima donnas, brand name lingerie. So, if you're keeping track at home, the things that the game censors are the name of God, deities, the name of things that are impossible to know or understand, at least looking at the game on your screen right now, colors, and brand name lingerie. These are the unknowable, the divine, and brand name lingerie. And hey, we get Lily in that costume, which is the one that the mimics appear as, and the one that we got that picture of in the memories. I have not checked the memories for a while. I should go do that. Although I do need 24 for that last one. I don't know if I'm anywhere close to that. Indeed, I have a cup of coffee right next to me. I will also have one. It's a mocha, so it's chocolate and coffee together. Very appropriate. Literal demons. It's so silly. But yeah, if you had any doubts about the censorship being more of a stylistic thing than anything really meaningful, well, here you go. How many titles is she going to get by the end of this game? Didn't get that picture, though. In the memories. Okay, one more down. And now in the second half of the game here. The second half of the game. It's like this is probably not even halfway done with the video as of just yet. Actually, no, I do have enough to be able to... Oh, because I didn't do this one. Well, I already talked about that one before. So, you know, oh, 10 more remain. But yeah, there's a picture here again. Pendant represented the blessed stars. As we've seen, we've now seen talked about already. And yeah, going back here, you can see. Now suddenly, these images are making a lot more sense, eh? In terms of their relation to the game. Okay. Back to it. This is... Which one is this one? Oh, yes. The enemy fighting area, of course. As you remember. Which of the 7 deadly sins do you think this one represents? And I'm back to forgetting all the solutions to these puzzles. So, from here, go slam that down. Get this one up here. You can push that statue over there to open up one more block. And then from here, what I can do is push that there. Push this down here. And then we can get the thing over to the side. There you go. Ay. From here, then, everything lines up really nicely. It's just you don't need to preserve every one of the statues to make sure that you can kill all of the enemies. That's why pushing it onto one of the temporary blocks is a good idea. Funny enough, this has mostly the same solution as it did last time. Because I don't need to worry about, say, preserving enemies or anything like that around here. And more statues just mean more ability to destroy dudes. Sure, it limits the amount of the Void Rod that I can use, but that's not that big of a deal. And here, this is another one of those puzzles that I, of course, did the solution, the hard solution, the hard mode solution immediately for. Instead, but, well, here we are. So it really doesn't get changed. Oh, wait, no, that was not what I meant to do. Ay. But yeah, I did the hard mode solution to start with, so it doesn't, it's just going to be the exact same thing that I did before. Now then, make sure that I don't run immediately into the maggot there, and I'll be fine. 9 more to go. Here, the first one this time was just, hey, another one to get just bonus chest. A little bit more complicated here. But hey, this is another one that I can actually hit the back of the chest of. Perfect. If you were really missing defeating a lot of enemies in this game, well, this will certainly sate your bloodlust, I suppose. And here, although it seems like you want to just push that egg onto the button, you do not. Because remember, anything with using shades really requires a circle. If you ain't got a circle, then you're going to just have a harder time entirely. I want to do this, what, 4 times? So is that... Yeah, and then just follow down the circle, and that's enough. There you go. Perfect. Oh, 119. 119 is funny because when I was going through looking for secrets and everything, I would go through this, due to the combination of shortcuts and warp statues and everything, I went through this one a bunch of times. So I'm pretty familiar with the solution. 1, you don't need to keep yourself on the left side there. It sort of seems like you might need to. You do not. So push that statue out of there right into the strange eye. And then from here, what I want to do is... Here, let's even get you a little bit farther. Push this up. And then we will... Go and get you all the way to the top here. Because I'm going to need to go push this down. Yeah. So not quite like perfect, but actually, No, get you right here. Yeah, that's the exact positioning that I need, because then we can just push this on there and get you to fall right in there. Because you can't get rid of that. Sure, you could get rid of the Vengeance statue, but that makes the puzzle unwinnable, because there's no way you're going to be able to get the Mimic in there. Oh, this is another example of you can't get the enemy kill statues to be destroyed if you have a shade. Which is pretty annoying in how that works, but at the same time, should be able to make this work regardless. All you need to do is just identify where you can start to... And I think even there... Yeah, that should work. Identify where you can start to shuffle around blocks, because that's the real thing that's going to make a difference here. And that's perfect. Just need to make sure... Well, I suppose at this point in time I can create a shade, but with all the temporary blocks around, it's probably better if I don't. Okay, identify a place where you can create a raft. And the best way to create a raft is just right there, to be honest. So from like this, then what I can do is do a little bit of something like that, and that's perfect. That's everything that I need. From here then, what I want to do is go and... So it's... Think of it like almost as if you're creating a fuse or something. As soon as I am able to... As soon as I am able to get everything lined up, I'm just going to set this all to explode, as it were. That's a stupid way to put it, but what am I going to do? And although I do want that, I also do need to get over to the other side as well, right? Because that's the only way that I'm going to set this entire thing off by, of course, getting to the other side of the egg here. It's a lot more involved, certainly. Also make sure that I hit that before I forget. Of course. Okay, so from here, all I really want to do is start to... do I even have some... Where do I got like some place that I can start putting down blocks again? That should be good there. It's a good problem to have, that you have too many blocks going on, but still, it is a problem. Okay, and that should be enough to get rid of all three of these, no issue at all. Using those temporary... the temporary blocks were not introduced back when I was first going through this area, so now that that doesn't matter anymore, things, of course, get that much wackier in the sort of stuff that they can do to have you kill enemies. Because it is a lot easier than having to, say, push a bunch of statues into enemies to have these temporary blocks here instead for that sort of puzzle solution. So, do you already forget to get? Do you already get it? Did you get it? Did you see the thing here? Did you see it? Yeah, they're still trying to get me. 122. If you were... Get out of here. If you were going to... If you went all the way back to floor 1 after that entire thing, it's... Wow, that's a big loss. That is not an insignificant amount of floors you're going back at that point. Oh, I think that this is one of the last times you're actually going to see that that trick going on, though. Because past here, oh, it would be so cruel to have to redo everything every time. Hey. Okay, this one. If all you want to do is solve it, all you really need to do is go and do that. Knock the statue once. Bam. There. You're done. However, now I can't get rid of the Vengeance statue to be able to go and get the memory crystal. So, let's reset this one. And I got plenty of locusts. Shockingly enough, it's still a very weird thing to me. Okay, it took me a second to remember exactly what I need to do for this one, but yes, you get 3 blocks down here, which is just perfect for sneaking right around the beaver. And then when you get up here, push that off. And now I have gotten rid of the Vengeance statue and managed to maintain just enough blocks to create a raft really easily. Which is pretty handy. And let's lock you over there, because now I need to get this egg out of the corner and ready to start killing enemies. Kind of the entire thing here, right? And you know what? In fact, to make this really easy, I can even set up some of the glass blocks to just do this utterly... to make it, like, utterly trivial. So let's do that. Let's do a little bit of that. Here, even. I can make sure that I get the beaver locked in right there, and then I just need to set it up, set him up, knock him down, right? Do that, do a little bit of this, grab the locust idol, which I already did on one of the previous things when I was trying to remember exactly what I need to do. All of the classics. Where I forget how to play the video game. Right? Oh, I sure do love forgetting how to play the video game. Well, at least, certainly if you're watching this series, it seems like that, doesn't it? There's nothing I love more than forgetting how to play video games. Alright, get up here. See, and that sets things up. And I totally forgot to put 1 extra block on the end there so that I can get to the eye easily. But as you can see, tricky, but I got it. It's fine. It just took maybe a little bit longer than it probably should have. But hey, anything that's worth doing should take a long time. That's not true. Well, hey, at least you get a nice, easy one to start here. Where, again, just having a hole in the middle will make it very trivial to get rid of all the enemies then. Don't slam down the block for that stylish finisher, because that's still not going to be a good idea. I mean, certainly you could, but it's not a good idea. Alright, and then, if I remember correctly, I think everything lines up really well for you to get rid of the maggot as well, as long as I just kind of stand within line of sight here. And indeed, there you go. Well, at least that's fair, given how just absolutely ridiculous that other one is. So this is a funny one, because it's really hard to push, due to Sokoban constraints and all that, it's really hard to push around the statue in the way that you need to. So the way that you want to do this is that, yeah, you get rid of that bottom snake, and then you want to go over here. And get you nice and lined up. And then this this single extra glass block is the only way you're going to be able to push it over here. Because otherwise, the statue's just going to get caught in the corner, and you're going to be unable to do anything with it, and blah, blah, blah. It is very cleverly designed in the way that you need to go back and forth like that. Still frustratingly designed in that way now, isn't it? Get rid of you. This is... actually, wait. I want to make sure that I take this first, because I don't want the beaver to be running into that corner there later on. Get you to chase me over here. And that's good. Push that 1 to make sure that it is not going to be in the way for the final collision here. And then 2, I remember the way I want to line this up is that when you are about to move in, when the leech is about to move into the middle square, that's when I start up my grand plan here, because that will prevent me from getting hit by the leech, but also line things up perfectly for that. I love not having to do math. Bam. Then, just, yeah, there you go. Easy. Just look at the... Mimics, hey, mimics are pretty easy to move around wherever, right? That is not what I meant to do. I meant to have you go down 1 more. As much like last time that we saw this puzzle, it's all about really trying to make sure that you can get enemies manipulated in a particular way where they run into each other. And one, I want to get you out of there because I can't push the statue in a way that I can get it to both the top row and the bottom row because I can't push the statue out of that location. Then I need you to hit the temporary blocks because I need some place to be able to put down blocks. And then here, the only other enemy I'm defeating with the statue is right there. Oh, that's a tricky one. And then don't forget that you still have the Void Rod so you can move around the button in the first place. Which is something that I kept forgetting when I was doing this the first time. Oh, it's such a weird one. So first off, the way that you really want to start this one is taking away that one block. And that puts you out of danger and puts you in a very easy position to be able to get the mimics running around the way that you want to. Oh, it's the same thing as last time. Even hard to do the shortcut then too. But I got a plan. It was started out in the same way because you can make because you can make a very limited amount of movements, of course, just overall. Then you go back, get rid of you, and then from here we can go and grab that, go circle up because then what I can do is I can do that. And then get you to follow me over here. There you go. That's what it was. You even get rid of most of most of the glass blocks there too, if you want to use the shortcut. But of course, you know my goal with the series. I've only said it 1,000 times at this point. So I get a mimic in here, which is unfortunately making things a little bit more difficult. But if I get it to not push around too many of the statues, and pushing that one should be okay. And remember that I got that Void Rod. Once again, it's a very important thing that is very easy to forget about. Make sure that I am not... Well, I don't know if I necessarily wanted to do that, but that should work out just fine anyway. Yeah, because then what I can do is I can do this. I can push these statues out of the way. And that mostly, and that, you know, makes everything easy enough. Just want to make sure that you don't accidentally lock yourself in there by pushing statues in ways that will make things unwinnable. This is another one that one makes it very difficult to put blocks down because of the existence, of course, of the shade. And two is just testing your ability to do stuff with the shade. So, starting out here immediately, throw that down. I can pick up one extra block, and that does create a raft. Kind of weird raft, but enough of one. I can do that. Go anti-clockwise. If you don't go anti-clockwise, you're not going to have a good time. And then I think if I do this correctly, I can go and grab that on there. Set it down. And that gets rid of that. Of course, then there is finally the question of how do I go and get the memory crystal, which honestly shouldn't be too bad, because all I really need to do from this point is just make sure, one, I have a block to put down underneath me as I go and push that up. And two, also I should probably get rid of you too, just because having extra, of course, shades is generally not a good idea. But yes, it is from here. Just make sure that I got something to put underneath that. Grab that, and there we go. It's not easy and really does test your ability to use shades well, but I did it. So, whatever, it works, right? Just push this off. Can't get rid of those statues. You can try as much as you want, but you just can't. This is just an easier version of the puzzle, of the first puzzle. What? I don't know. Anyway, this one, I guess, since it's the exact same as it was the first time I was in here, I suppose they expected you to use the Void Rod? Because that's the only real difference. They replaced the smiling statue with a vengeance statue. So, I don't know. I like seeing just some nice, simple puzzles. I mean, you remember the original version of this with the enemy, where there were just tons and tons of enemies everywhere, and you need to be very particular about how you ended up doing stuff. Here, the only real issue with this one is trying to figure out, okay, how can I make this one extra move that I need to have the beaver follow me? And they're all contiguous, so you just do that. There you go. I like this version of the puzzle as opposed to the first one, where you need to do a number of different things to be able to solve that. Ugh, not so much there. And can I go and you know, get rid of every one of those enemies in that room? Sure, but why? Here, this is another figure out how to make a 1x3 and then consequently figure out how to create a raft, and there you go, bingo bango, it's already done. The only thing with this puzzle is that after you figure out that initial part, it's just kind of slow to go through. It's not particularly difficult because I have near mastery over everywhere that I can go in here, given that there's no walls. Okay, there's one wall, but it's in the upper right corner and pretty out of the way. Yeah, just sort of, all right, I'll just kind of slowly move around a bunch of blocks here until I am able to solve the puzzle. You can even go and start setting things up to make this nice and smooth for me to go through here, too. So, for example, I do want to go put, like, at least one more block down by the hand. I want to make sure that I can also get behind the thing, too, so that I can get all three of the locusts. But like I said, it's mostly that it just goes kind of slow. When you have to use the raft to get around in the level. So would you rather have that, or would you rather have just absolutely ridiculous super puzzles all over the place forever, right? Okay, you know what, let's just get that egg over here and finish it up nice and easy, like. Yeah, that should mostly be everything that I need here. I can even go start throwing down some glass blocks around. Because I won't need... I just need to replace the more permanent blocks with glass blocks and the temporary blocks and blah, blah, blah. You know how it goes. Because it's not like it's necessary for me to have a bunch of permanent blocks being the place where the egg is going down, right? So go grab this here, throw that all, start shuffling everything around, really. And then we can start to just want to get the egg pushed over a little bit, then pushed down a little bit, then you know how it goes. All right, get you out of here to start with. And then I suppose I do need to shuffle everything around so that I can actually move some of these more temporary blocks out before. You can do this a lot faster. I'm sure that there's a lot faster solution to many of these puzzles, but these are the ones that I figured out when I first played this, so, you know. That's the ones I'm using. Those are the... I'm just going to use the solutions that I came up with, basically, is what I'm saying. And it works well enough. Is it perfect? Nah. But is it workable? Yeah. Okay, there we go. Get you out of here. Get you out of here. Just make a 1x3 and we are done. And we are gravy. We are golden. We're everything that you want to be. Much like Vivid would say, I'm every person you want to see. I'm the cult of personality. Oh yeah, hey, it's this NPC again. Still. How about that? It's certainly a more difficult puzzle, but also the same solution. So, well, I mean, it's not the same solution, but I'm going to be doing mostly the same thing. So let's start out with the regular solution first and get you nice and in position. And I don't care if you're doing that weird standby mode thing. It doesn't matter. Just push a statue into you anyway. Yeah, it's the exact same NPC. We haven't seen a repeat of any other NPCs around here. Well, the ones that Gray encountered. Obviously, we've seen a repeat of one of the other NPCs, but they were in the story. They didn't originally start out in the Void Dungeon. A very different conversation compared to the Gray one, but that's because Lily is not a semi-silent protagonist. Oh, also, as always, yep, even the same portrait. Not quite enough to be able to get that last memory. Old. It's like if she came to Finland in the early 90s or so, late 80s, she would only be like mid 30s at most. It's not that old. Yes, it is, and we will not push her into a pit. As always, I got 54 Locust Idols, and the puzzle's already solved, so you just do that, right? Look, you're not doing any. You're not gonna even do anything with by the end of this with the 50+ Locust Idols that I have, Lily. It's fine. And same thing. I still am not quite sure if that actually solves the puzzle. You know, to save the NPC, but it feels like by the game logic that should work, right? That's at least the way I see it. It's a shame that we never actually get to see what Gray looks like after this. It's all from first person. So much build up for nothing. That's right. We're doing dating simulator. It's happening. Wasn't that also very similar to the way that they started up a section in Undertale as well? Would not surprise me if that was the explicit reference they wanted to go for. Because the ZeroRanger, of course, just straight up had a Sans fight. Like a skeleton that told jokes, and it was all done in the format of the Undertale fights. And you might remember that roulette wheel that I showed earlier. Well, the Manusha fight, yeah, against humanity. So it was an Undertale reference. Just imagine that Lily is sitting back there being like, yep, and then just spent my entire time under that birch tree dreaming about that time that my mom went on a date. These are getting to be some weird dreams. Ah, well, there's the weather, there's Dan's work. Now, I do have recordings, thanks to the amount of times that I've done this, of me doing both of these. So, at the end of it, I'll just do the alternate choices for each one of these. Why not? Although I don't know if there's one for just letting the timer run out. Probably. I can imagine that's something that they would have programmed in there. Of just an extra awkward date. If you ever want to just skip these cutscenes, though, you can always just hold down, what is it, the pause button. You will wake up early. So there's no real reason to, aside from seeing the alternate dialogue, there's no real reason to try and go through it faster. That's just your pro tip in case you rested at one of the trees that you had already seen the cutscene for. In fact, it's even got like an entire little animation with it where the screen gets all glitchy? I don't know. Probably shouldn't do that right now, just because this is a new cutscene. It would make sense, but we did see Lily's letter, and that looked like that was written in English. And it does seem like everybody's still speaking English. You can see menu and bistro kind of on the sides of the screen even right now. Gray could also know other languages, too. I don't really know exactly how long it has been since the pseudo-medieval times, but maybe it has been long enough. That might be an entirely different language. You didn't see the ending of ZeroRanger. I think I want to go with children, and the alternate one that I have is future. Of course, given the amount of times that I've gone through this already, just because of the my being far too persnickety about how I'm finishing some of these puzzles. I'm still frustrated with how many times it's taken me to finish some of the rooms here. But I'm not going to do it again. I'm going to finish up this video already. Alternate dialogue. Let's talk about the weather. You know, the classic conversation. It's like, oh, that weather out there. It's terrible. It's lovely. I mean, it depends on whether you like it or not. And this is what it's like to talk to me. Yep. Asked about his children last time. Let's get the future. And alternate dialogue. I actually don't even know if there's going to be anything different here, but still. Okay, let's see what we got here. The third one is always the same, regardless of what you do. I even tried that, timing it out. Now for this section, I completely forgot that we do have the giant head, so all of the hard-earned locusts that I got now are just gonna completely go away. Well, at least we got this first, because this was one of the harder puzzles for me to figure out the first time that I was going through the dungeon. Alright, so I was trying to, at least the first way that I thought to try and solve this puzzle was to get rid of all of the vengeance statues. With the little space that I have over here on the right side, that is just not gonna happen. So instead, what I want to do is try and not do that. See, this is the sort of thing that I was talking about with having to do these puzzles so many times in a row. I should get them all on the first try and not do that either. I should get them all on the first try just so that Anyway. Go over here. What I want you to do is push that there. And that's all I really need. Yeah, come back here. I lost a good 50 locust idols or something the first time I did this. Well, it's hard to undo mistakes when you're working with a mimic and everything like that, but still. Ugh. So many. Anyway, what I want to do is I want to grab one block here, and then I can push this onto there. And that's going to be the big difference maker, because the only other thing I need is one more block. And that gives me just in the perfect position to be able to push this egg over here. Don't walk over that temporary block. And there you go. Still, that took me so long to figure out the first time. But hey, now not only have I figured it out, we also got the memory crystal. Yep. Hey, how's it going? I'm back. Well, actually, I'm not back. It's a different person, but you know what I mean. Well, yeah, it talks. That's what heads do. There's an entire band named after that concept. I believe they were called The Talking Head, as founded by Daniel Burnside. It's nothing. Yeah, in just a second. I still, even though, of course, I know what to do, and still get the dialogue. Mm-hmm. Oh, Lily, there's a good chance that even the hungry guys are shocked over there. There's a good chance that you've already used the warp statue up to this point. It's given a good 50 levels would be something, wouldn't it? If you could find one here. Which is to say there's one edible thing in the entire dungeon. Okay, well, you know what comes up now. Okay, wow. Probably got to hear a good amount of Despair's theme from ZeroRanger there. It's a good one. Well, more specifically, it's the sped up version because, well, you know, it's speeding up, right? Oh yeah, give me one more. Suppose that's not really a different piece of dialogue, but still, I'll take it. All right, now things are getting scary. Well, okay, to start with here, not too bad, considering that this is more or less the same puzzle. Indeed. The only thing I really need to do is just go over here and... Perfect. Then also just grab one more, and at least now I have a little bit of protection against instantly dying. Also get out of here, you as well. Oh, is that going to be enough? Well, I mean, I can still do this. Yeah, don't forget that the whole three locust thing is going to help me out a lot. If I can actually get them. Obviously, in the last room, wasn't able to do that. But still, 4 is a good start. Now, yeah, very similar to the previous puzzle, but of course, using temporary blocks instead of the glass blocks. Still the same solution, more or less. Look, I like to think of it just as we're getting a lot of the same-ish puzzles just because I think the developers know how tricky some of this is going to be at the very beginning if you have to get rid of all of the stuff there. Okay, this is, more or less the same thing, except now I need to do a little bit of vertical action as well. So I'll do it like that, and then that is really all I should need. Yep. Since the whole you move first thing. Well, hey, adding in some extra memory crystals are going to make things slightly more difficult, but I do think that compared to a lot of the other stuff that I have been doing so far, this is mostly pretty easy. Here, not like that. Here, and then we can go just push that there. Because all I really want to do is, of course, make sure that I get that broken. All right, and as it is, the first way I solved this is another one of those examples of, hey, you already did the hard mode solution by bringing the... Take that. Not backwards, you fool! You absolute fool. Not backwards. You can't do it backwards. That's the only... I just said it's like, oh, I solved the same way. And then I just didn't. And then, hey, let me unsolve it. Not the same way. It's just, do it like that. It's so easy. It's so simple. By the way, how we doing? 21. Getting really close. Almost there. Still got 2 more sections left. All right, so yeah, I'm sure you can probably tell the gimmick here is that instead of having the horizontal leeches, we're having the vertical, these guys. Well, I did commit to trying to, unfortunately, get all of the locust idols that I can, right? Yeah, get over here. That wasn't too bad, though. And given that I already lost some, that's pretty, should do it like that anyway. Oh, this one, it's just very similar, but also an off by 1 problem here as well. Now, can I remember exactly how to do this? Yes. Because what I am going to do is try to go to one side and then circle back to the other. This is another one of those took me forever to figure this out. So I'm going to keep the full 4 in the middle there to keep things kind of even as I'm doing this. Put that down there. Now what I can do is I can go and get back to this position. I didn't really need all of the 4, but then I can start to destroy all of this garbage because I am going right over here. Grab the staircase, and we're good. Okay. Well, this one, look, I'm already starting out being surrounded by 3 different walls, so now it's just more or less the same puzzle that I did before. Get rid of this so I have a little bit of space, and bingo bango, we're done. Don't even have to go and get, oh yeah. Actually, this one's not too bad. Well, first off, I'm not lost. Thanks. All I really want to do is just wait for these to just run into each other, and then I can do this. Yeah, that's... These ones kind of easier, if anything, than the first time that I did this. If I could... What I'd like to do... Sure is. No, I don't want to do it like that because things are just not very well... I think I do want to just do something a little bit more like this. Because what I'd like to do is I'd like to get the... As you can see right now, I can get some of the enemies to run into each other, and I did. And that's perfect. Great. Let's do it. Let's go! That's all I need to do, baby! Yeah. There you go. I don't know why, for some reason, I thought I remembered that being harder. Well, anyway, same thing as the last time that I was in here. I really want to just make sure that I do not accidentally make things unwinnable for myself. And if I could, what I'd like to do is, what was it here? With that, for example. And then we can just get you right over here and right into the button. Oh, I know that there's like a different way that I like to do that one as well, but it doesn't have to be anything particularly complicated, right? Sometimes just knowing that getting characters desynced and then getting you into a place where you're surrounded on 3 walls is a pretty easy way to get mimics to do what you need them to do. So here, as much as I would like to get rid of the Vengeance statue, that's just not going to happen. I shouldn't need to move around. I shouldn't need to move around the blocks at all anyway. All I really need to do is just make sure that that's covered, but it's also covered in a way where I am not walking over that temporary block again, which is, not always the easiest thing. But doing it like that, that's not correct. There you go. And here we got another 3, which is perfect. Having lost 50 locust idols there. It's not an insignificant amount now, is it? I'm glad that I'm allowing myself to do the 3 locust thing here, because the previous time I did not have that, and it was a bit tougher. Perhaps just a little bit. Okay, so easy to get yourself trapped by having the mimic also push stuff there at the same time, but I have the void rod. There you go. And more than that, that just allows me to desync. Get you over there. And also, you can even just resync back up and walk right to the staircase. Okay, this one. Start by going top to bottom. Don't push that statue down, push it up. Otherwise, you're not going to have a good time with this, because you want to really get things desynced here due to... Oh, and then it's a little bit too desynced. That should work. I want to get things desynced here because I want to make sure that the mirrored version of the floor, of course. Okay, I need to also go over here and get you desynced vertically. There you go. Perfect. Now I just need to make sure that you will get one more desync here. So that's all I need, baby. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you gotta, because it's so mirrored, looking at both the sides, you gotta make sure that you have the mimic desynced there to be able to be safe and not activate any shades, which is sometimes a little bit... Actually, even more than that, I really just want to go get rid of the mimic here. It's like I don't want to deal with the mimic. I have shades. Shades will work out fine as far as being able to get rid of characters go. So first off, let's just do this sort of thing and then get out of here, you. I don't need you around here. Shades are... It's kind of nice. This is a nicer version of that previous puzzle, if anything, because I can just do that. Don't need to worry about you. Could skip over a couple floors here, but I won't. Oh, this one. Yeah, what was it? The normal way that I did this before was, because they were just regular mimics, we took care of the middle one first, and then the one on the right next. Here, we'll take care of the one on the right first. And then we'll take care of the middle one next. Simple as that, really. It's just sort of the opposite way that I did it previously. Okay, now this one was... Oh yeah, the difference here was that they moved the location of the... They moved the location of the staircase, which then I screwed up here anyway, because I'm very good at video games. And, well, you know, moving the location of a staircase doesn't really matter too much when you can just move it back, right? Here, still not going to be able to do anything with the middle guy, much like the original version of the puzzle, but the guy on the right there has even less space to work with. Doesn't matter. It's virtually the same solution anyway that I did last time, where I just make absolutely sure that I keep that third guy on the keep that third guy on the minimal platform that they're given. No, I'm doing pretty good. This mimic is not nearly as nice as the one that Gray talked to. Oh, whatever. Just drop kick him into the pit. You can't because they do 1,000,000 damage, but still. There's no point delaying the inevitable, :D. You're pathetic, :D. Whatever, yeah, I will. I'll be fine. Especially because we got another cool cutscene to see. I don't even remember which one this is. But I suppose we're going to see soon enough. 6 Locust Idols. Not great, but it could be worse. Really. Yeah, Pine Tree Air Freshener. That's how you know it's the 2000s. Oh no, it's the 2000s or 90s. I don't know. Whichever one. There's nothing else to do. Oh boy, and here we go into this section. Which already starts out great when you get an octahedron literally right next to you as you enter the place. Fantastic. Yeah, this was the area that introduced a lot of the... What is this? The 6th realm? 7th realm? Yeah, 7th realm, right? This was already the area that introduced the most difficult mechanics in the game. And now it's just going to get worse over time, right? Okay, if I remember this correctly, I think I want to, like, do that. Because I want to make sure that you are close, but not too close to me. Just so that it won't run over that temporary block again. No, wait. No, not like that. Just to make sure that it won't run over that one temporary block again, just because, you know. Okay, here. Let's do it like this. There we go. Get it on the button. Should be good. And then I don't want to use the temporary block to get over here. No, that would be ridiculous. This should line up everything just barely to be able to let me get right in here. Oh, not the easiest sort of deal. Especially given that you're probably low on... Well, you might have also skipped past this given the amount of locusts that you might have spent on that warp statue. You're probably not doing it the same as I am. Alright. So, this might seem like a stupid idea, but because the octahedron follows you when it's right next to you, I can just do this. So, scary, yes, but it works out pretty well regardless. Alright, from here, now I need to work around this entire area without activating the shade block. Which shouldn't be too difficult. I just need to make sure that I have some way to also get rid of the strange eye with everything else. That means removing that, so that I can start to put all the used blocks down here. Then get the beaver to run into it. The big thing, the really difficult part about this puzzle is just figuring out how to deal with that octahedron immediately. And it is as simple, I suppose I could say, as just understanding that it will follow you anywhere, which is good, but, you know, figuring out exactly how that should work, maybe not the easiest thing. Let's just take this, use this block right now. Then as soon as I can get into line of sight, this shouldn't really be a problem at all, right? In fact, then I can also even use the other block there. That should work. Also, get up to 8 right now, all right? There's also going to be one extra block that gets used for the first time there, so I can use that to get rid of the other one. A lot of steps go... Okay, I guess actually now that I'm thinking about it, no, that's not how that works now, is it? Do that, do a little bit of this. Then just get you to follow me. There you go. A lot of steps, but getting rid of that octahedron is really the real difficult part, right? Circle around there to get you. Grab the locust idol, of course. And then, hey, new NPC. Which is... Lily has seen a couple NPCs so far, but not really new NPCs. They're either NPCs that Gray saw... or story NPCs. And I like this one. I like this NPC. Because she really does change things up to be a lot more interesting for the rest of this section. Yeah, you start out with some real tough puzzles, but then things get kind of different. Oh, and as always, do have a new portrait here as well. I hate to break it to you, they're eggs. You know, like how you break eggs? Whatever. The monsters work off of line of sight, and also they don't go after NPCs, so it doesn't even matter. silly how that works, isn't it? Yeah, well, check this out. No, yes. You know what? Yes. Yes, I do. No, we're taking her with. Yes, and Ninny gets her own theme and everything. Also, I do believe a new portrait too. So this is somewhat similar to how you did with the treasure hunter, where the entire route is changed up because you have to have a second NPC be able to get to the exit as well. 16 is absolutely useful to me as well. All right, and then it gives you kind of an indication of if she can get to the exit or not. So stuff like that, and then there. Cheers you on, and that's how you know that she can actually get to the exit. Now that means exit being blocked, that means temporary blocks that would be used, or you know, the pits, all that sort of stuff. It's pretty simple because you do get a very clear indication of if it will work or not. All right. So here you can see now we got a whole bunch of temporary blocks that are going to be, and trying to work around these are going to be the big issue with this area. That's what she says anytime you push her, because you can't, it's hard to talk to her most of the time without pushing her. What can I say? Also has dialogue for each one of the new areas that you get to. So I'm going to be trying to get that as well. And fortunately I had to do that one more time. Because the plan here is that what I need to do is I'll leave those vertical temporary blocks for Ninny. And then I will, on the other hand, go and... Well, here, let me get rid of this first. Go and create a vertical section for me to go to. So right here. So she's giving me the cheering. That's working. I can get to the exit. That's good. Okay, and then, as always, yeah. I told you it was a giant beaver. I told you it's a beaver. It is a beaver. I told you that there was going to be an NPC that tells you that it is a beaver. And here we are. Yes, it does. Trust Ninny on this one. Okay. So first thing that I want to do is I want to go get like a little bit more permanent block going on here. And then with that, I'm trying to remember what exactly the deal was. All I need to do is get you to come down here because then I can go back. That's what it is. I remembered. And I didn't want to do it like that exactly. No, what I want to do is I want to circle back so I can go and grab the block there afterwards. Yeah, the big thing is that I want to be able to walk on this twice so that I can kind of go back and forth. So stuff like this, for example. Hey. And the thing is, she does give me the positive cheering, so this will work, right? That's all I need. It's an octahedron. Yeah, I know. Look, the things get wacky in here. It's a wacky void dungeon. That's how it works. Anyway. Okay, so same basic thing that I was doing before, of course. It would be very easy to do this, except the thing is, if I do it like this, the octahedron is going to be in the way. It's going to be blocking the exits, and then he won't be able to get out of there. So I'm going to have to do it a little bit more like this sort of thing. And with a circle around there, that should work to get her into. And she's giving me the good. She's giving me a good sign. Yep. Yeah, actually, yes, because the thing is, Ninny is still. She does sort of work like a way to block a line of sight for enemies and stuff like that, so I can just kind of. Well, let's be a little bit cautious because I want to make sure that I have plenty of room here, and just, you know. There you go. Why not, right? Yes, it affects nobody else except for somebody who has a void rod. Ugh. So I'm just trying to think. I don't remember how I can get the... if I do it like this... No, I can't remember how you're supposed to be able to get the locust and get to the exit at the same time. I mean, I guess you can still do one. So because I can do stuff like, you know, that. But still, that's not both of them. I guess I'm not going to worry about trying to maximize the amount of locusts that I get here. There, that's the one solution that I don't know. What can I say? And I'm sure anybody that's been watching this has noticed that too. So, you know, you can probably take a guess as to what a room that looks like this is supposed to be all about. But, you know, we'll get there when we get there, right? I just want to get the dialogue. I'm sorry. Okay, and then can't really continue on past that point unless I was gonna throw Ninny into the beaver there, but that would be exceptionally cruel. All right, what I want to do, if I'm remembering this correctly, that I want to get you to follow me over here, and then I can use these ice blocks to instead run back. And then this, the big thing is, remember, using the Void Rod alone will indeed end up passing turns. So I don't even need to leave that temporary block there, which is good, because otherwise I die. And yep, we're good. All right. Oh, wait, not like that. I did want to push her onto the one block, but I don't want to push her any farther than that. They sure are. Nah, I got it. Yeah, so instead of octahedrons, then we have strange smiles. And strange smiles, while some of the problem, is not too bad. There, that already creates a raft. The raft structure that I'm looking for to be able to let me get around here. And then the way that we're gonna end up doing this, I want to keep that one last strange smile down there to be able to get it to activate all these blocks at once, and then can set up some of a fuse, I guess. I've called this before. It's a good enough name, right? Grab a couple more blocks too, because I need you to follow me all the way over here. So, from this point on, all I need to do is just make sure that I can get you right there, circle around, and there you go. Now it's just as simple as create a path out of here, and we are good. A bit of a complicated way to do that, but I do think that it's well, at least for me, maybe a little bit easier than the original version of that as well. Sorry. Yeah, which could be a problem, really. But it won't be, because I can just do this. Yep. Easy as that. Right. I mean, pushing her does work the same as pushing a statue or anything. And funny thing is that if you don't have Ninny here, which happens if you're in void mode, like I was the first time that I came around here, or if well, you know, she doesn't make it to the next level or whatever, then instead what they have is they have one of the Dark Idol statues above the staircase. Though there's no way that you could actually get to the staircase unless you were doing that on purpose. But it does give you an alternate way to solve this puzzle. So, you know, just do that. Yeah, void mode means that you skip kind of this entire thing. It's really too bad. Yeah, well, thankfully my whole thing with getting the memory crystal in the first incarnation of this doesn't make it that much easier. Hey, you're not supposed to follow me like that. Whatever. It's fine. And although Ninny is worried because when the octahedron blocks a path, this should be fine. So there's no other way to talk to her. What can I say? Here, she just tells you what the solution is. And then Lily insults her. For no reason. Alright. And there you go. Simple as that, really. But of course, you kind of expect that. It's like that was more or less the solution that I came up with last time as well. Now, I only really need to move one block around, so as scary as this looks, do that. And that's the entire puzzle. This one, if anything, is easier having Ninny here because she can push the button, which it says right there. Surprisingly enough, yes. I just need to make sure that I can get it in a position where she'll be able to push it down. Technically, I don't even really need to use the Void Rod here if I just do this. There you go. Yeah, that one is comparatively easy. I like it. Stuck her in a Screw You statue. I like Vengeance statue and Strange Mimic, but it's sure. Oh yeah, no problem at all. I have more than enough experience when it comes to being able to get the mimics to do what I need to. And there you go. That's pretty much the entire thing. But I'm not going to push Ninny onto the stairs because it's not like she's going to go down them without me. Although I need to go sacrifice a... Yeah. It just outright tells you what the solution is here. Unfortunately, I do need to sacrifice life because to be able to talk to her, you know. Alright. Well, push that off to start with. And then, oh right, they're supposed to be getting the 3. Whatever, it's fine. There you go. Easy. There is plenty of room to move. So from here, this is just another one of those off by 1 problems, except Just got to take a slightly different route from the first time. Other than that, that's pretty much the entire thing. And it's only a slightly different route. Oh, I know exactly. Well, I don't remember exactly how many areas are left, but it's not too many more. So from here, it's actually a very similar solution to what I did last time. Just want to make sure that when I get you to follow me, that gets rid of all the statues then as well. And that just makes a nice raft automatically. Easy as that. Which is handy. Now, it still does mean that I need to use the raft to kind of get around everywhere, but that's fine. Just want to go grab you first. 26, looking pretty good. And then as soon as I line up everything here, this should be the solution to the puzzle. Yep. Give me the cheering. Looking good. Oh, in fact, this is the last room here, and it's not looking good. So resting, of course, just means closing the game, as you might expect, given how having dreams have worked up until this point. Yeah, there's no trees around. So I'm used to sleeping. Scared into a pit by a demon. Also out of the blue, because he can't say blue. It's not a whole lot of dialogue that happens in the dungeons, but it's interesting they keep that theming even in the dialogue here. No, we're not gonna do that. You could, if you wanted to solve the puzzle like that. That is a thing you could do. Why would you, though? And we get the theme of Ninny. She gets 2. I think even... Yeah, get one more little portrait here then. And she was an egg the entire time. Unfortunately, there is no alternate ending to this whole side quest, so... Well... that's the only one. And you do get Ninny's theme then for the rest of this area. Shouldn't be too bad if I remember... Go put the statue over here. If I go down and up, sort of an off by 1 problem. I forgot to push the 1 egg onto there. Sort of an important thing. Okay, grab that. And then, yeah, pretty much as I'm doing this then, what I can do is a little bit of that. Grab you, and then with both of the, and then with all the eggs on the button, do that. You would think that with all the other NPCs that there you at least didn't end with them getting egged here, but well, fortunately there's no way out of that for Ninny, which is surprising. You would think that in a game like this that you'd be able to do something. I mean, even with a girl NPC that I saw earlier, could have just... solving that sort of puzzle was as simple as just solving the basic puzzle around there and then using one of your loc styles. Nope. Nothing to do there. Surprisingly enough, I'm seeing this cutscene for a second time. Well, second time this playthrough, because the upcoming section went so poorly. Oh, as I'm starting to get farther, I'm starting to forget more of the puzzles. Well, hey, at least that gave me an opportunity to re-record some of the alternate dialogues in that one scene. This seems familiar. At least that means I know what to do. All right, let's do it. That is one very Wario throw and sound effect. Famously a Game Boy series, so makes sense. Maybe the Game Boy series I've played the most. Yeah, aside from potentially Pokemon, but that was only the first Pokemon, whereas there were 4 Wario Land games. A classic of the platformer genre. I don't know what interrail is. Oh, come on. Hey, do you mind? I'm trying to have dreams here. Well, dude's getting scared into a pit considered being invited. I guess it's no surprise the bee is here. We did hear from the mercenary that he was being tormented by demons. This demon right here. Bee's a lot more active than she was back in Gray's campaign. In fact, you'll do so right now. Well, keep a lookout for that. Although I'm getting pretty close to the end of the game, it's not like she can really do... Will you cut that out? It's not like she can do too much, right? Okay, so here we go. This is, of course, the section related to all the shades, and mostly it's going to be about... Oh, hey, it's another one of the second... It's a second one of those strange lights, the random events that I got earlier. I know you can force these things out, but I'm not actually doing that. Whatever. Anyway, there's no way I can even get to it anyway. Interesting to see, though. Hey, remember the original version of this just being, hey, here's a hallway to go down, gives you a nice little preview of what it's going to be like to deal with shades. Well, a little bit more difficult this time, and that's going to be true for everything. In fact, most of the puzzles here are going to be, well, not most of them, but a lot of them are going to be, hey, you know how you had to deal with one shade last time? Well, why don't we increase that by one more? For example, here, if I start out immediately... Of course, a lot of the memory crystals that I got previously were all about having to deal with extra shades or make some very particular movements around the level when you have to, while you have shades following you. So it's not that bad, really. Certainly could be a lot worse. Still, though. As it is, I am not going to take any chances given how badly it was going previously. I only need one block to get down here, right? Alright, you get rid of the vengeance statues immediately, and then just making the old loop around, right? And when I say loop around, I of course mean this way. Should be good. Just gotta make sure that I can get away to exit, right? And that is more than good enough. Oh, this one I just did. I did the hard mode version of it last time too, didn't I? Well, what can I say? I remember the solutions to the hard mode a lot more than the gray, the normal mode, the gray campaign one. So stuff like having only 2 vengeance statues that I can activate here, well, doesn't make as much of a difference. All right, 1x3. This is a very tiny area they give me, isn't it? However, really not that bad, because all I need to do is just do this, and although it's a small circle, 2x2, it's still a circle, right? Bam, there you go. This one is the one that took me the longest, but given that I already did it, trying to get over to the statue to get the memory crystal the first time, it's not that much different. Actually, no, I want to put this here. With 3 shades, I do need a good amount of space to move around, right? But here, though, I can even do this, really. Because all I need to do is just go grab the staircase, throw it down, and we're done. Did I do the hard mode version of this one the first time? Because, of course, here it has vengeance statues, so you can't actually move anything around. But, you know, does that really make that much of a difference? It's very... it feels like they want you to solve it that way in the first way anyway. Wow, I just said the word way 5 times in a sentence there somehow. Anyway, can't get over to the left side to get that extra block. That is... okay, it's a problem, but it could be it could be worse. Really, all I want to do is make sure that, yeah, with 2 circles here, with a way to go down the middle, now I can go in the reverse direction, which is exactly what I need to go and get that memory crystal there. From this point, though, should be as simple as head around the circle. Don't even need to worry about that octahedron, which is good because I don't ever want to deal with octahedrons if I can have the choice. All right, is that enough? 5? Yes, that's more than enough. Whatever, better safe than sorry. That's what I'm gonna say. Okay, here, this one is really changed up compared to the first time that I was here. Now it's all about using the turn around after you open a chest mechanic instead. Which, whatever, that's easy enough to do, but still. I remember the first time that I was doing this, the first take, as it were, had me just like, I somehow failed at that puzzle, like, I don't know, 3 times because, and I kept forgetting to take the locust. I gotta stop recording so many times. I gotta stop recording for so many hours in a row. All right, facing down, which means that I can just grab this, and there's your 1x3. As long as you recognize that, it's all pretty simple. Makes it real easy to grab that and then just get right back. Even getting rid of the enemy there. The goal, of course, the first time was even easier. You just... getting rid of the enemy was just there to get a locust idol. And here, it's just, whatever. It's not too much more difficult, thankfully. Which is good because it leads into the lung area, of course. Okay. I do remember, I mean, especially having done this again just a few minutes ago at this point? Well, it feels like it. It was hours ago, actually, but still. 1, 2. I remember the timing because I need to get rid of these vengeance statues. And barely get out of there. And then I need to get you max amount of distance possible, so turns around. So yeah, it's going to take 1 turn to turn around, 1 turn to move, and then I can sneak right by there. That is going to be barely enough to get through. And same thing to circle around here. 2 shades, as always, is pretty much the same as 1 shade because Lily has terrible traction, motion. What do you call it when you can't turn very well? Has terrible turning, I guess. And I suppose that's good in the sense of that means that the levels have to be designed with that designed around that. But still. Also means that 2 shades are virtually the same as 1 shade. I'll go solve the puzzle right here, but you know that's not what we're about. At least for now. I'm going to have to go... Now that I'm thinking about it, now that I had to replay some of the game, I'm going to have to go back and get more memory crystals. I skipped over a couple there because I didn't want to feed Hungry Guy 50 times again. Ah, well. This one's not too bad. The really difficult thing to figure out is that you don't create a shade while standing on the block, only after you walk off of it. And that still took me a long time to realize, but, well, it's fine. Okay, here, on the other hand, it's really, let's be honest, more or less the same puzzle as before because the beaver is going to work in the same way as the octahedron did. However, because there is a memory crystal, gotta go get that first, of course. Not to say that that's particularly difficult, but you grab block. Not to say that's particularly difficult, but I mean, well, it's a slightly more difficult. It's not as free of a level, I guess is the way to put it. Okay, just go set that there. Bam, bam, and that's really all you need. Oh, this one. So the big difference with this one is that I can't move around buttons this time. Thank you, Vengeance Statue. You are my best friend in this. I say that sarcastically. Okay, but I do have a strategy, and given that I've done this several times already, should be fine. So first thing to do, activate all 6 of those a few times. Then I want to start circling around here and covering as much space as possible so that I can continue to spawn these characters. So really getting tight in here in the crowd. But I think after this point, yeah, since I got another 6 to be spawned, can do that. And there you go. I do not like that puzzle, though. That was a lot of trial and error because I absolutely refuse to do math. What can I say? I don't want to do math. Okay, well, let's push the Vengeance statues off, of course, first. And then here, I'm at the edge of the window, but that still counts as a wall. And then use that to do a little bit of this. It does seem as though... In fact, can I... maybe just make this real easy for myself? Yes. I don't know. Usually what I do is I end up just... Because the thing is, you really don't need to worry about having statues or enemies pushing down buttons if you have shades, but, well... And so what I'll normally do is I would just go use the 1x3 to go over there, grab all those blocks, and then just get enough shades to make that work. But I guess you can just do that, too. If you want to minimize the amount of movements and everything you're doing. Alright, same basic thing as this. See, again, new ways to solve puzzles. That's the difference between this and the original series. Okay, and you want to grab 1 extra... This will still block this, but to be able to get the... And that's good for just solving the puzzle, but to be able to get the memory crystal, got to make a raft. And I got to do it in a very particular way because I got to circle back around anti-clockwise to grab that. Which is... That's where things get a little bit tricky otherwise. Still, though, once you realize that you want to go back and grab that immediately, it's not too bad. Here, you can do the quick strats again. And there you go. It's such an intimidating puzzle, and yet it's pretty easy once you realize that you create more than enough shades to cover all those buttons. All right, I never remember how you're supposed to start this one off, but I just did this relatively recently. It's, put that there, circle around. Then from here, I can go back up, and that creates the 1x3. There you go. Okay, well, that wasn't that bad. That certainly could have been worse. Where it's just a very particular number of motions you gotta make, but why did I do that? Because what I meant to do was I meant to press back one so that I could grab that block. Okay, well, hey, if you missed the first time, bam, 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 there, 1x3. Okay. Let's do this for real this time and get these blocks out of here immediately so that I don't accidentally walk on them again. That'll work. And as always, there's your raft. There's that. Oh, you're playing your drinking games or whatever every time I say raft or something. It's still we still got quite a bit left to go. So that, then get on out of here. All right. Oh, this one. I don't even remember what the original version of this one is, but it's a thing. And it looks like you probably want to go on the top first, but no, you really got to get rid of these statues to start with. The reality is all you need is 2 blocks in total. It's just trying to get those over there without ever using the snake constraints you're put under. Yeah, but if I do this motion, then I just barely have enough space to get out of here. And it doesn't matter if I grab one of the shade blocks. They just, like... well, oh no, I'm creating an extra shade. I'm already done with the level. Just need to go get one more, and getting in that direction is all it takes. Here, kinda scary. The first one, totally free. You just need to loop around, get the octahedron on the button, and... well, that was it. Here, on the other hand, it's also free because octahedrons are stupid. There you go. I like, for whatever reason, 219 is just this very easy level. Okay, this one, yeah, what I need to do is I need to do something with the... what was it exactly? I had an actual strategy the first few times I was doing this, but I can't remember exactly what it was now. It was that I want to do this. Yes, there we go. Okay, and that sets up everything just well enough that I can go right in there. There you go. There you go. I knew it was something like that. Because it's hard. You can't just get the staircase out of there. You have to make sure that you have enough space to be able to move around so you're also not walking directly into your own shades, too. Hey. Okay, now this one is taking a couple tries, too. Well, okay, obviously, what you want to do, get rid of the vengeance statues. Vengeance statues are not going to be doing you any favors here. From this point, then, get that sweet 1x3 that everybody craves. Then, from here, it's really as simple as... should be able to grab you like that. And then grab that to make sure I can get that. And then it's just, if I can, say, just get this working. Well, here, let's grab you first. Because, yeah, all I really need to do is then just get it like that. There you go. Button right next to the staircase. As you do. Also, I think at this point in time, I got 25, so we can see the final memory, too. Well, did say in that previous cutscene that she was doing military service. And I think this is also one of the pictures you see when you first start Lily's campaign on the table there. Giving you a good spoiler for the most expensive picture in the entire game. Alright, well, this one, of course, thematic and they didn't make it more difficult, so I guess I am thankful for that. Different sort of final area. And it doesn't matter if you're in void mode or not. Still the same thing here. Of course, I'm not, so it doesn't really make too much of a difference. No weird background or different blocks around here. Do get an NPC, though. I'm also being tortured by B, it seems. It does seem like it's Johan's doing again, right? Although there is a potential that he came in here trying to look for Lily as well. Which is a tragedy because there was no way. There was never any chance. I've got a pretty good idea. Close. So although this mostly starts out the same, you can see the blocks are all normal. That's because this is not just Alphabet. This is Alphabet Extreme. Wherein we take the alphabet and go into a much more difficult version of it. However, every one of these every one of these areas also has a memory crystal to it as well. That's right, getting an extra 26 at the end here, provided that you didn't get here in void mode, but, you know, that's hard to do. Okay, yes, it took me a second to remember, but you already start out facing down, right? And then from here you can make a 2x3 to make things work. Which is exactly what I need to make it work. And then we can just do that, grab you, and get on out of here already. I don't know why it suddenly took me way too long for that one. But here we are. This is also another one of those, not the easiest places to go through. As long as I have 2 blocks to go back and forth here, though, not going to be super terrible. Although what I probably want to do is go and lock you back here to start with. Then I can just use the 2x3 that I got to get back up here instead. Oh, that does make things a lot easier than having to deal with this many leeches. Okay. Yeah, every one of these areas is going to have some sort of enemy in it, is going to have some sort of extra challenge because it is, like I said, the extreme mode of Alphabet. Now, what I really want to do is get right next to you here, so I can do that. Yeah, because with that type of maneuver, makes it quite easy then to get up here, grab the crystal, and then get out. Don't run into the leech there right at the last second, though. That's not really a good idea. Here, as long as I have you following directly behind me, you can just circle around there, provided I have some sort of circle. Oh, Alphabet Extreme. It's a very... you can see how it's difficult due to the very minimalistic areas that you are given here. It is certainly not easy to figure out every one of these, but at least due to the fact that you only have so many things you can do in each one of these areas, it does become a bit easier because of that. I'll grab you, for example, grab you and then put you over here so that kind of get it out of the way. There's one more to throw on the pile of things that I can't even use. This is not even all that much of a problem or puzzle, but here we are. Look, not every one of these. You think about I, for example. What are you going to do with I? And I remember exactly what to do with I. They put a strange smile on it, and then you just pick up the block in front of you, and that's it. That's the entire puzzle. Because it's literally a line. Although, as we saw at the beginning of the previous section, that a line is still a perfectly viable puzzle. Oh, this one, I do not like it. So, the big plan here is that I need you to get real close to me, and by doing that, I'm going to sneak around the other way. Thankfully, octahedrons are stupid, so I don't need to worry too much about that. Still, though, here, let's even go grab one extra block just to be sure. Because I do have one there, of course. Yeah, what I'm going to want to do is get you way over here. And then that'll give me enough space to go and create another structure over here so that I can get it way over here. And that should be enough to lock it off into that area. Okay. Grab you, get on out of here. This, on the other hand, should be as simple as just setting it up so that the leech and maggot run directly into each other. Which I know is... I never know exactly... I'm sure that you can probably math this out, but that also works too. Just doing random trial and error. Of course. Hey, if you got enough Lokes titles, there's no reason not to do just random trial and error, right? Just gonna go pick up that just for the sake of picking it up. And then from here, Can just break up that. Get you to run on it, and we're already done. Okay. Oh, yes. This one, I want to give them more space. Specifically, they're not going to run into each other, but they will start to bounce off of each other in a really uneven way. So like that, and then there. With that type of maneuver, can it go and grab the crystal and get out of here? Oh, some stressful stuff, right? Okay, immediately, this is another one of those. It's another of the same puzzle. You know how it goes. Figuring out this sort of thing. Just need to make sure that I get that strange smile out of there before I do much of anything else. Some very Kingdom Hearts music happening right now. It is different from when Gray was in here. Just immediately reminds me of a Hollow Bastion type of thing. Okay, we're just gonna go grab this. Well, actually, even more than that, let's go grab this, because that's a little bit more of a permanent block, right? Something about the piano here is just very Kingdom Hearts. I like that series. It's a good series. L. This is another one of those extremely minimalistic type of puzzles, so, you know, all you gotta do is really just make sure that you give it a little bit of extra space so you can sneak around. Oh, I'm acting like this is a big deal. You very clearly saw, what was it, 224 back in Gray's campaign? There was one of the memory crystals inside of the HUD. Yep, this is the first time that you learn about this major mechanic in the game. Yeah, the HUD is not just there for a reference to, of course, the Game Boy style. It is, but it's not only there for that. You can do a lot of fun stuff with it, including just outright crash the game. It's a fake crash, but you know what I mean. The game closes all the time. Yeah, you can actually do that at any point in time in the game. And in fact, well, as long as you aren't blocked off by walls or something, of course. But I wanted to save it until right now because I feel like this is the first real big obvious hint that this sort of thing exists here. And it's not even the only one in here. There's a couple other... what do I need to do here? I need to grab you to start with. Get you going over there. Do that so I can do this. And, no, I need to get rid of that as well. I totally forgot. But yeah, basically something like that. Not even the only hint that you're going to get for that, the existence of the HUD. Yeah, in fact, I don't even need to. They just set that there. The HUD as you're doing these puzzles. There's another very clear example of that. But now that you know about that, well, you know about a lot of things in the game. Suddenly things like being able to change the value of the floor you're on. And stuff like having that 7 HP there. Well, 7 as a number means that you can jump around. I can go from 243 to 207 right now if I wanted to. And since it's always 7, that's always a possibility to be able to jump back. You can also, at some of the rest areas, switch around your floor number and the amount of locusts you have. So at, say, floor 297, where there's a very easy way to get onto the HUD. Any one of the places with birch trees makes it very trivial to do so, because those just kind of exist in the void, of course. Then here. Well, before I do that, let me go grab a couple more things, right? But yeah, there's another great example of usage of a HUD. Funny, isn't it? Well, I think it's kind of funny. It's just, it's such a very weird thing. And in fact, you can just go use like HUD blocks and everything too if you feel like it. We'll take a couple extra here and there. Why not? Let's take this one. Yep. And it works exactly the way that you think it does. Here's I, by the way. Which I can't believe I screwed it up. It's such an utterly ridiculously simple puzzle. Oh my god, just walk back and forth there. There, you're already done. So teleportation. Nigh on infinite locusts without taking the infinite locust brand, as you might have seen earlier. Way earlier. What I want to do is I want to do this, yeah, because you can move around like that. And in fact, I can also do that. It's a game changer. And it is something that you can figure out very early. I think I figured it out near the end of Gray's campaign for the first time. You remember how you have that one really huge room that is just completely full of blocks? And there's no staircase, so it's sort of like, well, what am I doing here? And that's when I realized it's like, oh, you can walk onto that. Huh. But I wanted to save it until it was, I guess, properly introduced into the game. Right? Because that being, I would say, the biggest hint as to the existence of HUD manipulation just feels like the right place you want to learn about it. It's not like they ever give you any real explicit hints towards its existence or anything like that. No, you're just supposed to figure it out when you figure it out. That sort of deal. All right. Then I can't remember, but can I? No, I'm not going to be able to go over there. No, it is, there's a specific way that I want to do this, right? Here, get over here first. But yeah, then I can grab you, and I can grab that, and circle right back around for that. There you go, easy. This one, since they give me, well, I'm going to go and get the memory crystal in the first place, you know. It's the HUD thing. HUD thing is such a huge, it is a huge part of this game, let me tell you. It's just, what can I say? It is also something that it really does break a lot of the mechanics in the game when you know about it. Like I said, you can use it to restore literally hundreds of locusts over the course of a run. You can use it to teleport around a lot more than just using shortcuts or warp statues. And of course, warp statues also work really well with the fact you have tons and tons of... What was this? This was... It is a specific thing that I want to do here. Yeah, what is it? Isn't it like I want to go up here, put that down first? Like pick it up, and then yeah, that perfectly lines it up. There you go. So yeah, forget about the whole deal with, say, you trying to learn shortcuts and warp statues and everything like that when you can just jump around like that easily. Hell, you can even use it to get rid of. You can even use it to get rid of a bunch of locust idols at those rest areas, because those are the ones without walls. If you want to just go all the way back to the beginning, go refuse the fruit, all that sort of stuff. It is a big part of this game. Also, you know, another great example of the weird meta things that, of course, exist all over in the game, which I haven't even really touched too much as of just yet, but will be coming up soon enough, right? Oh yeah, what was the... If I do that, then yeah, that don't even need to... Why do they even bother putting a shade block there? I'm not going to use that. Who would purposely step on a shade block if they don't absolutely need to? Yeah, not to say that... you know, you might think that having all those extra blocks down there would be more helpful, but as it turns out, not quite, because it's so... There's only specific areas that you can even get into. No, not quite. Well, we can reset that, of course. Is it like... I think it's like here. No, it's not there either. Oh, this is me not wanting to do math yet again. No, it's... Yeah. It's very simple, and thankfully they leave you to be able to reset it very easily, but still. Is it like... Yeah, there you go. So it's pretty much as soon as you can get in there. And then we get A. This was the first... Why did I do that? This was the first time that I was really forced to use the... creating a shade rafts, as it were. Because, what can I say? You do have to... You can't get away with not doing that here. Okay, well, it's not quite what I wanted to do, but, you know, two is virtually the same as 1, blah, blah, blah. I've said it plenty of times already. Okay. Still not that bad. Just go start maneuvering over here, because, of course, I do need to get each one of the memory crystals, even if I don't have much of anything to spend it on anymore. There we go. Here, let's also just get rid of you just to make sure that I don't make a big mistake here, which would be pretty embarrassing. But, well, wouldn't be the first time, right? Yeah, HUD manipulation, very good, but it's hard to get to the HUD to start with. You need to have a place that has no walls. You need to have a place... You need to have something that you actually want to do with it, because having just a couple extra blocks here and there is not going to make too much of a difference in a lot of puzzles. And that doesn't mean that any enemies are going to be any less difficult. It just means that you have a lot more tries and everything to do with stuff. And you can maneuver around a lot better in the dungeon. Alright, and then we got one more birch tree. And that is... I'm still going to have to come back and get some of the crystals that I missed because I restarted stuff, but... there's other reasons why I got to come back into Lily's campaign here anyway. So here we do get... This is a bit different compared to most of the dreams because it is actual puzzles going on. Although, as you can see, I'm now in void mode, so I don't need to worry about accidentally dying, which would be the worst place to die. And then as you continue going down here, puzzles get a lot more tricky. Well, there are the outer edges and everything to work with, which makes it that much easier, thankfully. However, they do actually start to get somewhat tough. So, let's say I'm not super good at doing these, and I'm probably going to be jumping around an awful lot. At least for the very start, it's not too bad. Do that, and one more. Okay, I told you I was bad at these puzzles. Embarrassingly bad at these puzzles. There we go. It's always the eclipse, right? I said before that even if these can only send people out during a solar eclipse, that there's They happen every couple decades. They don't only happen every hundreds of years. No, but it's got to be over Finland. Even then, I think that happens like every 50 plus years or so. I really don't need to do this, but I just like having the puzzle complete like that. Okay, and here's where I've got to start skipping around. I got the pendant achievement back. Opening a game back up, we get a little epilogue for Void Stranger Lilith, where I'm surprised that Lily is even speaking the same language as Lily. That's going to get confusing. Oh, hey, and she was wearing the pendant now, too. My collection of memory crystal prizes. You can see the military one on the right there. Not in very good detail, but that is definitely the same picture. Told you it was going to get confusing. Oh, but it is still not over. Oh no, we've been getting small hints about what's going on in the Void this entire time. And now, I hope you enjoyed the Void Stranger Gray and Lilith, which were largely just stories about, you know, the relationship between a parent and child, because now we're getting into a lot more fantastical sort of elements here as we explore the goings-on in the Void Dungeon. Also, Erasure. This just appears to be Erasure OS. Is it supposed to be the same character as the one in ZeroRanger? I don't know. Maybe? Doesn't explicitly say... they never explicitly say that, yeah, this is Erasure OS that was scavenged from you know, orbit around the Earth and somehow found her way to the Void Dungeon? I guess went through the 255 levels, and because she's not a Void Lord, her greatest wish was to become the Void Judge? The leader of the Void Lords? I don't know, it's all just speculation on my part, because I don't think that's ever really answered. Not even referred to as a Void Lord, referred to as a stranger. Which the first time I played the game, considering I didn't know who this character was just like, okay, so she's not a Void Lord. That's all I got. And here we are. Finally, conclusive proof that the Void is just an absolute mess. Not only are they not even following the supposed job that they have, and clearly don't really know what's going on, they don't even know who Dees is. Of course, after seeing the UI manipulation, I think that can make a pretty good guess, right? Well, if you still hadn't found the UI manipulation, we do have this. And the logo for the game is also the logo for Dees, it seems. Which were, if you remember, the inscription murals, the ones that were broken. You could knock them a few times, then reveal a monitor. And that's what she's talking about. High technology things, but this is some kind of big old computer, so no surprise. 70,000 years ago. All that we really know is that it rewards devotion, and that's about it. It's not even clear if it wants to do the whole, like, punishing sinners thing or anything like that. Or if that's just some of the Void Lords start to do. And that someone, I think, is supposed to be referring to Despair, the final boss of ZeroRanger, which would be a definitive connection between the two games. I mean, you can see how they, so maybe, like, the long hair, maybe? But that is just pure speculation. Then we get the end of Evo, the Search for Eden here. A reference that we all understand and can enjoy. Sif, Lucifer, Demon of Pride, Lord of the Eighth Realm, which you could tell because it was playing her theme there. Right at the end. Also, funny enough, there is an alternate way for Erasure to exit there, which I did get on one of my previous recordings. I'll show that after the credits here. First off, we'll get a pretty good track. Oh, do we gotta, though? I don't even like B. Okay, here we go. Third campaign. We got Void Stranger Gray, Lilith, and now Sif. Actually playing as one of the Void Lords themselves. Going to... And although, for the most part, this is actually pretty much the same as Gray's campaign, things are, well, get a new portrait. But the real big difference here is burdens. Burdens as represented by the 3 primes of alchemy. Top to bottom, we got sulfur, mercury, and salt, I think. Why is that? I don't know. They do an alchemy thing sometimes in here. But these things are just ludicrously overpowered. The memory, well, maybe not the memory, but wings and sword. But what am I actually supposed to be doing? Well, we're finding V. So there is that, but what do I do to find V? I'll figure it out as we continue going through here. First off, here's that alternate exit that I was promising. All those dark idols are hers. Okay, that doesn't normally happen. Normally she just walks through the door. I think I managed to get a rare event there. Okay, and now, as always, you get a free void rod upon entry to the dungeon. Very strange, sudden turn of events. But it makes sense. Oh yeah, even get a more upbeat version of Sif's theme. The same one as the Eighth Realm, except it's a bit more. Okay, and she's always in void mode, so it doesn't really matter unless I want to use warp statues. In case you want to use warp statues. And let's actually go over what exactly each one of the burdens do. You can probably take a guess as to what the sword does. The memory, though, you remember way earlier in the game when Tail said that you could hear the whispers, or you could hear the eggs if you listen to them really closely? Well, yeah, and here's the point in time where they just explicitly tell you if some of the... Well, there were some setups that would to show you how you could get extra locusts, but let's be real, you almost have... You weren't going to wait 3 seconds after that. Come on, that'd be ridiculous. The wings, though. The wings are the real difference maker when we're doing stuff here, because they allow you to pass over gaps. Now, if you try knocking statues, if you try pushing against walls, if you try moving over more than one tile of emptiness, they don't work, but still, just by themselves, that's extremely powerful. It's very good. And now that I have the ability to listen to the rocks, you do also get a lot more info on the various Void Lords. This is actually where I'm going to be getting the bulk of lore about what the deal with these dudes are. Lord Ad, as mentioned in the ending there. We'll hear more about that over time. Also, you can talk to the statues. Not that every one of them have something to say, but some of them do. Really don't need to be collecting locusts. I only really need the single locust for when I get down to the big headroom. Sif, otherwise, so the eggs that are by themselves, if there's only a single egg in a room, then you get lore from them, but otherwise Sif does not care about anybody else. So, kind of says, no, I don't wanna, and leaves it at that. But like I said, otherwise this is mostly the same as Gray's campaign. And that means that I'm going to be skipping around. Wait, I'm going to interrupt myself before I get any farther here, because one, I forgot to read this. Only a memory remains. A phrase we've heard several times at this point. But the other thing is that there is one more memory that showed up after the ending. This one. Then I also get a total of how many more memory crystals exist in the game. And there is indeed something that will happen if I get all of them, which I was planning to do anyway, but you know. Next lore egg. Or at least they turned into eggs, it seems. Well, if I was going to guess, I would say it's probably their justification for capturing people for Dees, which is a bad justification, but we are also talking about the people who granted lightning power to a dude, but then proceeded to do a lot of pretty heinous stuff. So we've heard. Ad, yeah, we saw in the ending there was the one that apparently banished B right at the end when she was about to eat Lily? You know, it was definitely the same character as that first statue, if nothing else. You can still use the Void Rod. You can still use the sword while using the wings. It's just, well, you can't really... those are pretty much the only things you can do. Apparently B, Sif, and Add themselves. Oh, wait, what about the merchant? Yeah, that's a good point. They are one of the traitorous Void Lords, but they do seem to still be around, right? Wait, no, I want to actually talk to you. Oh, and I should be talking to statues, because they do have stuff to say. So I'm just going to skip around then until I find eggs to talk to. Or anything new that might come up as I'm exploring through the dungeon once more. So now that we're at the start of the domain of Aeus, this is what the smiling statues say. And then, Tale of the Traitorous Lord connects the brands. Oh boy, that's not lore. That is a hint for the worst puzzle in the entire game. But we'll do it. We're still not quite on that right now. Hey, Tale, what's going on? Still even tries to push up the glasses, though she's not wearing them. By the way, has the 4 horns, much like the Dark Idols, but also has 4 eyes because she wears glasses. You get it? And we also saw like the super form at the beginning of Lily's campaign. Well, Tails did say that the Void Lords do have the power to transform and stuff. Gore. Belphegor, a demon of sloth. The big head. And we finally have a definitive name. So yeah, no surprise that that's the sloth section. See if we can figure out which each one of the sections represent. Well, I've already said that Aeus is lust, but you know. Mammon, demon of greed. You can take a guess as to who that is. Seventh circle. That's right, these realms actually have names. They're circles because hell, the divine comedy, you know. Leviathan, demon of envy. And here's where we get the actual plot of Void Stranger Sif. It's not just as simple as going to find B wherever she happened to go. There's something happening. Okay, but then continuing past this point. Well, it's still mostly the same thing, what can I say? And since I'm in void mode, I can't even get... well, if there were any memory crystals to get, I could not get them here. Here's the first of the single eggs that exist in this realm. It's Aeus. Nobody else has... Only these eggs have the problem saying the names of the traitorous Void Lords. We'll be like, hey, yeah, maybe you should go ask Gore. It's like, hey, we're not supposed to be saying their name. They're the traitorous ones. Here we got the next one, provided I don't accidentally push it off. Oh, and then there's one in this room, but I do believe, yeah, it just gives this hint again. Oh, I hate it. I hate this puzzle. But we don't have to do it yet. You, on the other hand, personally consumed everything. They love vor around here. Sure, I suppose that's a way to do it, right? Anyway, no NPCs otherwise to go around. But we do also get one NPC. There is actually one NPC in Sif's route. You. And pausing screen, as always. Well, anyway, there's nothing else really to do with them for right now, so I'm just going to keep going. Oh, and I think I totally forgot to look at the murals here prior to this point. Because now with the Void Memory, you do also get a translation for this too, which means that I don't need to do any work to translate stuff. That's right. Figuring out the cipher doesn't really make too much of a difference. Only a craving remains. The very first one there was supposed to say only a memory remains. Which, all of these might seem very familiar again to the pandemonium thing. Where's B? Demon of Gluttony. As you might guess from the stomach missing there. And here, dried locust idols. Which, by the way, now that we know that the name of the ruler, as it were, of the Void Dungeon is named Lord Ad, it's Abaddon. Does not have a specific, deadly sin along with them. I know that there's one interpretation of the Demon Princes that says that they're sloth, but we already got one for that. It's like one of the important things about Abaddon is that they have dominion. I'm gonna go open up. Give me 1 second to open up my tab on the Book of Revelation. So here we go. The Apocalypse of John. Taking a look. Giving them the key of the pit of the abyss, because of course Abaddon associated with the abyss, giant pits, holes, void dungeons, you get it. There's smoke that came out of a great furnace. The sun and air were darkened by that smoke of the pit, and out of the smoke came forth locusts upon the earth, and power was given to them as the scorpions of the earth have power. You know. It was given that they should not kill them, but they should be tormented for... Yeah, it's like a... If you get poisoned, you get tormented for 5 months, but you don't actually die. Torment of a scorpion. They have over them as king of the angel of the abyss. His name in Hebrew is Abaddon. In Greek tongue, he has the name Apollyon. There you go. That is why I've been collecting locust idols, and why there's an entire locust theme here. It is because specifically Abaddon, Lord of the Abyss, Lord of the Void Dungeon, lords over super scorpions. The Book of Revelation is a weird book, isn't it? It is a... And this is not even the first time that I've talked about this on the channel, surprisingly enough, but it really does... I think of every other part of the book as being like, hey, you should be good to people and, you know, do good deeds and go to church and stuff like that. And then the Book of Revelation is out here being like, I want a badass mural painted on the side of my van. I want there to be an angel lording over giant locusts. Giant poisonous locusts. But needless to say, there's your reasoning for at least some stuff. Also, yeah, no, didn't really torture people, except for like the psychological torture, as we've seen in Lily's campaign there. But I guess that doesn't count. Yes, we've seen that definitely seems to be an iconic part of the character, right? And we have seen Bibi alone, and she was still smiling, so it definitely does seem to be the case. Actually, I was saying earlier that Abaddon doesn't really have a specific deadly sin associated with him, but you can sort of figure out what the deadly sin of each character is supposed to be by the NPCs that appear in their area. So, for example, in the domain of Aeus, the character, the woman in the very fancy dress, wasn't really lust. It was more like vanity. But then the greed portion, of course, had both the mercenary in there and also the treasure hunter. We saw Ninny, who I guess is supposed to represent envy. She did say exactly that, but was that really deserving of being Egg? I guess. Well, at least that's how it turned out. Roth was the angry girl. And then the character that appeared in Ad's domain was the nun. And her sin seemed to be faithlessness? Which I suppose is probably one of the worst that you could get, given that Dees seems to very much reward devotion above anything else. Seems to be, well, something to think about. Certainly. Oh, and we get another appearance by the NPC, who's just going to be showing up in each one of these rest areas as I'm going down. Hell. Everybody describes it as being like a dream. It's not. It's way worse than that, but... Okay, anyway. I do not need to go on the hut. I could just go above her, too, but, well, whatever. Badly damaged and doesn't... Yeah, I have no idea what any one of these say. But we do got more lore here. Their own covetousness. It's Mon. We already know that. It's Mammon. A little bit more lore compared to the other areas on Mon, but Mon is clearly going to be an important part of Void Stranger Sith. As we've seen already, when Mon told us that when Mon was telling, what was it, Gray, when she's getting the shortcut, oh, I wear this a piece of paper for your protection. And that is why. One more. Simply like collecting them, as we've seen. A hint if you didn't happen to encounter Mon at any point before this. But I've already seen them all 5 times that they appear, so no surprise. Getting all those sweet shortcuts that are now completely undone by the HUD manipulation. Ah well. And we get a reappearance of the NPC again. Long time no see. It's been 5 minutes. You can go through this really fast if you got all the pieces of equipment. Yes. Time is convoluted. Mon did say the same thing as well. And indeed we will. So next mural. Only gnawing rage remains. This is the Roth area. That's a good question. Why is Ad leaving all these messages? I don't know, just intending to be covering up the secret-y things, the monitors. As you would guess, Satan, demon of wrath. Anyway. And yeah, we're going to get similar stories to that for any one of the other non-traitorous Void Lords too. Because after all, we already know that there are only 3 that remain. 140 does not have the NPC, which is interesting. But here, this is the one of the traitorous Void Lords that you can actually read. And hey, since I was talking about this in Gray's campaign, I did actually figure out how you're supposed to read this now. Not like that. Yeah, so the side at which you read it is the one that shows up. What it says is only feeble remains. Down here then, can go and say hi to Gore. Hey, what's happening? Which, fair enough. You know, given everything that we've learned so far, yeah, fair enough. They are absolutely still alive. Going around trading info for Locust, as we've seen. And that is also interesting. Missed this egg on the first time around. It's Gore. Belphegor. Oh, I missed the first egg. I'll have that edited in. Only feeble remains. And as we've seen, the fulfilling role doesn't really mean much of anything, since I guess it was just sort of an arbitrary thing that Ad decided to do. Oh, one of the interesting things I haven't seen just yet. Talking to the mimics is this. That's every one of the mimics. Those are definitely Sif's wings. That's very unfair to Gore. Eesh. But then again, this is the Void Dungeon. Things are just silly. No mimic on this floor, which is handy. I mean, you could easily get rid of it anyway with the wings. Oh, we do get you here. Yeah, I didn't see you on the last one. Anyway, circle back around. And this is Lev's area. Only a envy remains. It really is mystery. Oh, and now we get footsteps. So you know I'm in the right location here. Although I am going to be the devious. Although I am going to be going through at least one loop here. You know, for the sake of just talking to that one NPC, if nothing else. Yeah, and it was quite fierce, as we've seen from just the sheer difficulty of this area. Some of the hardest stuff to deal with in the game, after all. Oh, Lev, you and your stupid octahedrons. Talk to the statues. Yeah, thanks. And here is the floor that you're looking for if you want to continue on with Void Stranger Sif. See, something fell in there. And... But at least for right now, I'm just going to continue on. Hey, how's it going? Indeed. Well, anyway, now we're in Sif's domain, which of course I can't even go and look at the mural because it's blocked off. It's my brand. That is a hint for finding that secret later on. And there's Sif herself. And that wraps up this area because, well, Sif does not have any eggs down here. And for no particular reason, I'm just going to completely bypass all the shade blocks. Hey! Oh, you found the fake eggs. So cool, named after Lucifer. Yeah, this is something we've seen with a lot of the other characters. You remember Ninny not really remembering anything, the nun, same thing. If you're in the Void Dungeon, you slowly start to forget everything. That includes the Void Lords. As you can see here. They also preyed upon by Dees? Probably. Interesting. And then there is one birch tree that is still active. Or as Sif calls them, a lotus eater machine. Which you can get if you examine any one of the trees. It's supposed to be a lotus tree, I suppose. Not only is that very apropos for, of course, the ZeroRanger reference, there's also a reference to the Odyssey. There's an island of people who would eat from the lotus tree and have pleasant dreams. It's supposed to be a lesson about being lazy or something. I don't know. Still a strange comparison to make here. Indeed. Don't get the same sort of dreams, but do get as the other characters, but do get at least one. My little baby Sif there. Looking like a dude with the mimics. Still can't recall the name, as we saw before. And if you go down here, I know it's much like at the end of the Void campaign for, well, the Void ending for Gray. So I'll go all the way back up, and then I'm going to make my way back to the 7th circle to continue Void Ranger Sif. Void Ranger Sif. Yeah, you know what? Sure. But I did say this earlier, only a memory remains, and I'll get that now. Back to 193, where now this time I can actually fall down here. And what awaits me? Well, a check to make sure that I have all of the burdens, but also, do I have another nonogram? Yeah, that's why I haven't done them up until this point, because there's even more. Some of these other crawl space type of areas that exist. Okay, so first off, do that. Gotta use the wings here. And okay, I guess you really don't need memory, but I got it anyway, right? You can go down the staircase otherwise, too. Just leave the area if you want to. And if you happen to get here with, say, Gray, which is possible, you really do want to leave. Welcome to Mon's Funhouse. Yep, I've been chasing Mon the entire time, and as it turns out, they've been making a pretty big area here. Not satisfied with having the 3rd circle, I suppose. Also includes statues, specifically for them. Usually any of the traitorous Void Lords apparently had all their statues destroyed. Well, this is where Mon put all of theirs. This might be the most aggressive statue in the entire game, and I say that with a vengeance statue right up in the upper left right there. So if you walk in front of it, you die. You turn to a gold statue, as you probably guessed from the bit of lore that we got there earlier. So I need to figure out some way to have enemies or some sort of line of sight blocking. And I need them to stay there for 2 turns as well. The turn that I get onto that square, and then the turn that I move off that square. Which is why I can't really defeat enemies here, at least at the same amount that I was doing earlier in the dungeon. These are some hard puzzles. But hey, we get a pretty good remix of Mon's theme. Both the 4th circle and also the one wherever they appear as an NPC. Let's get you going first. Now, what I'd like to do is get you both over there. And then I accidentally walk in front of the statue anyway. Ugh. By the way, I do believe that the way that statue works, like the way that it looks, is the same as when the shopkeeper in Link's Awakening, when you steal from the shop. Which is possible. And then they instantly kill you by zapping you with a gigantic laser beam. Which is funny, but also pretty harsh, I gotta say. Okay, let's get you going over here. And then do that. There you go. All I need you to do is just block the line of sight there more than anything else. Well, it is interesting to see an entire set of puzzles that are planned for you to have all of the burdens. It's not just there to make things easier, it's also there to be absolutely necessary to solve some of these. Wait, want to make sure that I'm not... The shade is great for blocking line of sight, of course, but I also want to make sure that I'm not having that in the way of any one of the maggots, of course, too. And then I want to make sure that the strange smile here is blocking the maggot so that it, one, doesn't die by walking onto the temporary block again, but two, also gets down here, allowing me to do that. This is some tricky maneuvering. I said before in Lily's campaign that they really expected you to be able to have a really good mastery over how all of the enemies work, but they really expect you to have a good mastery over how the enemies work here. This is not nearly as bad. I just got to make sure that I get rid of the statues. Doesn't count for mimics for some reason. They are safe from getting turned to gold. I guess it's because they don't have any sort of avaricious feelings. I don't know. Okay, this one. First off, want to get the Mon statue out of the middle there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the two remaining mimics to run into each other after I'm cleared out of the way, is the thing. So, for example, let's get... actually, I don't even want you specifically. Here. Desync you a little bit so that I can... Well, that's not quite what I want to do. But yeah, I want to move that statue out of the way because otherwise I can't even move from this spot until that happens. So from here, we're going to get you out. Good. And then I'm going to want that particular mimic, first off, to get out of the way. But second off, now I can go and walk past the statue here. Now! I do like this theme. It's pretty good. Go up. No. Here we go. And there. Since I'm past the line of sight, I can get into the hole. No staircases here. Don't need them. Void Lord. You don't get hurt by falling down staircases. Hey, new block. Yep. It's... that not only works on enemies, it works on you, and also statues, which is interesting. But really, this is just your simple introduction into seeing it for the first time, so I didn't mean to do that. So at least this one is pretty easy. Just want to get to a point where I can go up and down as much as I need to. And then, yeah, here. Make sure that statue doesn't get uncovered. Kind of important. I guess it's not even a bad thing that Mon got exiled from the dungeon here, considering how ridiculously difficult their mechanics are. Ugh. Well, hey, they very much expect me to have the sword, so free use here, right? Okay, I'm going to try and get everybody getting into the little zappy squares. Because I only need to keep one of the strange smiles alive. And that should be in a good position so that I can run by them without them immediately getting zapped by lightning. Alright. This one is more simple than you might think. Because although it looks like what I should be doing is going up here and like zapping the statues, trying to get rid of them. I really don't need to, is the thing. In fact, that's a trick by the game to try and get you to do that. All you really need to do is have line of sight blocked, and that is as easy as having the mimic in the way. One of the few times, I said really early on in this video, this is one of the few times that I actually see red herrings in a puzzle game. Usually every single element that is present has to be used, must be used. Okay, really all I need to do is get rid of the statue. So that should be good, or at least it would be, but I gotta go around the other way instead, of course. There. Because I do still need to get over there as well, and there are a lot of Lev statues. There's obviously a lot of Lev statues. This is Lev's area. Mon seems to have chosen this place for good reason to make their super... I thought... No, right, that's just there so they can knock on that. Fall down into the hole. Not that it really matters. You can, of course, turn off Void Wings in the Burdens menu too here, if you want to. But it's also set up so that you don't need to. Alright, I can't approach enemies if they're over holes because they will knock me out of my wings. So I need to defeat all of these in a very particular way. The way it's set up is that I need to do it like that. And then there we go. Don't even have the Mon statue as a part of this. I still have one present, but, you know. Yeah, these seem to be a new addition. Considering that they are buried pretty deep inside of Dee's circuitry. Whee! Yeah, I can never figure out exactly what the Mon statues say, because anytime you get anywhere near them, they immediately zap you. And... no. As you might expect. But of course, that's the bit here, right? That's why you just do this. Clever little puzzle, right? They're even smiling statues. They're not the ones that disappear when you defeat enemies. Oh, I figured that out. Don't worry about it. I guess Mon, after supposedly getting killed, just gathered up all of their statues and hauled them over here. Which is silly. Like I said, I'm glad they don't appear anywhere else in the game, considering how absolutely ridiculous of a challenge they pose. Okay, this is the one. This is the really difficult puzzle. What I want to do is I want to get rid of the Mon statues. I think that's pretty clear. But I also got to make sure that I don't... that the Mimic is the one, of course, to do that. Because I can't. I'll get turned to gold. It's not great. Okay, so from here, I can get you to not do that, but do that. And that gets rid of one. And I don't want to defeat any of the strange eyes above me because I want to get this... I want to get the Mimic really desynced from me. I mean really desynced. And similarly, I want to make sure that I have a good amount of the enemies defeated too. No, I didn't want to do it like that. That was close. But yeah, when we start this out here, desync one so that I can actually walk past it. Get rid of the statue. Go and defeat you. Go and defeat... you. I want to really make sure... I'm not going to get in the way here. So actually the best way to do this is to go up here instead. Right, that's what it was. And then that also provides a really handy way for the Mimic to be able to go walk across that. Except I don't even want that. I want even more than that sort of thing. I want you to get really desynced from me. So then what I can also do is go and defeat this one first. Okay, now we can get the Mimic going over there. And then from this point, just get you to push that there, and then I don't really need the Mimic anymore. Nor do I need you. That's a tricky puzzle. That one took me a long time to figure out the first time that I did it. Because it is something. So, obviously, if I even try to walk over on the other side, which why would I want to anyway? I'm gonna die. But if I fall in this pit, you know, I got wings, so... do it like that. That's why they give you 2 of the Vengeance statues. 2 of Lev's statues, I suppose I can start calling them. Wow, look at all the chests. To get, what, 3 Locust idols in total? Not like I even need them. I'm always permanently in void mode. But I guess this is where Mon is keeping all the statues. Look, let's just be happy that they blocked off one of their own statues with the chests here. Mysterious footsteps again. And just a flagrant Bomberman reference. How about that? It's kind of silly in that way. So, Mon is going to try and move towards me. And there is, of course, a Lev statue here making this kind of difficult, so... perfect. One of the things that Mon said when I was talking to them about... after giving them some locusts, was that the paper on their forehead protects them as well as me. Protects me, I suppose, from their gaze that turns me to stone. But also, as seen here, apparently makes them just outright invisible to the other Void Lords. Interesting how that works. Also, take note of how Mon keeps her... on how Sif keeps her eyes closed during the entire cutscene. Because of course. Cool papers put over your forehead. Apparently it's as simple as that. Look, you want some locusts? I can give you some locusts. Okay, well, Sif is not as agreeable on that point. Still has the falling the super bit crunched falling metal pipe sound effect. So we're keeping track of the things that are censored in this game. The divine, the unknowable, brand name lingerie, and apparently actual curse words. Well, hey, if Sif gets a super form, of course Mon does. In fact, we saw a centipede back during the baby Sith cutscene there. Yeah, that's right. This game has boss fights. Imagine that. Oh, and this is not the easiest one because, well, first off, Mon's face will kill me. Second off, Mon's other face will kill me. No, still has that ability. That very green-orange looking eyeball, no, the ZeroRanger. Probably not specifically supposed to be referencing ZeroRanger. Probably just a cool eyeball design, but still. Okay, so the way I like to do this, go down here and knock the wall once, because Mon, after going a few tiles in a row at you, will start charging up a cool laser beam. Yeah, that hits 3 tiles around it, so watch out. Then over here, what I'm going to do, remember, swinging a sword does pass turns, so there's the first hit. Now, unfortunately, with the first hit, Mon also starts throwing down the Bomberman bombs again. But at least this is very consistent to start with. I'm going to try and get this head following me around a little bit. Really got to watch out for those bombs. Those bombs are the hardest part of this fight. Okay, got that nice and going for me. Make sure I don't get in the way. I want to get you going around the outside of the arena. Come on. Ow. Go down, hit the wall, circle around, go and get the first hit in, dodge around that bomb. All very consistent to start with, and then it gets increasingly less consistent over time. But I can still make this work regardless. Get in front of you so you start out that laser already. Yeah, that's what I want to see. Because that lets me get the second hit in easy. Can also get rid of the first bomb thrown down here too. Keep circling around like that. Let's be sure that you continue following me over here. In fact, there's a good time to get another hit. All right. Good. All right. Now I have absolutely no idea. Oh, that actually works. That's perfect. I was going to say I have absolutely no idea how many bombs you're going to throw down this time, but circling around there one more time worked out fantastically. And of course, it's Lev, as we just heard from Gore. Did Aeus even end up committing any crimes then? If Mon was always working with Lev this entire time? Well, now we can definitely confirm that it's Lev, considering that the Vengeance statues are... That's always the ones that... Those are the lightning ones, right? Strange. Another staircase if you just want to go back to the regular dungeon, but, you know. Well, at least their plans are foiled, I suppose. But still, what was all that about? Lev is still alive, and apparently the true traitorous character. The real antagonist of the game. Well, the real antagonist of the game still seems to be Dees. Also, here's again a, a reaction face straight out of One Piece here. They are. Okay, and that is the end of Void Stranger Sif. But not the end of the game, though. Of course not. Oh, we still have so many Easter eggs and other secrets and whatnot to do. Also, okay, it's not even really the end. There is one more. Very caramel dancing type of ending here. There is one more secret campaign. Still haven't done anything with the inscription murals, and now's really the point in time to start that up. It is an entire game-wide quest that you can do in many small pieces, and if you've played the game, and you should, you probably figured out a number of those parts already. But I wanted to save it all for the secret 4th campaign. So I can have it all condensed in one area. Catchy song. And another ZeroRanger reference. This is very reminiscent of a... was it the end or something of ZeroRanger? Well, they just don't stop at those references. Till next time. Next time is right now. We're doing it right now. Although, first off, what I'm going to do is go edit everything together, because when I open back up the game, instead of getting an epilogue or a new thing, a new character to play as or anything, so many characters to play as. Instead, we get a very Kingdom Hearts 2 ending. Second time I've referred to Kingdom Hearts so far. How about that? And we are back to doing the brand screen. Indeed I am. There's Sif. And then I still had, what was it? Lily and the Infinite Locust before. In fact, let's take a look at those right now, because they do also have their own backgrounds behind them. The Infinite Locust brand, of course, not super useful at this point in time, but, well, it's here. Taking a look at Sif's then, because I'm probably going to end up playing as Lily to start with. Go record the last few things that I was missing for her. Also get the rest of the... Yep, so it looks like the Mimic there. Go get the last few things that I was missing, but also the last few memory crystals, because I was skipping around a little bit there. Redoing stuff for no particular reason. And Lily looks like... this sort of... It sort of vaguely looks like Lily. Sort of. Yep, let me start that up one time. You just gotta engrave them twice, and that'll activate it, and then you can just engrave a regular brand past that point. Alright, so yeah, finish this up, and then we are going right into the secret campaign.